Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 46. Meanwhile, Karakura Town, Kurosaki House. Isshin was quiet as he chopped peppers, listening to the sounds of conversation from the living room. He did his best to keep his hands steady while sliding the chopped veggies off the wooden cutting board and into the large pot. Setting the knife down, the former captain wiped his sweaty brow and knew it wasn't because of the kitchen heat that he was sweating. All day the man had tried his best to quell the fear inside of him. He hated himself for not going with Ichigo to rescue his granddaughter from the clutches of Aizen. Recalling Aizen's confession, that he had been behind all the mayhem his son had been tormented with, made Isshin's blood boil. And the betrayal by his former comrades, especially Toshiro and Rangaku, twisted the knife. Most of all he regretted not punching Soy Fawn in her smug face. Stirring the pot, Isshin continued to hear the Trace Bestia talking to his daughters, Yuzu and Karen getting along with them quite nicely despite the three being Arankars. The trio plus Chad being present helped bring an added level of security to the house that Isshin appreciated after Yamamoto's duplicity was revealed. Despite what he said to Ichigo earlier, Isshin was deathly afraid for his son and hated himself for the pain his son, Harribel and especially baby Asahi were going through. Ichigo and his girlfriend were heading into the belly of the beast, no doubt what Aizen wanted. What the rogue wanted with his son, Isshin couldn't discern. But considering everything Aizen had put him through and his machinations for bringing him and Harribel together, he wondered what was Aizen's endgame. Was it Asahi, the daughter of human turned soul reaper and a hollow turned Arankar? Was it Harribel, a hollow who'd regained her human heart and emotions? Or was it Ichigo, whose potential seemed limitless? Were all three of them Aizen's prize? And if he's gone through all of this just for the three of them, then what does he have planned for the three of them once he's reached his goals? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Yet despite his anger at himself for not going with him, he knew that he had to be here to protect Yuzu and Karen from the captains. And he knew that Ichigo understood too. Ichigo, please be safe, he silently prayed. Ding dong. I'll get it, Isshin shouted. He turned off the stove and removed his apron, walking out of the kitchen and past the group in the living room. Reaching the front door, he prepared himself for whoever had come and opened the door. Upon seeing who it was, Isshin scowled and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? He asked his visitor, his tone harsh and bitter. Panting for breath, Toshiro Hitsugaya put a hand on the wall beside him to steady himself, sweat dripping down his face. He was without his captain's jacket, the senkaimon he dashed through like a madman possessed closing nearby. Capitan, Shiba, he panted. You need. Toshiro, what are you doing? Flee, Toshiro shouted. Isshin, you need to run. Now. Meanwhile, Las Noches, desert under the dome. Everyone stared at the creature that stood in front of them. Noitora scowled while his injuries healed. What the hell is that? He asked. Who the fuck are you? Orihime and Rukia were both horrified when they realized this was the flash goddess, Yoruichi, transformed into a horrible abomination. It looked like she'd become a depraved fusion of hollow and machinery. The cat-like hollow said nothing, merely looking at the Espada like a piece of meat. Noting the cords attached to her body and her mechanical parts, Noitora scoffed. So, you're that thing Xyolapora was making. Guess someone let you off the leash. Yoruichi, Orihime called out while her spirits continued healing Nell, Peshi and Dondochaka behind her. Is that really you? The teen didn't receive a human reply from the hollow. Grr, growled the purple-haired creature from behind her deformed mask. Her body lowered as she prepared to attack, her eyes locked with Noitora's. Gritting his teeth, Noitora took a stance. His sharp blades dug into the desert sands while he readied himself to cut this interloper to shreds. You think you can take me? You'll end up just like that loser over there. He pointed a blade at the defeated Nell. I'll finish her off once I'm done carving you to ribbons, bitch. Lightning crackled around Yoruichi's body. The sound of thunder boomed across the domed desert as she pounced. Noitora was taken aback by just how fast Yoruichi was. She made a beeline for the Espada and he swung his blade to take her face off, only for her to disappear with a flash of lightning. The hell? Noitora's eyes widened as the sound of thunder boomed behind him and pain seared into his side. Damn you. Blood dripped from his slash side. He swung his blade hard but missed again when Yoruichi jumped backwards. Crouching low, Yoruichi's mechanical tail arched above her head. The tip of the tail opened up and shot a projectile at Noitora. So is that all Zyalaporo gave you were stupid toys? Noitora mocked before cutting the projectile, a metal orb the size of a tangerine, in half. But upon hearing a loud beeping, Noitora realized his mistake just before the two halves suddenly exploded. She can pop out grenades. What did that moron put in her? He said, more annoyed than hurt thanks to his enhanced hierro. He had no chance think more before Yoruichi was upon him again. Rukia bit her lip, her eyes glued to Yoruichi. Or rather, the creature that had taken the beautiful woman's place. As that, really Yoruichi? She wondered around. True, the cat mask and the purple hair were a dead giveaway, but Yoruichi looked unlike anything she'd ever seen before in the world of hollows. And she thought Araniero was the most bizarre creature she would see here. What did that creep do to her? Is she a hollow? Orihime asked, though she couldn't spot a hole anywhere on her with the hollow moving around so much. Or is she some sort of robot? The thought of the kind, wonderful woman she knew and cared about reduced to this was heartbreaking. I don't know. Rukia kept a hand on her Zanpakuto. She didn't want to have to use it on Yoruichi, but it didn't look like the woman had much of a mind anymore. What did that espada do to her? The fight between Yoruichi and Noitora grew heated. There was no way the espada could deny that the new interloper was faster than him. But his increased toughness more than made up for his lack of speed. While Yoruichi's left claw and her tail armaments could not do more than scratch him, only her right claw, the artificial one that was fed Yoruichi's spirit energy to produce the sharp claws, was the only real threat to him. Yoruichi leapt forward, her claw aimed straight at Noitora's throat. Noitora sidestepped her, dodging the strike by a hair. Missed me, bitch, he grinned, having caught on to Yoruichi's animalistic attack pattern. Got you no. Yoruichi. The Orangeddon Soul Reaper screamed when Noitora suddenly plunged his blade into her side, using his wicked Santa Teresa Guadagna to spread his corruptive spiritual pressure into her body. Got you now, bitch. But Noitora's victory was short-lived when Yoruichi suddenly disappeared, as if he'd never stabbed her to begin with. What the foo? Grr. Yoruichi's large claw slashed Noitora's back, making him scream as her reishi claws dug deep, tearing through his armor and flesh. Cursing loudly, Noitora continued to attack in vain, unable to land a proper blow to Yoruichi. Dondochaka, the first of the trio to recover from his grievous injuries, sat up inside Orihime's shield. If he was scared of Noitora, he was utterly terrified of Yoruichi. What is dat? He gasped, scared stiff of the creature. That thing, it's hurting Noitora. Not even Master Nell could do that. How is that thing so powerful? Rukia was thinking that same thing. Noitora was leagues above Araniero and he had easily overwhelmed Nell, who'd been his superior before Aizen had gifted him with the ascended release state. Yoruichi was already a captain-class Soul Reaper and one of the greatest fighters the Soul Society had ever seen before. Whatever it was that espada did to her, it only made her more powerful. She still retains the speed she was famous for, even as a hollow. That weapon, her eyes lingered on that sinister mechanical claw. It must take both Yoruichi's spirit energy and the collected reishi of Hueco Mundo to create those claws. That they're sharp enough to cut through him when my ice and your guys' attacks failed means that Zyalaporo meant to turn Yoruichi into a killing machine capable of killing the captains. Isn't there anything we can do? Orihime asked, worried about the state of their friend. She's scary, Dondochaka cried. Even Orihime had to agree. Those bestial growls and bloodthirsty eyes made the girl fear that there might not be anything left of the flash goddess in there. Isn't there anything we can do? All we can do is wait, and pray. Pray that she can defeat that monster. And pray that she isn't one too. Back and forth Mantis and Cat dueled. Noitora grinned as he dodged another strike, slashing Yoruichi's side. When the purple-haired hollow howled in pain, his grin widened. Gotcha that time, bitch. He licked her blood off his blade. I know you can still bleed. Blood dripped down the cat hollow's side. Rukia noted the lack of regeneration when it refused to heal. A byproduct of all that machinery in her perhaps. She speculated before turning her attention that the cracked, bolted mask. I've never seen a mask like that before. It's not like when a normal hollow's mask is damaged. What kind of hollowification did that Espada put her through? Angered at the sight of her own blood, Yoruichi's body exploded with white lightning. Noitora prepared himself as Yoruichi lunged forward but was caught off guard when the cables on her back suddenly moved with a mind of their own. Stabbing into his armor, the empowered Espada found himself on the receiving end of a massive blast of electricity. Gah! Taking advantage of the stunned Noitora, Yoruichi opened her mouth and chomped down on Noitora's hand, ripping it off. Screaming in pain, Noitora stabbed at her but hit nothing. He watched as she landed on a nearby dune, chewing his hand up before swallowing it. You, damn, bitch. Something inside Noitora snapped, or more likely everything snapped at the sight of a female hollow eating his own flesh. All of you bitches, think you're better than me. I'll show you who's the strongest. His whole body glowed a sickly yellow before he turned to Orihime, Rukia and Nell. Starting with you. The fifth Espada surprised everyone when he bit down on his own tongue, drawing blood. Sticking his bloody organ out, he focused every ounce of spirit energy into the tip of his tongue. I'll kill you all, he shouted before unleashing his last gambit. The Cerro on his tongue shifted colors from yellow to pestilence green. Gran Rey Cerro. Everyone was caught off guard when Noitora fired the dangerous weapon at them, its speed faster than Orihime could bring up her shield. However, Yoruichi's speed was faster and she leapt in front of them and opened her mouth in response to fire a Cerro of her own. Orihime and Rukia were blown back against the barrier protecting the three Arancars when Yoruichi's back suddenly exploded with intense lightning. That's, Orihime grunted, unable to move from the intensity of the lightning. Shunko, finished Rukia, fusing the power of her Shunko lightning with her Cerro. Yoruichi launched her Shunko Cerro. The two beastly attacks collided, causing a fierce explosion that shook Las Noches to its foundations. Everyone braced themselves as they felt the shockwave. Rukia and Orihime were knocked off their feet while Noitora braced himself, digging his blades into the ground to steady himself. There's no way she can be this strong, Noitora chided. I am the strong. Eyes stared directly into Noitora's face. Horror spread through every inch of Noitora's body when he saw Yoruichi standing not 2 feet away from him, her mouth already opened with another Shunko Cerro in her maw. No, was all the Espada could let out. The monster in front of him showed no mercy and blasted him at point-blank range. Rukia threw herself over Orihime as another shockwave hit, protecting her from the wave of sand that washed over them. Rukia waited until all was quiet before risking opening her eyes. Is it over? She got off of Orihime and helped her up, dusting the sand off of each other. Looking out at the battlefield, they couldn't see anything past the smoke. But once the ringing in her ears died down, Rukia heard something through the cloud of smoke. The sickening sound of crunching. The smoke soon cleared, letting the girls see what was happening. Orihime felt sick when she saw what Yoruichi was doing. Nell opened her eyes to find that she was alive and naked, her injuries healed. Beside her lay Pesci while Dondochaka sat on her right, shaking from head to toe. Covering herself, Nell sat up to find herself inside Orihime's barrier. Orihime, Rukia, what's going on? Where's Noitora? She asked. She was startled by the looks on the girls' faces as they stared into the distance. Following their line of sight, Nell soon found what they were staring at and was greeted with the sight of the cat hollow eating what was left of Noitora. What in the world is that thing? It looked like no hollow she'd ever seen before. Neither Orihime nor Rukia spoke. Both were too horrified by the sight of their friend tearing into the Espada's body like one does a piece of chicken. Yoruichi, murmured Orihime, covering her mouth while she fought the urge to hurl in disgust. Please stop, he's already dead. Yoruichi didn't listen to her friend. Instead she continued to chomp down on Noitora's body until all that was left was the Espada's severed head, rolling it around like a cat with a ball of yarn before smacking it away. She looked up at the girls before her eyes suddenly found Nell's. Whatever bloodlust had been sated with devouring Noitora came rushing right back to her and she let out an ear-splitting roar. Yoruichi, stop, Rukia shouted, drawing her sword as the hollow raced towards them. Don't make me cut you. Even as she said that she knew she stood little chance against the hollow. But she couldn't let her kill Nell and the others. Santen Keshun. Orihime put her shield in front of them, but one swipe of Yoruichi's large claw made short work of it. Nigh. The girls were both knocked back by the impact, slamming back against Orihime's healing barrier. "Oh Orihime, let us out of here," Dondochaka pleaded, picking up his fixed club and putting himself between Yoruichi and Nell. Growling, the cat hollow raised its claw to tear through Orihime's barrier. "Yoruichi, stop, we're your friends," shouted Orihime. The white misshapen creature came to a dead stop, her body freezing up as that last word reached Yoruichi's mind. Friends?" she asked, her voice low and mechanical. "You are friends?" Seeing that she'd reached the flash goddess, Orihime got up and walked over to Yoruichi. She reached out and touched her mask, making the hollow flinch at her touch. "It's me, Yoruichi. It's Orihime." "Ori-hime," Yoruichi repeated. Her body tensed and she howled in pain when her head started to hurt. She tried desperately to hang on to her last lingering thread of sanity and fight what Zyalaporo had done to her brain, but the effort caused extreme pain. "It hurts. It hurts. Gah." Her claws dug into the sands and she bent over, her tail thrashing around. "Yoruichi," Orihime caressed the twisted mask on her face. I can try to heal this." Rukia walked up next to her. I'm not sure you can. I know your powers are good, Orihime, but I don't think your healing abilities can do much for her. You can't cure hollowification. I can't even tell what kind of hollow she is." Orihime lifted her barrier, letting the three out. While Dondochaka carried the still unconscious Pesci, Nell got up and walked over to Noitor's severed head, shaking her head sadly at what had been done to her former comrade. Not wanting to prance around in the nude, Nell grabbed what was left of Noitor's coat, discarded after his transformation, and tore it up to make makeshift garments like Orihime did to Araniero. She walked back over to the girls and the hollow who'd saved them. "Is this your friend?" "Yes, this is Yoruichi. But Orihime let the tears fall. "I don't know how to fix this." Nell put a hand on her shoulder and shook her head. "Some things can't be undone. But we can find Zyalaporo's notes and try to figure out what he did to her." Footsteps and panting alerted the group to someone coming. From the smoking ruins of Zyalaporo's palace rushed Kazuki. "Man, why'd I think to wear clogs in the desert?" he huffed before he reached the group. "Girls, you're both okay. I was worried when Kazuki's eyes fell upon the hollow in front of him. "Yoruichi. Kiss, uke," answered back the white mechanical hollow. "Is that you?" Yoruichi slowly walked towards the shopkeeper. The sight of his beautiful, headstrong friend reduced to his was almost too much for Kazuki. He dropped to his knees and hugged the hollow's neck. "Damn it," he whispered. "Yoruichi." "Not your fault, Kazuki," replied Yoruichi before she grunted in pain. It hurts. Everything hurts. I can fix this," Kazuki promised, hugging her neck tightly while fighting back the urge to cry. "I will fix this, I promise." He had downloaded all of Zyalaporo's data from his computer, still operational despite Yoruichi's rampage. With his prior knowledge of hollowification, he knew there was a chance to save his friend. But he knew he'd need something else. I need the Hogyoku," he finally said as he stood up. "If I can get my hands on that, I might be able to fix you." "Kazuki," Yoruichi looked at her friend sadly, not wanting Kazuki to blame himself or destroy himself trying to fix this. Nell walked over to them. "We can at least try to remove her mask. Turning her into an Arankar might be able to help her shed some of Zyalaporo's implants," she suggested. Taking a closer look at her, Kazuki noted the lack of a hole in Yoruichi's chest. What did he do to her? Is she a hollow? A demi-hollow? Some sort of technological medium between Soul Reaper and hollow? But if there's no hole, what happens if we remove her mask? There were too many questions for Kazuki right now for him to know what to do. "We'll find a way to fix her later after we leave." Rukia nodded. "Right. We need to go and help Harribel and Ichigo. It looks like they're in trouble. And if Yoruichi is powerful enough to defeat the number 5 Espada in his enhanced state, then..." Something flew by everyone, catching them off guard. Orihime's eyes widened in horror when she saw 3 arrows in Rukia's chest. "Rukia!" she screamed as the girl fell to the ground. Spinning around, Kazuki and Nell found Ryu standing behind them, bow drawn and at the ready. On his face was a large sun-like tattoo. And behind him was the number 7 espada, Zamari. How pitiful, the man said while looking at his dead comrade's head. So much for the toughest espada. Don't worry, Noitora, I'll finish the mess you were too weak to finish off. Chapter 47, Soul Society, R&D Department. Captain, come look at this. The twisted captain of Squad 12 looked up from his monitor and scowled at his third seat. What is it now, Akon? The Horned Soul Reaper stood in front of several monitors and computer panels. All of them were flashing red warning lights. Something's happening in the precipice world. The scanners are going off the fritz. Calm down, you twit. Just give them a hard reset too. I already did that, sir. 3 times. Getting up from his computer, Mayuri hurried over to the surveillance devices and hit a few keys. Wait, that part of the precipice world. The macabre captain pursed his lips before he pushed Akon out of the way and started to input commands. What happened to the surveillance drones inside the precipice world? They suddenly went offline, Akon explained. Their readings were showing a massive spike in spirit energy. I hadn't seen anything like this. I have a good guess what it was. What was the color level of the spirit energy? Vermilion. Akon's face grew pale. Black. Mayuri went rigid as he took in Akon's words. That's not possible. Surely, no, nothing in the Soul Society could possibly. His head snapped up and he typed keys furiously. Show me the last recorded footage from the drone. His loyal subordinate nodded and walked over to an adjacent monitor and brought up an image. Everyone in the room looked on in horror at the image, having never seen the like in their long lives. Captain, what is happening? Akon asked, sweating through his lab coat. All Mayuri could do was narrow his eyes as he came to realize what had happened inside the precipice world. Ichigo Kurosaki, you've doomed us all. Las Noches. Desert under the dome. While Orihime rushed to her friend's aid, all eyes turned to her attackers, Ryu and the espada, Zamari. Rukia. Tears welled up in Orihime's eyes when she saw that Ryu had hit several vital spots. Soden Kishun. I reject. Her spirits appeared and quickly put their healing barrier around the arrow-filled Rukia. The now hollow-feed Yoruichi growled and tensed up, ready to pounce while Nell narrowed her eyes at the intruders. Noting the sun mark on Yuryu's face, Kazuki surmised the obvious, that Ryu was not acting within his own control. Harribel's warning about the 7th espada came back to him. Zamari claims to be the fastest of the espada, and from what I've seen there's little to refute that claim. He can create quasi-clones of himself and his released state has the power to rob someone of control over their own bodies. Kazuki's eyes then turned to the espada in question, already in his enhanced resurrection. His new form, glowing with Ichigo's red and black spiritual pressure, had him sitting on what looked like a floating pink lotus. But that was the least of his new appearance. Nell was more stunned than Kazuki since she knew about Zamari's resurrection. Bruharia and now Zamari had transformed even more grotesque than Noitora. The Majorata resurrection had turned Zamari into something that resembled an unholy Buddha straight out of hell. Sitting cross-legged on the floating flower, Zamari's skin was now charcoal black and his body was now more muscular. He'd grown 2 additional arms and his body was covered in large eyes colored plague yellow. At the center of his forehead was an additional eyes that had the black sun mark around it. Above his head floating 3 yellow eyes. Around his neck was a floating ring of beads comprised of his spiritual pressure. The black and red spirit energy glowed from the hole in his right pectoral, cracks along his body just like his fellow espadas. Kazuki also noted the 4 black tiki-like objects that floated around the espada. I presume you're Zamari? Kazuki asked, his sword already drawn. What have you done to Ryu? Shouted Orihime. Floating beside his puppet, Zamari looked on at all of the intruders. His eyes, the natural ones, went from one person to the other, lingering on Orihime and Rukia for a moment longer before he turned his attention to Kazuki. You are correct, I am the 7th espada, Zamari. I see Harribel has given you information about us. She always was quite capricious. Not unlike her predecessor. Zamari stared at Nell. So, we meet again, Nelliel. It has been a long time. Yes it has, Nell replied, glaring at him while fearful for Yuryu's sake. You used your amour on Ryu. A trifling matter. The Quincy took a moment's respite after battling the Exequias in his enemy's territory. And he paid the price for such a foolish gesture. Zamari's face was impassive as he stared at his former comrade. Neliel, as one who bore the title of Espada, I will give you one chance to prove your loyalty to Lord Aizen. Kill the intruders and I will ask Lord Aizen to forgive your transgressions. I owe no allegiance to Aizen, said Nell defiantly. She'd found her Zanpakuto and took a stance. I made a promise to Ichigo and Harribel for all that they'd done for me. I will not go back on my word. A pity. You could have regained your former glory. Lord Aizen could have even gifted you with a Megurata Resurrection like he gave to all of us. You might as well put your sword away, Neliel. Noitora showed you just how powerless you are against our increased might. Nell scowled in defiance while Pesci and Dondochaka cowered in fear behind her. None of them were a match for Noitora, and while Zamari may have been Noitora's inferior, the power gap between him and Nell was clear. It's not going to happen. I serve Aizen no longer. Zamari hummed in disappointment. Very well then. If you will not join us, then you will be brushed aside with the rest of the obstacles in our way. Zamari's attention turned to the monstrous Yoruichi. So you're what Zyalapura was going on about. How peculiar. His many eyes took note of the cracked, bolted mask. Curious. I wonder what will happen when I rip that mask of yours off. The brief moment of humanity Yoruichi had regained was gone with the desert wind. Gra. Her body tensing, the white cat hollow lunged for the espada, eager to taste the man's blood. Her yellow claw sliced through the air as it aimed for Zamari's throat. But one of the espada's tiki shields whirled around his floating body and slammed into her side, knocking her away. Grr. Learn to heal, creature. You were created to serve us. And you will. One of the malicious eyes on Zamari's shoulders glowed. Yoruichi. Get away from him. But human words fell on hollow ears and Yoruichi didn't listen. She merely howled after a moment when she felt nothing. Kazuki saw no mark appear on her masked face, but he soon found Zamari's mark on her white chest. Yoruichi's head strained from side to side as her body fell under the espada's control. Against her will, Yoruichi slowly walked over and joined Ryu. Kazuki raised a hand and uttered a spell chant. Orihime blinked as a green barrier boxed in around her and Rukia, keeping them away from the fight. Orihime, keep healing Rukia. I'll deal with this. Kazuki Urahara, taking in his opponent, Zamari tilted his head back. He knew that this was no easy prey. I passed by Zyalapuro on the way here. Was he still drooling? Mocked the angry shopkeeper. Indeed, you were as dangerous as we were warned. Which is why I will not fight you, said Zamari matter-of-factly. They will. The two pawns moved in unison. Ryu jumped into the air and unleashed a volley of blue arrows while Yoruichi charged at Kazuki against her will. Kazuki cursed as he created his crimson shield to block Yuryu's arrows, only for Yoruichi's yellow claw to tear through it like paper. Knocked back, Kazuki dodged Yoruichi again as she swung her tail to cut him in half. Shibari. Benihime. Gra. Yoruichi howled, caught in Kazuki's net. Before she could tear through the net with her claws, Kazuki uttered a new spell to further her restraint. Bakudo number 75, Gochuteken. 5 metal pillars appeared and pinned the hollow to the ground. Dodging another volley of arrows, Kazuki turned his attention to Ryu. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. A chain of golden energy wrapped around Ryu and ceased his attack. He saw Zamari's eyes light up and Flash stepped away before he could fall under his control again, appearing behind the evil espada. Even with cold steel at his neck, Zamari remained cool-headed. You're faster than I heard. But was that a wise move? I'd rather dodge than become another one of your puppets. I'm assuming that's your ability. You can control whatever your eye falls upon. If you mark a limb, you can only control that limb. If you control the chest, you can control the entire body. But if you can control the head, you can rob someone of their consciousness too. An astute observation. You are correct. My aim controls exactly as you describe. However, Zamari's head turned and he sneered at Kazuki. If you knew that much, why did you dodge it? Kazuki was confused before he realized what Zamari meant. No, his eyes darted to the trio next to the barrier he put around Orihime and Rukia. Ah, Nell gasped as she was clubbed by Dondochaka. Hit the desert sands with a thud, she cried out in pain as a sword slashed her back. Arg! She tried to rise but Dondochaka's mace came down on her leg, making her bones crack. Pesci, with a sun mark on his face just like Dondochaka, held his sword over Nell's neck, ready to cut her head off. Nai, Pesci, Dondochaka, he got you guys too. Even though she asked, she already knew the answer. Keep still, Neliel, lest you suffer the same fate as your former comrade. One of Zamari's tiki shields knocked Noitora's head over to her. The dead man's cranium landed on the sands 2 feet away from Nell's, Noitora's lifeless eye staring at her. A chill ran down Nell's spine. She hated Noitora but she didn't want to see him reduced to this. Then she noticed something glinting in Noitora's hollow hole. Meanwhile, things weren't looking good for Kazuki. He had Zamari at bay for only a moment. Then the man's eyes glowed again and he was forced to retreat, dodging his attack. Kazuki cursed his carelessness, making sure to keep Orihime out of the Espada's line of sight. But to his chagrin, the marks he dodged landed on the sands. Zamari flexed his arms as he exerted his new power over nature itself. I am eternally grateful to Lord Aizen. Now all of nature bows to my command. The desert beneath Kazuki's feet started to shift, threatening to take away his footing. Kazuki jumped into the air and found the 4 tiki shields waiting for him. The 4 swirled around, energy sparking between them to form a Sero at their center. Even with Kazuki's fast speed, he was only able to dodge it by a hair, the blast giving the side of his hat a nice singe. You can run all you want. But the game is over. I hope the barrier you placed Orihime Inoue in is sturdy. I'd hate to deliver a corpse to Lord Aizen. Zamari's eyes narrowed before he began to show his new power. He made several hand gestures to his tiki shields and then twisted his neck until his head was perfectly horizontal. Kazuki brought up his shield to defend as the beads around Zamari's neck glowed, the tiki shields and eyes spinning above his head. Bruharia Gobernant. A large purple glyph appeared at Zamari's back. Kazuki realized too late the folly of his defense as large flowers erupted all around them, glowing with chaotic spiritual energy. Ban. Kazuki was too little, too late. The flowers glowed until the light became blinding. Orihime screamed Kazuki's name as they exploded, the shockwave knocking her off of her feet. The barrier holding her and Rukia barely held, large cracks forming from the impact. Zamari's ultimate attack was strong that cracks formed in the dome above them. As the smoke cleared, Orihime could only stare in horror to find Zamari holding Kazuki by the neck, the man's body covered in burns and bleeding from multiple wounds. Kazuki, put him down, she pleaded, making it to her feet. As you wish. Zamari let go of Kazuki and watched the scientist crumple to the ground. You have more important things to worry about, girl. Gra, Hya, screamed Orihime, knocked backwards when Yoruichi shattered the barrier with ease, having been freed from Kazuki's bindings by the explosion. Sante. The oranget was cut off when an arrow pierced her shoulder. Ah, nearby stood Uryu, also freed, with his next arrow aimed squarely at Orihime's chest. Knowing he'd won, Zamari calmly floated over to them. It is over, Orihime Inoue. Surrender now. I won't. Defiant like the rest. Then let me make this clear. He held up a hand and gestured for his 2 pawns to move. Uryu created a tiny minibow and pointed it at his own chin. Yoruichi pounced onto Kazuki's unconscious body, her claw raised to deliver the killing blow. Pesci and Dondochaka raised their own weapons to finish off Nell. Don't, please, pleaded Orihime, her heart clenched in terror. Surrender. If you refuse, I will have your friends murder each other before I order them to finish themselves off. Lord Aizen expressed a desire for your powers. I do not know if they will work properly under the influence of my Amor, hence why I have not placed you under my spell. But you should know by now that it is futile to say no. Surrender and I will spare them, for the moment. But first, you will use your powers to revive Noitora and Araniero and to heal what Kazuki Urahara has done to Xyolaporo. If you refuse, I will kill your friends one by one and then drag you away. Understand? Orihime's body went rigid as panic set in. This wasn't like with Araniero or Noitora where they got lucky. She didn't know what to do. This is bad. Ichigo, Harribel, where are you? Perhaps you need more persuasion. Very well then. Zamari's eye at the center of his chest lit up, aimed right at Rukia, healed but still unconscious. Perhaps watching your friend slit her belly open will spur you to submission. No, Orihime screamed, jumping in front of Rukia to shield her. And then a wall of ice appeared in front of her. Orihime blinked. She looked behind her but saw Rukia was still unconscious. Ice. But who? Zamari raised an eyebrow at the obvious intrusion. He turned to his right and saw a figure standing in front of a garganta. And you are? Toshiro Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes as cold air surrounded him. The last enemy your eyes will ever see. Chapter 48, Las Noches. Under the desert dome. Zamari's many eyes stared at the intruding Soul Reaper. He was surprised to see someone so young enter the fray, with his tiny stature and boyish face. The Espada quickly recalled everything his master had told him about the 13 court guard squad captains. Toshiro Hitsugaya, I presume. Correct. I can see Aizen informed you well. Toshiro, whispered Orihime from behind the wall of ice Toshiro had put in front of her. She remembered the last time she'd seen the young captain, when the squad's treachery had been revealed to her, Ichigo and Harribel. Why are you here? A just question. Zamari's body turned until he was facing the Soul Reaper. I did not expect the captains to join the battle. His many eyes swirled around to find anyone else appearing but only found Toshiro. You came alone. How foolish. The two normal eyes on Zamari's face narrowed when he noticed a key detail missing from Toshiro's person. You wear the Shihakusho but no Haori. Orihime was also confused when she noticed that Toshiro was missing his captain's jacket too. After all of Toshiro's demands to be treated with the proper authority, he seemed out of place without such an important symbol to him. I returned it to its rightful owner, Toshiro said. He pointed his Zanpakuto right at Zamari. I'm here as myself, Toshiro Hitsugaya, and not as the captain of Squad 10. The tiki shields lazily rotated above Zamari's head while he took in Toshiro's words. I see. So you disobeyed orders and used Harribel's fractions to come to Hueco Mundo. A noble sentiment. But one must wonder, why? The Dark Espada swept an arm out to the others, to the felled Kazuki, the pinned Nell, the controlled Uryu, Dondochaka, and Peshi, the thrashing, gnarling Yoruichi, the unconscious Rukia and the frightened Orihime. Did you come all the way to help them? Those that the Soul Society had deemed enemies. Traitors, Quincy's and Hollows. Toshiro accusing eyes scanned over the scene. When they passed by Orihime, the girl gulped from the icy gleam in his turquoise orbs. No, I did not come here to help Ichigo Kurosaki or Tear Harribel. Oh, keeping his sword steady, Toshiro's white spiritual pressure flared. I'm here to do my duty as a Soul Reaper and rescue the human, Asahi Kurosaki, and return her to her parents. Silence filled the desert. Espada and Soul Reaper stared each other down as they both knew a confrontation was inevitable. The tense silence was broken when Zamari threw his head back and began to laugh, his deep voice booming across the dome. Ahahaha, what foolishness. Calming himself down, Zamari brought his tiki shields to his side. I can see now that Lord Aizen was not using hyperbole when he said your youth betrayed your foolishness. You will not be rescuing anyone. Instead you came all this way to become my pawn and die. Zamari's eyes lit up again. Orihime's blood ran cold at the idea of the young Soul Reaper under Zamari's control. That would only make a bad situation worse. Toshiro, look out. If he marks you, he'll take control of you. The yellow eye on the Espada's right side pulsed and threw its attack at Toshiro. The child calmly held out his sword and summoned a wall of ice to protect himself from the attack. I've already figured out your trick. You mark anything your eye looks at with that sun mark. That lets you control people. But it looks like you can't control the natural elements. Your tricks mean nothing to me. So confident, or should I say arrogant. The Espada gestured to his empowered body. Once, you may have been right. But as you can see, with Ichigo Kurosaki's spirit energy fueling my Megerator Resurrection, my eyes control all. The ice wall in front of Toshiro created icy spikes that threatened to pierce his body had he not jumped out of the way. Damn. He landed on the sands and swung his sword. Guncho Sarara. A volley of icicles shot at Zamari, who calmly blocked them with his shield. The Espada didn't lift a finger as he turned the desert, still under his control, against the young captain. A giant hand of sand emerged from behind Toshiro, slamming down on him to crush him. Orihime screamed the boy's name while Zamari watched silently. But a pillar of ice shot up and Toshiro appeared in his Bankai form. Bankai. Daiguren Hirenmaru. Hovering above the espada, Toshiro pointed his sword at the man's face. Senin Hiro. A ring of ice pillars appeared around Zamari, trapping him in an ice prison. Even with this impressive show of force, Zamari calmly countered back. Orihime watched the two fighters go back and forth, the ice wall Toshiro had thrown up to protect her destroyed by one of the Seros. She looked over at the smoldering Kazuki and was glad to see that he was still breathing. Yoruichi was still on top of him, her arm at the ready to finish him off. Likewise Ryu was still in the position he was still in, his minibow pointed at his chin. Glancing at Nell, she was confused when she saw the greenette reaching for Noitora's severed head. The ice glowed purple before four massive Seros erupted from it, destroying the ice. Your power is impressive, but immature. I don't need you to tell me that, Toshiro retorted while attacking with his eyes. But his attacks proved ineffective thanks to Zamari's Amor and the Tiki Shield's firing Seros. After a minute of back and forth, one of the petals behind Toshiro shattered. A detail that didn't escape the Dark Arankars. Notice. Your power is dwindling. I am well aware of the limitations of your Bankai. I do not need to fight you. I simply need to run out the clock. Once you are unable to wield your Bankai, your chance of victory is gone. Of course Aizen would tell him about our weaknesses, Toshiro mentally cursed his hated enemy. As loathsome as he was to admit it, Zamari had a point. If the battle continued to drag out he'd lose. And there was no telling if he'd throw a Ryu or the Arankars at him to distract him. And the way the white cat hollow kept howling and thrashing put him at unease. He would need to end this quickly then deal with it. When Toshiro landed on the ground Zamari saw his chance to end it. True. He could just run out the clock and wait until Toshiro was vulnerable. But he regarding the young Soul Reaper with a bit of respect for coming all the way here alone and would give the captain a worthy death, even if the captain was not his equal. Toshiro, look out, Orihime shouted when she saw the pink blossom dig its roots into the ground again. He's going to create explosive flowers around you. Even as Orihime warned him, Zamari's flowers began to bloom around the icy boy. Toshiro cursed when he felt the spirit energy inside them reach volatile levels. He brought up his sword to give him a barrier of ice but he knew he wasn't going to make it in time before he was blown to Kingdom Come. Lanzador Verde, a green lance, pulsing with black and red energy, came out of nowhere and pierced the flowers. Zipping through the air, it shredded them one after the other before it returned to its master's hand. Orihime turned and was shocked to see who it was. Nell. Toshiro and Zamari turned their heads. All of the eyes on Zamari's body widened in horror when he saw Neliel, standing in a new form. Majoreta Resurrección. But how? Walking past Pesci and Dondochaka, restrained by ropes of pink spirit energy, Nell stood tall in her new form. Her Centaur Resurrección had been upgraded with Ichigo's spirit energy fueling her. Her hollow mask was gone, replaced by 4 curved horns. The fur on her equine body was darker and had extended to her top half, covering her arms and breasts with thick gray fur. Pink markings adorned her body while red and black spirit energy pulsed from the scar on her forehead and a tail of blue fur swished back and forth, burning with pink spirit energy. In her hands was a new, stylized lance, consisting of a handle and a blade of pink energy. For the first time since he'd set foot on the battlefield, Zamari started to feel fear take hold of him. Before, the power gap between him and Nell was enough to not even consider her a threat anymore. But now, how can this be? Where could you have gotten a Majoreta cube? Nell ignored Zamari's outburst and took a deep breath. Ichigo's spirit energy was a lot to get used to. She slowly made her way over to Toshiro before cocking a thumb over to Noitora's severed head. A parting gift from an old friend. Looking past Nell, Zamari saw that the hollow hole in Noitora's left eye was empty. Grr. Zamari clenched his teeth in rage. He'd thought the cube was destroyed after Yoruichi blasted Noitora, or that at the very least the cube had been lost to the sands while she'd been devouring him. Nell turned to the cautious Soul Reaper next to her. You have no reason to trust me. But I ask that you let me fight by your side. We can hash things out peacefully afterwards. You're right, I don't trust you, scoffed Toshiro. But I don't have the time to worry about that. I'll deal with you after we finish him. Finish me? How are you going to do that, Captain Hitsugaya? Zamari clapped his hands and quickly brought Uryu and Yoruichi in front of him. When you're too busy dealing with your friends. Uryu fired a licked region at the pair while Yoruichi lunged forward. Soul Reaper and Arankar darted away from the volley, the arrows landing uselessly in the sands. Gra, howled Yoruichi while gunning for Nell. Even if Zamari hadn't been controlling her, her bloodlust and need to devour would have spurred her to kill the former Espada anyway. Sorry, Yoruichi, but I have to be a little rough. Nell raised an arm to throw her lance. She knew the threat Yoruichi posed. What she did to Noitora in his enhanced state was proof enough. She ignored Orihime's cries of protest and hurled the lance at Yoruichi. The white hollow was faster and dodged the lance by a hair, the glowing weapon landing in the sands next to her. Her mechanical claw burning with yellow spirit energy, Yoruichi crouched and prepared to strike, paying no heed to the lance that was swelling with energy. A bright pink explosion erupted from the lance, sending Yoruichi flying. She landed on the desert sands with a heavy thud, howling in pain. The explosion had wounded her badly, her sides bleeding and one of her back feet gone. Before she could get up to attack again, Nell restrained her with the same pink energy ropes she put on her friends. Uryu fired volley after volley at Toshiro, the captain blocking them with his ice. I don't know if you can hear me, Uryu. But for what it's worth, Toshiro held his sword up and brought it down. I'm sorry. Orihime covered her mouth to suppress a scream when she saw Toshiro freeze her friend, encasing him in ice. Toshiro was merciful enough to leave his head unfrozen, letting him breathe and making a mental note to thaw him out as soon as they were done with Zamari. Grr, useless. Zamari had his tiki shield spin around him, creating another massive Sero. I will destroy you all. Calling her lance back, Nell pointed the tip at Zamari and created a Sero of her own. The two Seros met, causing another explosion which rocked the fortress. Nell stood triumphantly as the smoke cleared, while Zamari's expression gave away his fear. Toshiro landed behind Zamari, ready to finish the job. It is over, Zamari. You've lost. With his teeth clenched, Zamari forced his lips to smile. Have I? You overlooked one thing, Nelliel. He opened his palm to reveal his widened eye. I kept one puppet in reserve. Kya. Nell turned to find Kazuki behind Orihime, wrenching one of her arms behind her back while keeping Benihime's sword at her throat. On the man's chin and neck was Zamari's mark. Orihime, you coward, she spat, turning back to Zamari. In battle, victory is all that is important, reminded Zamari. What will you do now, Captain? He asked Toshiro. Is it not the duty of Soul Reapers to protect humanity? Toshiro cursed Zamari for the underhanded tactic but remained where he was. Throw down your weapons, unless you want me to spill the girl's blood all over the sands. Zamari smirked. He knew he still had the upper hand. All he had to do was keep Toshiro at bay for a few more minutes until he couldn't use his Bankai, then use his Amor to take control of Nell. After that, it'd be a simple matter of forcing Orihime to revive the fallen Espadas. Zamari's plan was flawless. Except he forgot about one other person. From behind Kazuki came a voice, its owner all but forgotten in the chaos. Bakudo number 4. Heinawa. A golden rope wrapped around Kazuki's arm, yanking it, and his sword, away from Orihime's throat. Kazuki turned around to find Rukia back on her feet. Her hands glowed as she threw another rope around Kazuki, restraining him. Nell, Captain Hitsugaya, now. Cursing, Zamari decided to go for broke. Fine then, I will destroy you all. He stretched out his 4 arms and all of his eyes widened. You will not escape my Amor. Orihime and Rukia braced themselves but no attack came. When they looked up, they saw ice slowly envelop Zamari's body, leaving only his head intact. What? To make matters worse for him, his tiki shields were also frozen, falling to the ground. Rukia's interference caused you to lose concentration. I used that opportunity to freeze all of your eyes. And it doesn't matter if your eyes are looking at my ice. Once something is frozen, all functions stop. Goodbye, Zamari. Nell pointed her lance at her former comrade. You lose. Her body crackled with power, her lance lighting up. Lanza de Luz Gamuza. A blast of spirit energy erupted from her spear. His death coming right at him, Zamari could do nothing but scream. No. Toshiro dashed out of the way before he was caught in Nell's blast. The Arrancar's might was chilling to the Soul Reaper. Seeing how powerful Nell was, he wasn't sure if he could take her in a fight. When the dust settled, everyone looked to see what had happened to Zamari. Even Nell was shocked at her increased power when she saw that she'd blasted the top half of Zamari away, his lower half falling from the flower it rested on and landed uselessly on the sands in a heap of blood. So, this is Ichigo's energy merged with the Espada's. It's scary, she confessed. And intoxicating, she quietly added to herself. With Zamari's death, the sun marks from everyone faded. Uryu gasped as he came back to reality, only to find himself encased his ice. What the hell? What happened to me? Huh. Both Pesci and Dondochaka blinked as they came back to consciousness. Master Nell, what happened? Still unconscious, Kazuki fell to the ground, his sword slipping out of his hands. While Rukia untangled him from her rope spell, Orihime wasted no time in healing the fallen shopkeeper. Though she was freed from the Espada's control, Yoruichi continued to howl with bloodlust and pain from her missing foot. Sealing his Bankai, Toshiro approached Uryu and quickly let him out of his ice. You were controlled by that Espada. It's over now, he's dead. What are you doing here? Uryu asked before he took notice of everyone else. Wait a minute, Orihime, Rukia, what happened to Kazuki? Uryu noted Nell's appearance. When did you get a Majorata Resurrection, Nell? I plucked the cube out of Noitora's head and put it in my hollow hole, explained Nell, who shifted back to her normal sealed state. Nell, I've been wondering, where's your hollow hole? Asked a curious Orihime. Smiling, Nell leaned forward and whispered the answer into Orihime's ear. Everyone wondered what the answer was since it made Orihime blush. Uryu then noticed the writhing hollow on the sands. As that, he saw the purple hair and put two and two together. Yoruichi. That Espada experimented on her. Turned her into that. We were able to calm her down, but we need Kazuki for that, Rukia told him. Toshiro remained silent. His first instinct was to kill Yoruichi and put her out of her suffering. But he noted the mechanical parts as well as the bizarre mask on her face. Is there nothing we can do? Kazuki said he might be able to fix her, but he needs the Hogyoku. Then he can. No. Toshiro shook his head. The Hogyoku is too dangerous. And it's dangerous in Kazuki's hands as much as it is in Aizen's. It needs to be destroyed. Aizen said Kazuki wasn't able to destroy it, pointed out Rukia. Looking over at the unconscious shopkeeper, Toshiro crossed his arms. Can't, or won't. I've often wondered about that. Seeing the cautious looks everyone was giving him, the boy decided this wasn't the time for such discussion. We'll discuss this later. We need to focus on saving Asahi. Uryu pushed his glasses up. First things first, Captain Hitsugaya, why are you here? Sighing, Toshiro sheathed his sword. I came of my own volition. I couldn't just sit by while the head captain and the others punished Isshin and his family for doing nothing wrong. The head captain has elected to arrest Isshin and imprison him and Ichigo's sisters. What? Everyone shouted. That's absurd. Rukia knew that the captains could be harsh, but this was too much. Isshin hasn't done anything wrong and Ichigo's sisters are completely innocent in all of this. I know, which is why I raced back to Karakura town to warn Isshin before Soifan could arrest them. I asked Harribel's minions to open a Garganta to send me here to help Ichigo rescue his daughter. He looked around and scowled. We're too exposed out in the open. We need to find Asahi and get out of here. Speaking of which, Nell looked up at the dome. We should go help Harribel and Ichigo, if we had trouble with the Espada then. Everyone's eyes widened when they felt two spiritual pressures dwindle down to almost nothing, like two candles about to go out. Ichigo, Harribel, Chapter 49. Several minutes ago, Las Noches, above the dome. One of the walls on the tower burst open, spilling the two combatants onto the stone canopy of Las Noches. Angrier than he'd ever been in his life from the loss of Orihime, the hollow-feet Ichigo let out an anguished cry of rage while attacking the stoic Espada, his black sword almost burning from his furious spirit energy. Ulquiorra blocked Ichigo's attacks, but even he could see why Aizen was so interested in Ichigo's power. Blood dripped down his arm, a wound among many from Ichigo's constant firing of his Getsuga Tensho. His shirt had been blasted off, revealing his ivory-white body and his espada tattoo on his chest, covered in blood. Loathsome as he was to admit it, Ulquiorra understood just how powerful Ichigo was. The horned substitute crashed into his opponent with the force of a freight train loaded with dynamite. Eyes full of rage glared at Ulquiorra behind the mask. Gripping his sword with his clawed hands, the hollow-feet Ichigo blasted his hated enemy with a point-blank Getsuga Tensho, sending him flying away. Had enough, screamed the angry Ichigo, stomping his way towards Ulquiorra. Hardly. Despite the large gash across his chest, Ulquiorra calmly stood up and turned to face the irate Ichigo. As his senses picked up what was happening below the dome, his expression flickered. It would seem I underestimated the capacity of your friends. My friends. The words unsettled Ichigo and put a dampener on his seething rage. Calming down helped him sense the people directly below him. He felt the battling spiritual pressures of Rukia, Kazuki, Nell and Orihime. He gasped in surprise, his anger evaporating like steam when he realized his dear friend was still alive. Nodding, the fourth Espada calmly put up a stance. It seems your friend's powers were greater than even Lord Aizen anticipated. She managed to survive getting devoured by Araniero and killed him from the inside. Amidst the battling pressures below his feet, Ichigo also detected one that was familiar yet foreign to his senses. As that, Yoruichi. The anger returned and he looked back up at Ulquiorra with anger flashing in his eyes. What have you sick bastards done to her? I have done nothing. That would be Xialaporo's handiwork. He desired to experiment on a captain and turned her into a hollow. I did not care about the particulars, but he mentioned adding cybernetics to her body. The relief he'd felt from Orihime's survival was quickly replaced by the indignity of what had been done to Yoruichi. How dare you treat my friends so shamefully? Ichigo raised his arm to hurl another powerful Getsuga Tensho at the quiet Espada. The air burst with a sonic boom. Ulquiorra slipped beneath Ichigo's guard and appeared at his unprotected right side, finger pointed at the boy's shoulder. Do you know what the difference between you and me is? He asked as a green orb pulsed at his fingertip. You might wear the mask of a hollow. But you're only human, and that makes you a weakling. The blast hit Ichigo hard, but he was strong enough to withstand it. After the blast ended, he looked up to see Ulquiorra standing in the air above him, looking down at him. And it was then that Ichigo noticed something bizarre about the Arrancar's appearance. Namely the cube embedded in the hole in Ulquiorra's throat. What is that? He sensed his own energy coming from the cube. Did you not listen to me earlier? Lord Aizen gave us a gift to crush you. This cube is the key to our Majoreta Resurrección. And with it, I'll show you that a human playing hollow is no match for us. Nor is he of any use to Lord Aizen. Pointing his sword at Ichigo, Ulquiorra's eyes flashed with an emotion Ichigo had seen in them before, malice. Imprison. Murcielago. The cube in his throat erupted, enveloping the Espada in a large vortex of black and red energy. Ichigo put his guard up but felt like he was being overwhelmed by the Espada's pressure until he finally emerged, reborn in his Majoreta Resurrección. Though the name of his release meant Bat, Ulquiorra now had the appearance of a fallen angel. The ebon hair he sported was now a ghostly white, long and untamed. Behind him flapped 4 large black wings and a tail that burned with black and green fire at the tip. From his hair grew horns made of green and black spirit energy. His hollow hole had now moved to the center of his chest, now heart-shaped and brimming with Ichigo's spirit energy. A black robe covered his lower half. The dark angelic Espada floated down to the ground, letting Ichigo take in his new appearance and realize the gravity of his situation. You should have obeyed while you had the chance, Ulquiorra warned, taking a step towards the cautious Ichigo. Now I'll drag what's left of you to Lord Aizen. If you're lucky, his eyes, now gold, narrowed at the boy, perhaps he'll be generous enough to put you back together piece by piece. A spear of burning green and black energy flared to life in the empowered Espada's grasp. Ichigo steadied his blade and responded by raising his spirit pressure to the max. Ulquiorra responded in kind and they both leapt into the air, their weapons colliding. The sound of thunder echoed across the desert. White Devil and Black Angel dueled in the bleak purgatory of sand. With all the raw power of his hollowification, Ichigo threw himself into the fight, ready to tear Ulquiorra apart. Thanks to his training, he was capable of fighting evenly with Harribel in her resurrection, finally able to match her indomitable strength. But this was back when he thought his mentor and lover had been near the top of Aizen's totem pole. Only now did he realize the truth in Ulquiorra's words. The Espada was able to push him back with little effort. Flapping all four of his wings, the demonic angel summoned a whirlwind to send Ichigo crashing down onto the dome. Grr, growled Ichigo, trying hard not to lose heart. He needed to focus. You won't win. Ichigo knew he had to finish this now. Harribel was counting on him. His friends were counting on him. His baby was counting on him. Getsuga Tensho. The black blade in Ichigo's hands pulsed with a mad fire of red and black energy. Pouring all his anger and rage into his attack, Ichigo hurled the crescent-shaped attack at his adversary. His golden eyes narrowing, Ulquiorra held up a hand to block the attack. Ichigo was satisfied when he saw the Espada be engulfed by a massive explosion. He waited for the smoke to clear but found Ulquiorra still alive, albeit his arm bloodied from the effort. You're stronger than I gave you credit for. Ulquiorra methodically noted his injured arm, surprising Ichigo with his high-speed regeneration. You seem surprised. Did your teacher never tell you that my regeneration abilities are the greatest among the Espadas? Ichigo mentally cursed. That attack was him at his strongest and it had only inflicted a flesh wound. And it had easily healed. My mistake was aiming for the wrong spot. Let's see how well your regeneration works when I take your head. And your second mistake was assuming I'll give you the chance. A finger pointed at Ichigo. A black Sero formed in front of it, ready to return the favor for Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo didn't wait for him to fire and jumped into the air to avoid it. The black Sero erupted from Ulquiorra's fingertip, narrowly missing the 5 towers and blasting the desert behind the fortress, causing a geyser of sand. Sweat dripped down Ichigo's back. He didn't want to admit it, but the power gap seemed to grow wider with each display of the Espada's strength. He clenched his sword's hilt while trying to think of a strategy. I don't know if I can take him alone. Maybe if I could find Harribel and we fought him 2-on-1. As soon as that thought entered Ichigo's mind though, he saw something behind Ulquiorra on the far side of the dome. When his eyes honed in on it and he saw what it was, every atom of his body went cold with fright. No, Harribel. Harribel lay in a pool of blood at the feet of a blue-haired Arrancar with a feral appearance. Her white sword was in pieces and her right arm had been ripped off at the elbow. Her body was a roadmap of gashes and claw marks. Even from far away he heard a groan of pain come from her bruised lips when the Arrancar stomped her head with his clawed foot. Looking up, Grimmjow grinned when he saw Ichigo. His face might have been masked but the wicked man could guess what his expression was. Glad you could finally join us. I'm hoping you aren't as big a disappointment as your bitch teacher. He stomped down on Harribel's head again, earning a scream of pain from the woman. Who's top dog now, bitch? He sneered down at her. The sight of the woman he loved being cruelly tortured made Ichigo see red. Get your foot off of her. Dashing past Ulquiorra, Ichigo let out a hollow roar as he charged at Grimmjow. How dare you. He raised his sword over his head. Stab. Gak KK. Looking down, Ichigo saw a black hand burst out of his stomach. Behind him, Ulquiorra shook his head with disdain. You were so rattled you completely forgot about the opponent in front of you. In the end, you were only human. How pathetic. Your master said that she remained with you because she felt human. Clearly you infected her with your weakness. Ripping his hand out of Ichigo's guts, the Aben Espada raised a hand. He wasn't going to use his black Sero. Instead he was going to use something far worse. 4 green and black orbs appeared at the tips of his black wings. Tormenta de Murcielago. The 4 orbs burst at once, creating a tornado of black energy that engulfed Ichigo. The substitute didn't even have time to scream before he was assaulted at point-blank range. His mask shattered and his body was blasted almost to pieces by the raw force of Ulquiorra's attack. Still held down by Grimmjow's foot, Harribel could only watch in horror as her student and lover fell to earth, his body a blackened husk, Tensa Zangetsu spilling out of his hand. Most of Ichigo's vibrant orange hair had been burned away and he looked unrecognizable. Unable to maintain his hollowification or even heal, Ichigo's hollow hole closed up but his grievous wounds remained. Go, she grunted. Scoffing with disdain, Ulquiorra floated down and grabbed Ichigo by his ankle, dragging him over to Harribel and Grimmjow. A bloody trail followed them as he dragged the half-dead boy to his master. His golden eyes finding Harribel's, Ulquiorra showed her the same disgust he displayed towards Ichigo. Consider this punishment for your rebellion, traitor. You chose the wrong student. TCH. Grimmjow scoffed as he looked over at the bleeding, burned Ichigo. This kid was worth all the trouble. We might as well kill them both and be done with it. I agree. Ulquiorra tossed Ichigo over to Harribel, the boy's beaten body landing right next to hers. But we have our orders. Let us finish the rest of the intruders and hand the trash over to Lord Aizen. He saw Harribel reach out to Ichigo with her remaining hand and promptly stomped it. It is pointless to keep resisting, Harribel. You two are beaten. It's over. You've lost. Chapter 50. Meanwhile. Las Noches. Desert Dome. Ichigo. Orihime cried out when she felt her friend's spiritual pressure dwindle down to almost nothing. Harribel. Nell's eyes widened when she too detected the Espada's woman fade away. Both master and student felt like they were moments away from death, their spiritual pressure's candles about to go out. Kazuki cursed. This isn't good. Aizen might want them alive but the two they're fighting might decide otherwise. We need to go help them now. Uryu. He turned to the Quincy, his expression grave. Can you make a platform of reishi to carry us up to the top? I can. But it'd had to be a lot to carry all of us up Orihime. He saw the orangutan fly up to the dome, using her Santen Keshun as a platform with Nell by her side. Wait. Orihime ignored her, climbing higher and higher with Nell in her desperation to save Ichigo. But she only made it halfway before a large red blast shot towards her, destroying the shield platform and dropping them back down into the desert below. Hya! Orihime screamed before she was caught by Uryu, Dondochaka catching Nell. Thanks, Uryu. Uryu said nothing, not faulting her attempt to save Ichigo and Harribel on her own. Letting her down, he turned to see who attacked her. Now, Jin Ichimaru smirked while standing over everyone atop a sand dune. Why would you ladies run off on your own to find a committed couple when there's a perfectly single man right here? As soon as her eyes locked with the rogues, Rukia instantly drew her sword. Her teeth clenched, anger fueling her tired body. She hadn't forgotten what Jin had done on her way to the Sokyoku Hill. She knew more than anyone that this man was just as depraved as the former captain Jin followed. Sensing what was going on above them, Jin tilted his head. Oh dear, things aren't going so well for those two. Captain Aizen's going to be real disappointed. He had a lot of hopes for Ichigo and Harribel. But then again, I guess it's to be expected with the power boost Zyolaporo gave everyone. Kazuki, keeping a hand on Yoruichi to keep her from lunging at Jin, released his Shikai. This whole thing has just been a ruse to lure Ichigo and Harribel back here. All of this is because Aizen manipulated them since Ichigo was born and before Harribel was an Arankar. I think it's time somebody explained to us what exactly Aizen wants with Ichigo and Harribel. Care to explain, Jin? Folding his hands into his robes, Jin remained silent. He looked from one person to another before his eyes returned to Kazuki. Sorry, but I'm not telling you. Well, that's not fair. The foxy rogue grinned, his face twisting to look like a kitsune mask. Too bad. Life's not fair. Tired of this conversation, Rukia stepped forward, her white sword gleaming under the fake sun's rays. You're really confident for someone who's outnumbered 8-1. As one, everyone drew their weapons, Orihime reading her hairpins and Yoruichi crouching and preparing to pounce. Oh, I'm aware of the odds. But I'm a lover, not a fighter. That's why every Jin Ichimaru action figure comes complete. Jin cocked a thumb behind him. With him. A massive figure jumped out from behind the dune, landing between the group and Jin. Nell's eyes widened in recognition when she recognized their new opponent. Ha! Yami Li Argo sneered while towering above everyone else, his form massive compared to his fellow Espadas. So you're the ants who kept skittering around down here. Hey, His eyes turned to the severed head of Noitora and the remaining lower half of Zamari. He could also no longer detect Araniero or Zyalaporo. Even the Exequias were gone. Idiots. Those weaklings got killed by ants. He cracked his knuckles. Well, more the merrier for me. Yoruichi had enough waiting. She had no interest in the scrawny soul reaper behind the espada. To her, Yami was the bigger prize, like a big slab of meat waiting to be devoured. With an ear-splitting cry she leapt at the massive espada. Her tail arched up and shot several grenades at Yami. The balls detonated on impact, but it did nothing to the massive Arankar. What the hell was that? That tickled. Yoruichi slashed at him with her claw, but it barely nicked him and he caught it with ease. You're a funny-looking hollow. He noticed all of her mechanical parts and raised an eyebrow. So you're Zyalaporo's pet. Good. His ugly face sneered at the howling hollow as his grip on her right arm tightened. I never get tired of tearing his stuff apart. Arghhhhhhh. Yoruichi's scream was enough to almost make everyone deaf. Yami pulled her arm right off of her like he was pulling apart cotton candy. Blood and wires spilled from the stump that remained. Yoruichi opened her mouth to try to bit Yami's throat out, but Yami merely blasted her with a sero at point-blank range. Yoruichi, Orihime and Kazuki screamed when they saw their friend get sent flying, landing on a sand dune with a thud in a pool of blood. Kazuki quickly ran to his friend while everyone readied for Yami's attack. Ha, was that the best you got? Yami's eyes turned to Nell. Hey, I remember you. You're that girl Noitora oft. He only barely remembered Nell, not caring for her any more than he cared for Harribel. Sorry, Yami, but I'm still kicking. Nell readied her sword and prepared to use her new Majorata Resurrección. Let's fix that, shall we? Traitors aren't welcome here. You can forget saving those two weaklings up there. He pointed a finger at the dome before taking off his shirt to reveal his espada tattoo. Remembering what Harribel had told them, the group knew instantly from the 10 tattoo that this was in fact the strongest of the espadas. That traitor and her weakling got smashed by Ulquiorra and Grimmjow and I'm leagues above them. Hey, Jin, he called out to the rogue behind him. I get to kill all of them, right? Yep, go wild, buddy. Jin smiled. Yami grinned. Meanwhile, above the dome, Pain. Ichigo thought he knew pain before but never like this. Opening his one remaining eye, he coughed while trying not to choke on his own blood. His guts, what was left of them, were burning while he lay in a pool of his own blood. Beside him lay Harribel, barely conscious as well, her body covered in gashes. Grimmjow cruelly stomped on the stump of her right arm, her appendage torn off at the elbow. As Harribel screamed in pain, Ichigo felt tears sting his eyes. The woman who was his teacher and so much more was in agony, and yet there was little Ichigo could do. He could barely move an inch, his body blackened and burned. You can stop that now. She's not getting back up. Ever. Shut it, Ulquiorra. Grimmjow wiped the blood from his mouth and turned his attention to Ulquiorra and his new form. Keep interfering with my fun and I'll test myself on you next. Don't get ahead of yourself. You know full well that you're no match for me. Grimmjow's lips formed a toothy grin. As that's so. While the two espadas bickered, Ichigo slowly reached out and grabbed Harribel's hand, letting her know he was still alive. Harribel's bruised lips opened but she could make no sound, her eyes begging Ichigo for forgiveness. Has it all been for nothing? He thought to himself. Is it really going to end like this? Ichigo. Harribel had known suffering but never like this. She'd never been outmatched so severely by an opponent. To be defeated by the likes of Grimmjow made her want to die of shame. Her throat hoarse from screaming in pain, Harribel felt Ichigo's hand touch hers. She wanted to squeeze, to try to give her student some reassurance, but even that was beyond her now. It was over now. They'd lost. Tears fell down her face. Her mind brought up an image of her imminent future and it tore her heart apart. Ulquiorra and Grimmjow would drag the two to Aizen, and even if he did spare them, their torment would never end. And no doubt her little baby would be used as some sick experiment by her master. Has it all been for nothing? She thought to herself, her eyes closing as she used the last of her strength to squeeze Ichigo's hand. Have all the sacrifices we've made been for nothing? Sacrifice. Ulquiorra saw Ichigo grab Harribel's hand but made no move. He knew the two were done for. Looks like Yami has finally started to handle the rabble. It would seem this mess has finally resolved. Hey, whatever. Grimjow looked down at the pair and scoffed. He put a foot over their hands and enjoyed the groans both made. We're done with these losers anyway. Hey, you guys. Turning around, the Panther Arrancar called out to his 5 fractions. Come pick these weaklings up and dump them in Lord Aizen's chambers. From the shadows of the desert emerged Shalong and the other members of Grimjow's group. They circled the pair and all laughed at their defeated bodies, Ulquiorra slowly walking away. As hands reached to slowly drag them away, Ichigo slowly felt someone call for him, deep in the innermost parts of his soul. His hand still gripped Harribel's while he was pulled into his inner world. Knowing her fate, Harribel closed her eyes and let her mind drift off, thinking of all the sacrifices she'd made. Sacrifices that were now in vain. Ichigo's inner world, the once beautiful sideways city, was now a smoldering ruin. Ichigo found himself on his knees on what was left of the side of a building. Panting for breath, the wounded boy looked up to find his inner hollow staring down at him with disapproving eyes. Wow, King, you really screwed this one up. Putting a hand over his ripped guts, Ichigo struggled to even breathe. He didn't bother asking where the old man was. Dealing with his inner hollow chewing him out was bad enough. Too strong. He's too strong. They're using my own spirit energy against me. Ironic. They call you a weakling, yet it's your energy that makes them strong. Sighing, the white Ichigo turned around and walked over a few steps. You wanna know why you got your ass kicked? It ain't because they juiced themselves with your spirit energy. You should be strong enough to tear that winged freak apart limb from limb. No, your strength has been handicapped. That's why you lost so easily. Ichigo looked up, confused by the hollow's words. What are you talking about? Walking over to the pole his black counterpart used to stand on, Zangetsu leaned against it. You're afraid, Ichigo. You're terrified. How can you fight at your best when your mind is filled with fear? I'm not afraid. The response didn't change Zangetsu's mind. Ever since Aizen spilled the beans, you've been nothing but a terrified mess. You're terrified that you're nothing but Aizen's pawn. You're terrified that your fling with shark tits has been nothing but another of his schemes. You're terrified to let your girlfriend and your daughter down. You're terrified you can't defeat both Aizen and the captains. You're terrified you can't save everyone. The hollow pointed a finger at Ichigo. You are terrified. You've been that way since before I shared my power with you. That's why you can't go all the way with your hollowification. Ichigo was stunned. He couldn't deny that the hollow was right. He was afraid, but more astonishing to him was the last thing Zangetsu had said. What do you mean? He asked in between groans. Silent as the grave, Zangetsu walked over to the boy and pulled out his white Zangetsu blade. You've been afraid to become one with me. You've accepted me, but that's not the same. That's why you can take on my image but not my full power. Now, it's time to choose, Ichigo. He grabbed the wounded boy by his shoulder and hauled him up to his feet. Are you Aizen's pawn, or are you not? He held out his sword to the boy, tip pointing straight at his heart. Will you give in to fear and be his slave? Or will you fight and save our babe and our little girl? Staring at the white blade, Ichigo felt a pang of fear hit him. He knew he was at the point of no return, and if he was to save Harribel and Asahi, he'd have to put aside his fears of everything. It was his only chance. Harribel understands the meaning of sacrifice. So should you. Slowly, the boy's hand gripped the white blade. Will I still remain me? He asked, his one doubt that had lingered over him since he realized he had a hollow. The white Ichigo's face softened a bit. Aren't I you? How can you be anything else? Nodding, Ichigo closed his eyes and held his breath before he plunged the hollow's blade into his heart. Like a pestilent mist, Zangetsu melted and entered Ichigo's body through his heart, the blade sinking further into his chest until it had completely melted into Ichigo. Half of Ichigo's burned body turned ghostly white and he opened his eyes, letting both his soul reaper and hollow powers blend together. From the depths of his soul, Ichigo heard the lingering voice of Zangetsu. Tell me, Ichigo, are you afraid? No. His body beginning to change, Ichigo balled his hands into fists. I'm pissed. Meanwhile, Harribel's inner world, the inner world of an Arrancar, was vastly different than what a soul reaper had. Instead of meeting her sword in a realm that mirrored her personality, Harribel floated in an endless void, her consciousness barely hanging on. Opening her eyes, she looked around and realized where she was. Hey, I haven't been here since I first evolved from a Jillian. Voices came from all around her, voices from the other hollows that were a part of Harribel. These hollows were silenced after Harribel evolved and her consciousness rose above the rest, but here their voices rang like the sea crashing against the rocks. They called her weak, pathetic, sentimental. They roared at her for her vain sacrifices. Sacrifice? Harribel hung her head. She thought she knew what that meant. Sacrifice had been her whole being. She thought she'd given up enough so she would not have to suffer loss again. What else is there to give? I'm going to lose everything. Tears fell from her face. My fractions, my student, my baby, Aizen is going to take them all away. The voices grew louder, almost to the point where they felt like one massive voice instead of many. What are you willing to sacrifice now? They screamed. Floating in the void, Harribel thought of it for a moment. Anything. Bah bump. Pain surged through her hollow hole and she bent over. Her body glowed a bright yellow, lighting up the darkness. What are you willing to sacrifice now? The voices screamed again. Everything. Bah bump. The glow grew stronger with the pain. The hole in her womb felt like it was on fire, veins of yellow reishi coursing through her. Looking up, she saw the face of a giant hollow mask loom in front of her, the mask she wore back when she was a Jillian. What are you willing to sacrifice? Myself. Harribel screamed as the pain in her hollow hole ignited. To protect the man I love and my daughter, I'd sacrifice the world. Her body became consumed by yellow fire. The white armor she wore burned away, leaving only her flesh. She stretched out her arms and offered herself to the giant hollow mask, her determination renewed. I am not Tear Harribel. I am sacrifice. The burning espada floated right towards the mask. As she passed through its maw, the white mask closed its mouth, devouring her whole. Its eyes lit up with her yellow glow and became consumed by her fire. The mask melted away, leaving a shadowy figure in its wake. And she was pissed. Meanwhile, back in reality, everyone stopped in their tracks. The two empowered espadas turned. They felt a booming sound come from their victims. Shalong let go of Ichigo's shoulder and D-Roy dropped Harribel's leg when they both felt a massive spike in energy come from them. That's impossible. Ulquiorra stared at Ichigo as his body glowed white, Harribel's yellow. What is happening? Then he saw something that he thought was impossible. He saw Ichigo start to get up. Meanwhile, Aizen's room. The stillness of the room was broken by a sudden boom. Sitting in his chair, Aizen tilted his head up when he felt Ichigo's spiritual pressure rise, followed by his mentor's. That's my boy. Chapter 51. Las Noches. Stark's room. Stark. Wake up, you dummy. A tiny Arrancar girl with lime green hair, her head covered by a helmet mask fragment, kicked the Primera Espada's stomach to get him up. Lord Aizen wants you in the battle. Half of us are already dead. Get your ass up. The strongest of the Espada, barring a powered-up Yami, rolled over onto his side and sighed. The dark-haired man looked surprisingly human were it not for the necklace fragment around his neck. Stark yawned and looked up at his other half lazily. Come on, Lillinet, is there really a point to fighting anymore? Of course there's a point. Lillinet kicked him again, but Stark ignored the blow. What are you expecting to happen? Those guys to just peek into your room, find you napping and move on? Maybe. Lillinet wanted to pull her hair out. Come on already. Tosin sent me down here to come get you. Those intruders are mucking up the place. With half the Espadas gone, that means you're needed now more than ever. Stark rolled over onto his back and looked up at the girl. But instead of the lazy expression Stark was known to have, his face showed that he was locked in serious thought. Am I though? Especially since Lord Aizen is hedging his bets on that Ichigo kid. The statement made Lillinet blink. What are you talking about? You're the Primera Espada, for crying out loud. Stark's eyes turned from the ceiling and over the child. Are we sure I'm not just a placeholder for Harribel's protege? Lillinet stopped cold. What are you talking about? She asked again. Sitting up, Stark scratched the back of his head. It's been bugging me ever since Barrigan failed to bring back Harribel. What does Lord Aizen want with the kid? His eyes narrowed as he remembered Aizen's expression back then. He knew Ichigo would get the upper hand over Baragon. And I'm betting he knew the kid would beat Baragon the second time they met. When they came to Las Noches to steal back their baby, Lord Aizen told us to bring them in alive. Why? Stark turned his head to the roof, where he felt Harribel's spiritual pressure. We have their daughter. I thought that was the prize. Maybe because, Lilith thought about it but she couldn't really find a good answer. Stark reached to a nearby cushion and picked up the Majorata cube that Xialaporo had given him. I thought at first he wanted him to act as a battery to create more of these cubes. Lord Aizen promised us we'd be invincible. But, Stark could feel the echoes left behind by the deaths of Araniero, Zamari and Noitora, plus how Xialaporo's pressure dwindled to almost nothing in the wake of what Kazuki did to him. Half of us are gone. And I don't know what Aizen intends to do with the remaining half once this is all over. He tossed the cube to the side and looked at his companion with honest eyes. I think the Espadas are about to become obsolete. Obsolete? If that kid is really so powerful, what'll Lord Aizen need us for? Let's be honest with each other, Lilith. Lord Aizen sees us as his pawns. He's never shied away from that fact. So what'll happen to the two of us? Stark pointed a finger up, indicating Ichigo. Once he's traded up. The child's face went white. Stark wasn't usually serious, but when he was it was scary. Still, Lilith held out hope. Believe what you want. She turned her head and crossed her arms in denial. That kid's already beaten. You'll see. Grimjow and Ulquiorra have already. A massive boom echoed throughout the room, originating from the dome's rooftop. Lilith started to shake at the ominous spiritual pressure that was coming above them. What was that? Stark gave a loud sigh and laid back down. That was the sound of us becoming obsolete. Meanwhile, Las Noches, above the dome, Ulquiorra felt a shiver run down his spine. He was an Arrancar of facts. He did not believe in miracles. When he took down Ichigo Kurosaki, he knew without any doubt the boy was done for. Yet he could not believe what his eyes were telling him. Impossible, he murmured as he saw the young boy begin to rise. With his body blasted and guts ripped out, Ichigo Kurosaki should have been clinging to what life he had left in him. His back to him, Ichigo panted for breath, keeping a hand on the hole in his stomach. Reaching out, he called out to Tensa Zangetsu and it flew into his hands. Sorry, Ulquiorra, but I don't believe in the impossible. Narrowing his eyes, Ulquiorra outstretched his hand and a lance of green energy emerged. He started to stalk forward towards the impudent boy, ready to spear him in the back to make sure he stayed down. But his eyes once again noticed something baffling and he paused. Tensa Zangetsu was turning white. From its chain to the tip of the sword, the Zanpakuto turned bone white. As it finished its shift in color, Ichigo's body pulsed with black and red energy, disappearing with a large flash of light. Likewise, Grimjow was utterly confused when he sensed a shift in spiritual pressure from Harribel. After brutally mauling her, destroying her white sword and cutting off her arm, there should have been no way she could have any energy left in the tank. Yet he felt her pressure shift and her body glowed a fiery yellow. The hell? Seeing Ichigo also start to rise made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Don't you people ever die? Flexing his claws, he started forward to take off Harribel's head, Aizen's orders be damned. But Grimjow's approach halted when Harribel disappeared with a bright flash of yellow light. The two empowered Espadas were blinded by the twin lights and were almost knocked back as a massive wave of power washed over them. When the light faded, the two saw that in the place of their defeated enemies now stood two powerful warriors reinvigorated and ready for more battle. Ulquiorra stared at the being Ichigo had become, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? He demanded. What are you? Grimjow felt a foreign pang of fear take hold as glowing eyes stared at him. He took up a stance as he sized up what Harribel had transformed into. What the hell? He'd never heard of an Arrancar with a second transformation. True, his resurrection had changed, but it had been through augmentation rather than a genuine power-up. Ichigo now stood without his mask, but his skin was now bone white, almost like Ulquiorra's. His injuries had been healed, his guts had regenerated and even his hair had grown back. Fixed to the left side of his head was a horn. His left eye had inverted to that of his hollowification with black sclera and a yellow iris. All along his naked chest were dark markings that led towards a hole-like tattoo at the center of his chest, where his hollocation's hole used to be. "I am Ichigo Kurosaki," he said to the stunned Espada, his voice calm and strong. Nobody else. Beside him, Harribel had become a sight to behold. She remained without her mask fragment, but her eyes were now a glowing blue. Her hair had gone from sunny blonde to bone white, with several braids reaching all the way down to her knees, as well as now having two black jagged rock-like ornaments that stuck out on either side of her head like ears. Her new transformation had stripped her of her clothing even more. Her breasts and neck were bare, covered only by long strips of her spirit energy. Her left arm had gained a black and yellow gauntlet. Her right arm had grown back and also covered in a black and yellow gauntlet. Her upper back now adorned a black fin. Her waist had 3 gray strips of fabric that trailed behind her, the one in the middle shaped like a shark fin and glowing yellow. Her legs and thighs were covered by black and yellow armor that left her inner thighs exposed and her feet bare. Her crotch was covered by an equally black and yellow armor with her hollow hole exposed, burning a fierce yellow. In her grip she had a new sword. Gone was the huge white broadsword. In its place was now a huge black hilt that produced a sword of pure yellow spirit energy connected by 3 white arrows in the middle. "Resurrección. Segunda etapa," Harribel said, looking at Grimmjow with murder in her eyes. Master and her pupil gave each other a quick glance, surprised by each other's transformations. Ichigo gave his friend and lover a small nod and she responded in kind. They could discuss what had become of them later. Their eyes turned towards their enemies and they gripped their weapons. Ulquiorra cursed and raised his javelin. He didn't know how or why the two had transformed, but he was putting an end to this now. "Enough of this. No matter how much you mimic a hollow, you'll never be stronger than us." He hauled back to throw the javelin with his full force. But a hand snatched his wrist to stop him. Gasping in surprise, Ulquiorra found Ichigo standing beside him, glaring at him with contempt. "How? He slipped right through my pesquisa. How can he be so fast? Funny. All you've been doing is calling me weak and mocking how I've been trying to look more like a hollow. But this whole time you've been fighting using my spirit energy." Ichigo's teeth clenched in anger while staring at the Espada's hollow hole that was shining brightly. "Let's see how you fight without this, weaklings, energy supporting you." Ichigo's hand moved faster than Ulquiorra could react. The hybrid's hand plunged into the Espada's hollow hole and grabbed the source of energy fueling Ulquiorra, ripping it out. Having the Majorata cube ripped out of him, Ulquiorra stumbled backwards. With the source of his new transformation gone, his body started to change back to his original Resurrección. Evidently the process was not without pain, evident by the loud cry of agony the man let out as his wings transformed into a black pair of bat wings, his mask fragment forming on top of his head and his clothes forming a white robe on his chest. "Why you?" he panted, putting a hand over his hole. Staring at the cube in his hand, Ichigo scoffed. "So, this is the ultimate weapon Aizen promised you." Scowling, the hybrid crushed the cube in his fist. The energy contained swirled around his arm before returning to its rightful owner. "Much better." So then, his eyes found Ulquiorra's and the Espada knew fear. "Shall we continue?" Cursing, Ulquiorra dug his nails into his palms to draw blood and pointed a finger at the hybrid, mixing his blood with acero. "Lord Aizen was wrong about you. You're too much of a threat to join us." He fired his Gran Rey Cero at the boy in a last desperate attempt. But his strength had been greatly diminished now that he wasn't in his Majorata form. Ichigo was unimpressed as the electric blue attack came towards him. With a swing of his blade Ichigo cut the blast in half, both sides landing useless across the desert. Black and red energy burned from his now white blade. "Now it's your turn to beg, Ulquiorra." Ichigo's eyes were almost seething with anger. "You can beg Aizen to save your sorry hide." In a last desperate act, Ulquiorra rushed Ichigo. The bat-like Arrancar knew it'd be pointless to run, and after Ichigo practically batted away his Gran Rey Cero, it was pointless to launch another one. His only hope was go attack Ichigo while he was still charging and catch him off guard again. But Ichigo was done with this fight and done with Ulquiorra. His blade was already charged and ready to fire. Ichigo's lips moved but his voice was but a whisper. "Getsuga, Tensho." As he swung, a massive crescent-shaped blast erupted from the tip of the sword, bigger than any Ichigo had unleashed before. Ulquiorra caught the strike at almost point blank. He barely had the time to utter, "No," before he was disintegrated and sent into the void. The death of Ulquiorra caught Grimjow off guard. That idiot went and got himself killed. He growled, looking past Harribel as he watched the dust that was Ulquiorra fly into the desert. "Fine, I'll rip you to shreds first, Harribel. Then." The espada suddenly appeared right in front of him with a burst of sonido. The panther Arrancar was caught completely off guard and barely had time to react when Harribel gave him the mother of all bitch slaps. Grimjow was sent flying, landing at the edge of the dome on the far side. Picking himself up, he spat out a tooth and growled with rage, his mouth filling with blood. "You damn bitch." He raised his hand to form an attack. Once again, Harribel appeared right in front of him. She was so close that Grimjow could see his reflection in her angry glowing blue eyes. Without a word, she snatched his wrist. Ever hear the phrase, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned"? Her grip tightened and Grimjow hissed as his bones cracked. "You should have known better than to poke the shark." And with that, she pulled. Arg! The sickening sound of flesh and bone being ripped was drowned out by Grimjow's scream as Harribel ripped his arm off. A look of rage flashed across Harribel's face as she brought the arm down on Grimjow's head and knocking him to the ground, beating him senseless with his own arm. Forced to flee with Sonido, the now one-armed Grimjow glared at Harribel as he picked himself up. "I'll fucking kill you." His rage only grew when Harribel causally tossed his arm over the side of the fortress. He raised his remaining hand to use his greatest technique to kill her. Pantera Day. A blade of yellow pierced his chest from behind. Blinking in confusion while coughing up blood, Grimjow saw Harribel was no longer in front of him but now behind him, impaling him from behind with her sword. "Enjoy your stay in hell," Harribel whispered into his ear. "Sero." Her glowing sword flared energy and unleashed its power right into Grimjow's body. The animalistic Arrancar let out a terrified scream of agony before her sword blasted him from the inside out with a Sero. Huffing, Harribel lowered her sword and walked over to Ichigo, who was busy admiring her new form. "I see we both had a little heart-to-heart with ourselves," she noted. Ichigo nodding and walked over to meet her. "I guess so. You know, you keep losing clothes and you're going to fight completely naked sooner or later." The now white-haired Harribel smirked. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Deciding to curb the pillow talk, Ichigo turned to the towers. "Did you find Asahi?" "No. I wound up in the throne room and thought that's where they were keeping her. But they tricked me with a hologram." Harribel noted the clashing spiritual pressures below. "Looks like Yami's made his move. I don't sense Stark though." Nodding, Ichigo headed for the nearest tower. "Go help the others down below. I'll find Asahi. And if you find Aizen." Ichigo gripped the white bankai in his hands. "I think it's time I got some answers." A third voice came from behind the pair. "And I think you've more than earned them by now, Ichigo." Harribel. The two whirled around and found Aizen standing on tip of one of the pillars, his body caught in the glow of the moon. Beside him was a floating white orb. The two parents could sense their child's presence within. "Asahi." Harribel gasped. "Well, Ichigo." Harribel, "I think it's time we had a heart-to-heart of our own." Meanwhile, in the distance, away from the white fortress and the fighting going on inside, in the dark sky the air started to spark with black lightning. A red crack formed across the sky, scarring the infinite blackness. And from the hellish red crack emerged a bony hand. Chapter 52, Las Noches. Atop the dome, Aizen, brown and yellow eyes glared at the man in white with seething hatred. This man, this fiend in human flesh, had been the cause of all the suffering Ichigo and Harribel had been through. Asahi. Harribel's glowing eyes were fixed to the white floating orb that served as her baby girl's crib. Knowing Aizen, she knew that there was no hologram within that prison. Her daughter was in there. Seeing the piles of dust that were Grimjow and Ulquiorra, Aizen smiled. "Good, very good. Those two were the perfect espadas to give the pair of you the right push." Ichigo stepped forward and pointed his white tensa zanjetsu at Aizen. "Give me back my daughter." His face impassive, Aizen merely put a finger to his lips. "Ichigo, shouldn't you know by now not to yell in the presence of an infant? You're her father, after all." He put a hand on the crib and gently rocked it back and forth, looking down at the baby sleeping within. We wouldn't want this conversation interrupted by your baby's crying, now would we? Harribel stomped towards the pillar her master stood on. Aizen, enough of this. This has gone on long enough. What do you intend to do with Asahi? Her face hardened as she asked the question that had burned inside her since this rescue mission began. What do you intend to do with us? Aizen continued to stare down at the angry parents for a moment before he disappeared from sight. The two were strong enough to follow his movements and found him at the base of the tower, Asahi's floating crib beside him again. 15 years ago, I saw an opportunity. I saw a Soul Reaper and a Quincy have a chance meeting. And from their union, I saw a young boy with unlimited potential come into the world. The pair were kept on guard as Aizen approached them. What would that boy become? I wondered at the time. So I kept watch and waited. But I became disappointed. The boy had spiritual awareness and could see ghosts, but his abilities were muted, buried beneath his human shell. Even after his mother was murdered, the boy remained with squandered potential thanks to his father's negligence. So I decided to help him along. He became a flower and I his gardener. As the boy grew older, he nurtured a profound desire to protect. So I decided to go looking for someone to stoke his desires. And what did I find? I found a hollow who was at death's door, one who I quickly realized as soon as I saw her that she possessed a similar desire to protect. And when I discovered her, it became apparent that she had the same limitless potential the boy had, to surpass her own kind if given the right push. This hollow, ruled by her guiding principle of sacrifice, seemed like the boy's opposite. Protection and sacrifice, hollow and human, yin and yang, positive and negative. I knew from the moment I found her that she and the boy would be drawn to one another like magnets. I turned the hollow into an Aaronkar, giving her a more human form using the Hogyoku I had developed. Yes, Ichigo. Aizen's eyes noticed Ichigo's surprise and his smile grew a hair wider. For all Kazuki Urahara's cleverness, the one who created the Hogyoku first was not him, but me. Only the true creator of the Hogyoku could understand its real purpose, to sense the hearts of those around it and grant its deepest desires. But my creation was incomplete. To that end I stole the one he attempted to hide inside Rukia Kuchiki and fed it to the one I created in order to strengthen it. Aizen's hand gestured at the floating crib. Using the Hogyoku I removed the hollow's mask and turned her into an Aaronkar. But the Hogyoku sensed, just like I did, that Harribel's desire for sacrifice ran deep and it gave her the ability to defy her own physiology and create life. Then I sent Rukia Kuchiki to the boy and watched the events unfold as they did. And I was not disappointed. Did I know that the hollow would seek out the boy on her own account? Yes. Aizen turned his head to address Ichigo and he gave the boy a knowing smile. Did I know the boy would succumb to his emotions and push their friendship into a more intimate level? Yes, and the results were exactly as I envisioned. The boy and the hollow created a child. The child would be the ultimate representation of their union. The one thing the boy would protect above all others and the one the hollow would sacrifice everything for. And by putting the child in grave jeopardy, the boy and hollow had surpassed their limits and have now at last reached their full potential. And as your secret trainer, I couldn't be more proud. Harribel gripped her sword but stayed her hand for now. Asahi was still in the line of fire. And is that all we are to you? Just a science project. You wanted us to reach our full potential. What about the other Espadas? Looking down at the dome, where he could sense Yami fighting their friends, Aizen dropped his smile. They were merely tools. Weapons for me to sharpen and utilize to my own benefit. But now, I see that I put too much stock in them. I gave them strength, and I went so far as to enhance that strength in order to see them destroy the Soul Society. Yet one after the other they all fell before a group of children and their friends. Even if my Primera were to join the battle, what would it matter now? I took great care to gather all of you and yet the sum total of the Espada's strength falls woefully short of the mark. No. I believe I'm done with them. Ichigo remained confused. Then what are you planning to do with the Soul Society? There's still 10 captains would can't wait to kill you, he pointed out. The Aaronkars were mere prototypes. The two of you are the finished models. You two are the culmination of my research into hollowification. A Soul Reaper that has come a hybrid between human and hollow. An Aaronkar that has gained a human heart and surpassed all limitations to become a hybrid between Soul Reaper and hollow. Had you two chosen the easy way out, you would have been by my side as I swept the Soul Society away. You would have fought the Soul Society and evolved as they pushed you to the brink by threatening all you held dear. The road not taken, Aizen dropped his gaze, lost in his own thoughts. But I suppose the easy way would not have made this so simple now. So tell us then, what did you plan to do with us at the end? Ichigo asked. Aizen was silent but only for a few seconds. When he looked up, for the first time since he'd met the man, Ichigo Kurosaki saw the face of true evil. When I devour the both of you, there will be nobody to stand in my way. I will be a being without limits. I will be a god. Terror struck home in the hearts of Ichigo and Harribel as the truth was laid bare to them. Aizen never planned to let them live from the start. They were just a means to an end. Harribel clenched her teeth as rage took hold of her. You're saying, all this time, we've been just your food. Why so surprised? Did you really think you two would have a happy ending? Mocked the villain. Did you really believe either of you would survive all of this? What about Asahi? Aizen raised an eyebrow. Did you really think any of this was about the child? She was the bait. Aizen causally glanced down at the sleeping baby. She merely exists to pull you two closer together. And to bring you to me. She has served her purpose. Ichigo tensed at the ominous implication. And what do you plan to do with her now? His whole body prepared to rush Aizen at the slightest inkling of danger towards his little girl. The man turned his head back to the hybrid. Nothing. She is little more than a curiosity to me at this point. But as a show of gratitude to the two of you, when all is said and done and I have created a new world, Asahi Kurosaki will be the first person to see it. Who knows? She is half hollow and half soul reaper after all. The baby is a new breed of being. I am curious to what she could become under my wing. Perhaps she'll see parts of you two in me and come to see me as a surrogate father. Both of Asahi's parents were seeing red at this point. I will kill you, Harribel whispered, her entire body beginning to glow from her maternal anger boiling inside her human heart. His evil smile still stretched across his face. Aizen reached into his pocket. It seems our conversation is at an end. I won't belittle the two of you by demanding you kneel down and swear fealty under duress for your daughter's safety. However, like I said, Asahi is a curiosity. I'm quite curious. From his pocket he revealed the Hogyoku. What is the desire of an infant? Aizen's hand hovered above Asahi. The evil soul reaper took personal satisfaction in the horror etched into Ichigo and Harribel's faces as his hand ever so slowly opened up and dropped the Hogyoku into her crib. No, the two shouted. Drawing their weapons, Ichigo and Harribel charged forward and crack. From the desert behind them came a massive pressure. Turning around, the hybrid, the mother and the villain all saw a red crack begin to form across the sky. What in the world is that? Muttered Harribel. Her answer came when a booming voice echoed across the desert. It was a voice all three of them were very familiar with. Did you think you killed me? Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo blinked in confusion. No way. He turned to face Aizen and saw that he was just as confused as Ichigo was. What have you done? Aizen frowned. I'd say it's more of a question of what you've done, Ichigo. I swore I would haunt you forever, Ichigo Kurosaki. And I mean to exact that promise. The crack started to widen and open up. The crack expanded, draping the desert fortress with its glow, the color of blood illuminating everything. From the eerie portal emerged a dark figure, his crimson spiritual pressure igniting the night sky. The shadow revealed itself and Berrigan Loisenbairn returned to his kingdom. All eyes stared at the Lich King of Hueco Mundo. But his resurrection had changed since the last time he fought Ichigo. Berrigan was massive, growing to 3 times his previous size. His crown now had 5 spires with a ruby gem in the middle. From the side of his head protruded 4 huge tusks, covered in gold finery and cracked with red spirit energy filtering out. His cloak had opened up to reveal his body. Beneath his cloak was a mass of pink and red spirit energy, his ribs and spinal cord floating in the middle. His lower half was covered in black furred leggings adorned by 2 intricate gold band and 3 blade-like gold ornaments on his hips. In his cracked, bejeweled grip he held a new Grand Kata, a black and red battle axe adorned with gold. What the hell? What happened to Berrigan? Shouldn't he be inside the cleaner? Gawked Ichigo. Berrigan's empty eyes found the 3 people he despised most right in front of him. Did you really think that would kill me? He roared. You thought that would end the god of Hueco Mundo. Your greatest gambit, and I devoured it. What? Gasped the shocked Harribel. How could he devour the cleaner? Aizen was prepared to answer. Berrigan is a hollow unlike any other. It's possible he subdued the creature with his Respira and devoured it and was transformed by the experience. Sausk Aizen. The Lish's voice was thick with hatred. You took my kingdom from me. You dared to make me a servant to a soul reaper. I swore I would kill you with my own hands and I will have my revenge. Berrigan raised his Grand Kata and a torrent of blood-red spirit energy shot up into the sky, reaching towards the white moon of Hueco Mundo. A curtain of red blanketed the desert. What are you doing? Shouted Harribel. Cheer Harribel. Souske Aizen. Ichigo Kurosaki. You three will pay for what you've done to me. You will feel my wrath. I am a king. I am a god. I am eternal. I am death. The moon covered in Berrigan's spiritual pressure began to crack. Even Aizen couldn't hide his surprise as the moon began to be destroyed by his former minion. What happened next defied all reason. Arrogante Destino. The moon shattered. The shockwave of the moon's destruction was enough to cause huge cracks to form in the fortress. Bracing themselves, the three looked up to see that Berrigan had only begun. The fragments of the moon weren't idle. Pulled by either gravity or Berrigan's spirit energy, the massive pieces hurtled towards the fortress. Knowing there was no time to stop the incoming meteorites or attack Berrigan, both Ichigo and Harribel lunged for Asahi's crib while Aizen muttered something just before the missiles hit Las Noches. The destruction was devastating. Berrigan's soulless eyes mirrored red as the white fortress went up in a mushroom cloud, his insane cackling echoing across the now darkening desert. Chapter 53. Hueco Mundo. The blast was so loud Ichigo thought his eardrums burst. When his senses finally came back to him, he realized that he was still alive. Hearing the sound of a baby wailing, Ichigo opened his eyes and found both him, Harribel and Asahi unharmed. Despite his relief to see his little girl and his lover alive, he turned to see who'd been responsible for this miracle and found Aizen standing over the three. Aizen looked down at the family with unknowing eyes. His left hand stretched above his head, maintaining the green barrier he used to protect them all from Berrigan's blast. That was close, Aizen admitted. When no second wave of missiles came, he dispersed the barrier and stepped back. A second later and even I might have ended up dead. For a moment Ichigo was confused why Aizen had saved them before he recalled Aizen's insidious scheme for him and Harribel. He still needs us. Cocking his head, Aizen looked down at Ichigo amusingly. Why the scowl, Ichigo? I'd have thought you'd be thanking me for saving your precious infant. Harribel, on the other hand, spared her treacherous master no thought while she reached into the orb to scoop up her daughter. Asahi, are you okay? She checked her infant for injuries but her daughter was remarkably unharmed. Looking closer she found no other signs that Aizen had done anything to her. In the baby's tiny hand was the Hogyoku. Harribel tried to pry it out of her little girl's hand but Asahi refused to let go, clutching the item with a tenacity that only a baby could have. Glaring at Aizen, Ichigo looked around and saw Las Noches in ruins. The mighty white fortress had been razed to the ground. The boy's heart clenched as he tried to figure out where all his friends were, praying that they'd survived the attack. All he could see was stone and a myriad of Arrancars who'd been killed in the blast. He heard Berrigan cackling in the distance. With the white moon gone, the only light in Las Noches was Berrigan's hellish red glow. So, you now have your daughter back. What will you do now, Ichigo? Harribel asked a curious Aizen. Where will you go? Do you think there's anywhere in any world that you can hide from the captains? From Berrigan. His eyes narrowed wickedly. From me. Just as the hybrid and Arrancar were about to respond with cold steel and burning spirit energy, the ground started to shake. What now? Shouted Ichigo, Harribel clutching Asahi to her chest and trying to soothe her crying. From the rubble a massive figure began to emerge, having survived Berrigan's moon-shattering blast. What the hell? Roared Yami, now 3 times his normal size from his rage. Who blew up Las Noches? The cackling coming from Berrigan's empty skull ceased when his empty eye sockets saw that despite his best efforts Ichigo, Aizen and Harribel had all survived. So, the ants survived. Consider yourselves unfortunate. He pointed his axe at the three. That means that your suffering will only continue. The Lich Hollow finally noticed the angry Yami, becoming amused as the Arrancar stomped his way through the wreckage of the fortress. So, another ant-eh. You tried to kill me, you son of a bitch, roared Yami. Despite having survived the blast, he was not unscathed. The side of his head bled and his right shoulder was injured. You're dead. The cube inside his hollow hole burned red and black when he drew his sword. Enraged, Ira. Whoa, gaped Ichigo as he saw the already giant Arrancar grow in size, the Cerro Espada achieving Majoreta Resurrección. The trio watched as Yami grew to the size of a mountain, his body a mass of terrifying muscle and power. Gray carapace-like pauldrons covered his shoulders and he had additional armor on his stomach, thighs, knees and on his newly grown tail. From his head sprouted a menacing horn with 4 more horns sprouting from his back. From his brow, jaw and his horn burned red spirit energy, his body cracked to bursting from Ichigo's volatile power fueling him. How dare you try to kill me, you bastard! Roared Yami, his voice loud enough to make Ichigo have to cover his ears, Harribel covering Asahi's. I'll kill you. Then try it, if you can, dared an unimpressed Baragon. Too angry to think straight, Yami bit down on his tongue and drew blood. Opening his mouth, Yami formed a purple Cerro crackling with red energy. Gran Rey Cerro. The ultimate Cerro coming from the strongest Espada would have made almost anyone shake with terror. But Baragon was beyond even Yami, powerful as he was. With but a swing of his axe, the Lich King cut the attack in half, the blasts exploding useless behind him. Yami, you once dared to call me the king of cowards. I have not forgotten that insult. Now you will pay for your insolence. Holding out a hand, the Lich Arrancar opened his mouth. The thick black miasma of his Respira seeped out of his opened mouth, forming a small orb in front of him. Respira Cerro. Yami blinked at the tiny orb in Baragon's hand. Then the orb exploded, unleashing a wave of black miasma that enveloped Yami. The angry Espada didn't even have the time to scream before his flesh was stripped from his bones, the armor around him turning to dust. By the time Baragon was finished, Aizen's strongest Espada was nothing but a giant skeleton, bones crumbling into dust as they collapsed onto the rubble of Aizen's great fortress. Ahahahaha. Watching Baragon cackle with mad glee, Harribel stared at her former comrade for a long moment, then looked down at little Asahi. Closing her eyes, she reminded herself of who she was, what she was and made a decision. Ichigo, she called out, keeping her back to both him and Aizen. I'm going to go see if Nell and the others are still alive. If Nelliel is able to move, I'll have her take Asahi somewhere safe. Ichigo knew instantly what Harribel had in mind. His heart clenched with fear, but he knew it was no good to try to stop Harribel. She was more stubborn than he was. Are you sure? He asked. I'll take care of Baragon. You take care of Aizen. It's time the two of us end this long nightmare. Turning her head, she gave Aizen one last glare, her glowing blue eyes filled with anger. Farewell, Lord Aizen. Thank you for bringing us together, she said, turning her head back while saying his title with as much contempt as she could muster. Kill him, Ichigo. Without another word Harribel disappeared, a burst of sonido marking her exit. Aizen stared calmly at Ichigo as he started to draw his Zanpakuto. So, are you really going to fight me, Ichigo? Shouldn't you be more concerned about Baragon than me? Standing tall, the hybrid pointed his white Tensa Zangetsu at Aizen, the tip aimed at his heart. Unlike you, I've faith in my friends. If Harribel says she'll take down Baragon, then she will. Aren't you more concerned that she's leaving with the Hogyoku? Aizen remained unconcerned as always. I will retrieve it in due time. I'd hoped for a more immediate reaction when I dropped it into the crib, but experience has shown me that not all variables fall into place the way I predict. His sword lazily pointed down, Aizen started to move. The two enemies circled each other for a long minute while locking eyes. It's strange. I have no idea what's about to happen, he admitted with an odd smile. The statement made Ichigo's eyebrow raise. That's funny. You talk as if you're all-knowing. The man in white paused for a brief moment, head tilting up at the Lich in the distance. No, I am not all-knowing. Not yet. I did not predict that Baragon would devour the cleaner. Not for the first time have things happened outside of my control. Like the night your parents met. Ichigo gripped his sword tighter. I've had enough of this. Today is the last day you control my life. Our lives are not yours to toy with. You're quite the slow learner, Ichigo. The rogue raised his sword, his eyes brimming with evil as he prepared to fight. The dark, wicked look in his eyes made Ichigo feel like he was staring at an abyss. And the abyss was staring back. Your whole life has been in the palm of my hand. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much glare, yell or try to fight, you will always be within my grasp. You came into existence because I willed it. You lived a happy life because I allowed it. And you will end because I demand it. Not anymore. Ichigo tensed, his body a honed weapon for combat after everything he'd been through. He knew this man was his final opponent, win or lose. I will kill you. Many have made that claim. And yet, I remain. Yeah, but there's one thing that makes me different from everyone else. And that is, Ichigo's heterochromia eyes teemed with determination. You forged this weapon, and now it's going to kill you. No words remained. All that was left was for the two to step forward and let the killing begin. Meanwhile, with Nell, groaned Nell as she opened her eyes. All around her was dark and she could taste blood in her mouth. What happened? She remembered fighting Yami with the others. Then the dome suddenly turned red before something burst through the canopy and everything began to explode. She reached up and felt something soft. Master Nell, coughed Dondochaka, holding up a massive slab of stone to keep it from crushing Nell. Are you okay? Sitting up, Nell saw that she was mostly fine, suffering only minor scrapes. I'm fine. Where's? Her question was answered when she saw her other companion standing behind her, keeping another stone slab upright. Then she remembered that before one of the flaming projectiles hit, her two fractions had thrown themselves over Nell to protect her. And judging by how injured and battered the pair were, they'd paid the price for their loyalty. You're hurt. Coughing, Pesci ignored the chunk of metal embedded in his leg the best he could while trying to hold up the slab. We're all right, Master Nell. Are you okay? I'm fine. Here, let me move these. A rumbling was heard around the three. Both Dondochaka and Pesci felt the large slab start to lighten before it was lifted up over their heads. Harribel. The three gasped, the Arrancar tossing the massive slab of stone away with one hand, her baby safe in her arms. Nell was shocked too as she witnessed Harribel's new form. It was unlike anything she'd witnessed even after experiencing the Majorata Resurrección. Harribel, is that really you? I have been through much, Neliel. And I've been reborn, Harribel simply explained. Are you all right? We're fine. What on earth happened? We were fighting Yami when suddenly everything exploded around us. Looking around, Nell saw no signs of their friends beneath all the rubble and fire that surrounded them. Then her attention was caught by the glowing red figure in the distance. As that, Barragan, but you said Ichigo trapped him in the precipice world. So we thought. Barragan devoured the cleaner and he transformed into that monstrosity. He killed Yami with barely a gesture. Dondochaka pointed a finger at the bundle in her arm. Lady Harribel, is dat? Yes, this is Asahi, Harribel said with a smile, looking down at her precious bundle of joy. Why on earth does it have the Hogyoku? Nell asked, noticing the orb in the baby's palm. Harribel's face twisted with anger. Aizen, she simply said. Nell, this is the hardest thing I've ever asked anyone. But I must put my faith in you, just as Ichigo put his faith in me. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she held out her baby to Nell. Will you take Asahi and take her someplace safe? What? Nell looked at the cute baby and then back to Harribel. Harribel, what are you? It has to be this way. I'm the only one left who can face Barragan. And I can't do that while I'm trying to protect my daughter. I don't want to. Harribel's eyes watered, sadness filling her heart knowing she was going to have to hand her daughter over to someone else just to keep her safe. But I have to. Take her, find the others and run as far away from here as you can. Knowing how much this meant to Harribel, Nell reluctantly took the baby and held her gently. I will protect her with my life. But what about you? How in the world are you going to fight him? Looking up, Harribel stared at Barragan before she held out her hand. I'm going to need something from you. Meanwhile, with Barragan, watching Ichigo begin his clash with Aizen, Barragan tilted his head and gripped his new axe. How comical. They fight to kill each other, even though death awaits them no matter what the outcome. It has been far too long since I've been entertained by such ants. However, the glowing red lich Arankar began to float over to them. I will not have my vengeance snatched from my grasp. You both die today, and it will be by my hand. Wrong. Standing before the transformed Arankar was Harribel, putting herself between him and the battling Ichigo and Aizen. This ends, Baragon. Anger shook Baragon as he stared at his hated nemesis, the woman who'd defied him for so long. Still, he was impressed by her different form and her increased strength. So, I see that you two have changed since our last encounter. You have become quite formidable, Harribel. I have Ichigo to thank for that. And yet it changes nothing. For all your sacrifices, your fate remains absolute, death. Baragon pointed his axe at Harribel. Sosuke Aizen angers me, but nobody has infuriated me like you, cheer Harribel. Since the beginning you refused to bend knee to me. When we became Aizen's pawns, you still refused to acknowledge my superiority. You even dared turn your sword against me during your pathetic rebellion against us. Now it is time I did what I should have done long ago, rid you of my sight once and for all. The endless night of Hueco Mundo was turned into a red hell as Baragon flared with malevolent red spirit energy. Harribel braced herself, sensing just how volatile and out of control Baragon had become. He had certainly evolved by eating the cleaner, but he hadn't undergone a segunda etapa like she had. Whatever Baragon was though, he was unstable but mighty. This ends here, Harribel. I will turn you and your pathetic pupil to dust. Then I will hunt down your insipid infant. Her skull will be my goblet from now till the end of time. A blast of yellow spirit energy pushed back the red. Shining like the sun, Harribel pointed her glowing energy blade at Baragon. You will never harm my child again. Nor will you hurt Ichigo or any of my friends. You're right about one thing, Baragon, this ends with your death. No more words for said. The hated enemies would not rest until one of them was dead. Meanwhile, with Orihime and Rukia, amidst the carnage that had lain waste to the fortress, a small mountain of rubble moved. From the cracks came a golden glow. Soon the rubble was pushed aside as Orihime's shield pushed the rubble away from her and Rukia. Phew, we're safe, Rukia breathed as she felt fresh air hit her face. Nice save, Orihime. The rag-clad girl looked around worriedly, seeing no signs of their friends after the place suddenly blew up around them. I don't see Yoruichi, or Toshiro, or Ichigo, or anyone. Standing up, the teen dusted herself off before she saw in the distance a tattered bucket hat. Oh no, Kazuki. Orihime ran over to the rubble and gasped when she found Kazuki, his legs buried underneath rubble. Are you okay? Opening his eyes, Kazuki coughed. Well, I don't think I'll be tap dancing for a while, groaned the injured shopkeeper. I put up a barrier but it didn't do much good. He could still feel his legs, which was a somewhat promising sign. Where's Yoruichi? He remembered Yami knocking his hollow-feed friend away before everything started coming down on them. When Orihime started to try and pull him from the rubble, Kazuki put a hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Orihime. Don't worry about me. Find Yoruichi. She didn't have anyone to protect her from the blast. Nodding, Orihime gestured for Rukia to come and pull Kazuki free while she searched for the others. Running amidst small fires and pathways of rubble, she looked around and could only see bodies. How horrible, she murmured. The Arankars might have been their enemies, but Harribel and Nell proved that not all of them were inherently evil. Yoruichi, Toshiro, Uryu, Nell, she called out. Where are you? Grr. Hearing a weak, desperate growl, Orihime dashed towards the source. She gasped in horror when she found Yoruichi in the distance. Lying on a slab of rubble, the hollow howled in pain from her dismembered arm and the huge chunk of metal that had pierced her leg, pinning her to the rock. But that wasn't why Orihime was horrified. Standing over her was Kanami Tosen. The rogue captain paid no heed to his master fighting Ichigo in the far distance. He had every faith that Aizen would defeat Ichigo. Instead his focus was turned to the former captain turned hollow. How unfortunate. Someone as graceful and beautiful as you reduced to such a state. Though he'd assisted in his fair share of hollowification experiments, even he couldn't help but feel pity for what Yoruichi had become, what Xyolaporo had done to her. I'll end your suffering, Yoruichi. I owe you that much for getting you exiled. Santon Keshun. Tosen's sword collided with Orihime's shield before the captain cut through her head. Sighing, the blind captain turned to face the raggedy Orihime. Are you going to fight me, girl? Yes. Orihime's eyes showed her determination. Not that Tosen could see it though. As you wish. Tosen pointed his sword at the girl, menace shadowing his face in the red light. I will not show mercy to you like I showed your Quincy friend. You chose this place of death yourself. I won't let you hurt my friends. Tilting his head, Tosen gave the girl a curious look before gesturing to the bleeding hollow behind him. And you still consider that thing your friend? She's nothing but a freak of Xyolaporo's twisted science now. We can make her better. Kazuki can help her. Orihime insisted. I can help her. Maybe, admitted Tosen. Aizen predicted that you had the power to reject phenomena. That was why he was so interested in your powers. But there are some things that not even a god can fix. She is one of them. You don't know that. No, Lord Aizen knows that. That's why he didn't bother when she broke out of Xyolaporo's lab. Some things even you cannot fix. And it appears that Lord Aizen is done with all of you. Which means it's time to end this. Tsubaki. I reject. Avoiding Orihime's attack, Tosen pointed his sword right at Orihime's face. Cry. Suzumushi. Knowing Tosen's shikai, Orihime closed her eyes and plugged her ears, shutting out the sound wave to avoid getting knocked out like Uryu did. Unfortunately, it gave Tosen the opening he needed to attack. She opened her eyes just enough to see Tosen slashing at her, bringing her shield back up in time. Still pinned to the rubble, Yoruichi groaned in pain. Yet the pain was enough to help Yoruichi focus her thoughts again and think clearly. Orihime, she knew the girl was no match for a former captain. Looking down at her pierced leg, Yoruichi's golden claw pulsed and she swiped the top part of the metal away, agonizing pulling her leg out of the remaining half. Hearing Orihime cry out in fear when her shield broke, Yoruichi knew what she had to do. With the last of her strength she started to tear off the bolts to her mask with her claw. Meanwhile, with Rukia was busy trying to pull Kazuki out of the rubble when she sensed Orihime was in trouble. Oh no, she was horrified to find her friend engaging Tosen in Captain. Orihime, no. Forget about me, Kazuki told Rukia, pulling himself free. Using his cane to help himself up, Kazuki gestured to the fallen Yoruichi. I'll go help Orihime, she's no match against a captain on her own. Go find Uryu and Toshiro. He knew they'd need all the help they could get to fight the remaining enemies. But no sooner did Kazuki vanish with a burst of flash step, Rukia heard an eerily familiar voice behind her. Well now, long time no see, Rukia. Rukia's eyes widened and fear gripped her heart. She knew that voice. Turning around, she drew her sword and glared at its owner. Jin Ichimaru. It's been a long time, Rukia. You seem to be in much higher spirits. The Cheshire grin Jin was known to have was all over his face, his narrow eyes staring at her with what Rukia could only describe as untamed malice. Is it because you're no longer under your brother's thumb? Or is it because of your cute friend? You snake. Rukia spat, her sword already drawn. Her eyes glared daggers at the foxy rogue. You're going to pay for what you've done. Oh, is this about teasing you on the bridge that day? Jin asked, his smile still stretched across his face. Holding a grudge isn't healthy, you know. I will never forget that day. She remembered the cruel trick Jin pulled that day before her execution. And I will never forgive you for what you've done to everyone I cared about, you snake. Jin's smirk dropped. His hand slipped down to his sword and he slowly drew it. Rukia tensed as the taller captain loomed over her. You should smile more. Your girlfriend will get sad if you wear that frown permanently. I never trusted you, Rukia spat, finally admitting something she'd kept to herself. Every time we came across each other, you made my skin crawl. Well, that's not nice. No matter what my brother told me, you were never to be trusted. I was only half surprised when you threw your lot in with Aizen. You're so mean, Rukia, Jin teased. But well, that's not inaccurate. I always did liken myself to a snake. So you were wise to remain distrustful of me. Well then, Jin looked around and saw everyone fighting. Everyone's getting so serious. Even Captain Aizen has decided to do away with Ichigo. I guess the boy is just about ripe for him. Ripe. Yep. The evil smirk returned to Jin's face. That's been Captain Aizen's plan all along. He's going to use the Hogyoku and gobble up Ichigo and Harribel and take all their powers for himself. Despite her best efforts, Rukia couldn't hide the horror on her face. That's Aizen's plan. Everything he's put us through has been to acquire the hybrid powers of Ichigo Kurosaki and the ultimate hollow powers of Tier Harribel. What? You look shocked. Did you think Captain Aizen was going to let them live? Did you think he was going to let any of you live? Rukia's grip on her sword was so tight she was at the point of drawing her own blood. After everything you've put us through, for you to do this, her violet eyes were hot with anger. You're sick. I won't let Aizen hurt Ichigo or Harribel. Unfortunately, you have no say in the matter. Because I'm going to kill you here. I'll be sure to bring your head to your big brother, leered the evil rogue. Shoot to kill. Shinso. Dance. Soda no Shirayuki. Chapter 54. Hawako Mundo. Ichigo vs. Aizen. The sound and pressures of everyone fighting threatened to tear Ichigo's focus. But his attention was solely focused on the man in front of him. Ichigo could feel every fiber in his body tense up, ready to cut this monster in human flesh to ribbons. Disappearing in a burst of flash step, Ichigo met Aizen in a fierce bladalock, sparks flying from their blades as they pushed with all their strength. What a poor student you made, Ichigo, taunted the rogue. I thought Harribel told you never to bladalock. Only if my opponent is stronger than me. And you are not stronger than me anymore. The hybrid pushed with all his might and shoved Aizen backwards. Ichigo flared red and black as he swung his blade hard. Getsuga 10. Aizen reappeared in front of him again and grabbed Ichigo's blade with his bare hand. Getsuga Tensho. Getsuga Tensho. Getsuga Tensho. Do you have anything new, boy? He taunted. How about this? Ichigo narrowed his eyes as he leaned forward. Red energy formed at the top of the horn on the side of his head. Sero. The rogue disappeared in the blast that erupted from Ichigo's horn. Turning to his left, Ichigo found Aizen nearby, though he was satisfied to see his shoulder singed. Noting his bloody hand, Ichigo held up the blood-smeared Tensazanjetsu. Looks like you got more than a little scratch this time from grabbing my bankai. A look of anger flashed in Aizen's eyes. He couldn't deny that Ichigo was so much stronger than when they faced off on the Sokyoku Hill, but youthful arrogance was grating. You scratch me, I'll do much worse. He held up a blood-covered hand. Hado number 54, Hien. An oblong purple fireball shot out of Ichigo's hands. Ichigo slashed at it and split it in two, but the two halves detonated instantly. Heard. Hado number 63, Reikoho. Through the smoke, a large blast of electricity shot towards Ichigo. He flash-stepped out of the way and into the air, but Aizen was already waiting for him. Their blades sang a song of murder as they clashed. Ichigo was more than a match fighting Aizen blade to blade. He feinted and slipped underneath Aizen's guard to strike. Once more Aizen disappeared from sight and flanked the hybrid. Reikoho. The blast hit Ichigo right in the back. Ichigo cringed from the pain but endured it, only skidding forward a few feet before whirling around. He braced himself when he saw Aizen already making his next move, muttering an incantation while gathering his energy. Around him, multiple pink bolts began to form. Senju Koden Teiho. The energy bolts launched at Ichigo. But the hybrid was more than ready this time. His body surging with power, Ichigo took Tensazanjetsu and swatted the powerful bolts right back at Aizen, the rogue disappearing in a blaze of pink explosions. Had enough, Ichigo shouted as the dust began to settle. Hardly. The rogue appeared from the smoke and dust, his hands already with black energy. Hado number 90, Kurohitsugi. A black box formed around Ichigo, threatening to crush him with distorted gravity. Ichigo swirled his pulsing blade around before he was completely enveloped and unleashed his power at full force. Getsuga Tensho. The black box around him was obliterated from his overwhelming power. Ichigo gasped, however, when Aizen appeared right in front of him. The hybrid's sword swung hard, but Aizen grabbed Ichigo's wrist with his bloody hand, stopping him cold. So am I to assume that this is your best? Aizen taunted. A flash of steel and blood spilled onto the sands below. Meanwhile, Harribel vs. Barragan. The skies above Hueco Mundo became a tapestry of clashing red and yellow spirit energies, an orange nexus forming around the two archenemies while they glared at each other. Harribel could sense Ichigo and the others fighting but stayed where she was. Victory had no meaning if Berrigan lived to haunt them another day. No more words were said between them. The only thing left the two bitter rivals had was their seething hatred for one another, and they were prepared to deliver that hatred through their weapons. Harribel launched herself forward and charged straight towards Berrigan, her body shining like the sun. A roar of hatred escaped the Lich Arrancar's empty mouth as he brought the axe down upon Harribel, ready to turn her dust with one swing of his Grand Kata. To his surprise, Harribel's sword clashed with his axe without turning it to dust. "So, you're powerful enough to ward off my senescence with your spiritual pressure. Only one other hollow has ever been able to do that. Impressive. A shame you've become an enemy to be destroyed. Don't waste your breath. I would never bow to you, no matter what. And now you will pay for your insolence with your life." Berrigan pushed Harribel back and spread out his arms. "It matters little if you can trade blows. Before my power, even you are helpless." Harribel saw Berrigan open his mouth and form another Respira Cero again. Acting quickly, she cut her hand on her energy blade and let her blood mingle with it before pointing it at her rival. Just as Berrigan was about to launch his deadly attack, Harribel's golden energy sword turned shining silver. Gran Ray Cero. Quote. The air distorted around Harribel as she fired off the ultimate Cero right at Berrigan. Without missing a beat, the Lich Arrancar fired his wicked black miasma ball. Harribel watched as her attack failed to reach Berrigan, disappearing in the black void that Berrigan unleashed upon it. Just like Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho when he tried, the energy in her Cero aged away and was reduced to nothing. The transformed woman used Sonido to escape before she could be engulfed by the Respira just like Yami had. Ha 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 ha, look at you, so powerful, yet you scurry around with the rest of the ants. How comical. Laugh while you can, it'll only make killing you all the more enjoyable. Oh really? The malevolent spiritual pressure surrounding Berrigan intensified, his body crackling with power as it escaped from more cracks forming on his bones. Even with all your power, you are powerless before me. Taking a deep breath, Harribel closed her eyes. Ichigo, Asahi, Apache, Sung-sun, Mila Rose. Forgive me. From the hilt of her sword she revealed the cube she's taken from Nell. I forged Ichigo into a mighty weapon. And now he will be the one to destroy you. Meanwhile, Orihime versus Tosen. Orihime panted, struggling to stay on her feet. She knew that this man was on the same level as Rukia's brother and Ichigo, but he seemed just as terrifying as Araniero. Despite her training with Rukia, she knew this would be a very uphill battle. She ducked around a pile of rubble as a Kido blast from Tosen turned the spot she'd been standing in into a crater. Hiding will only delay the inevitable, girl. Even the Quincy showed more courage than you, taunted Tosen, calmly walking over to her, his sword almost glowing in the hellish red light Berrigan was giving off. Leaping out of cover, Orihime readied her hairpins and summoned Tsubaki. Koden Zanshin, I reject. Tsubaki buzzed towards Tosen with the intent to cut him in half. The rogue brought his sword up and blocked it. Orihime's spirit pushed him hard, but the former captain was able to deflect him away. Tosen's sword arced through the air above his head. Suzumushi Nishiki. Benihiko. A barrage of swords rained down onto Orihime's that came from Tosen's Zanpakuto. Orihime brought her shield up and managed to block them in time. The crafty captain noted that the shield cracked but still held against his blows. So I see you grew a little stronger than when you faced Araniero. Panting, Orihime kept her eyes glued to the blind man, trying to figure a way to make an effective counterattack. Tsubaki, she shouted, dropping the shield to let Tsubaki take another crack at Tosen. While Orihime continued in vain to attack Tosen, Kazuki limped over to Yoruichi. He became alarmed when he saw Yoruichi clawing at her mask, tearing the last of the bolts off. Yoruichi, what do you think you're doing? Stopping, the hollow looked up at her friend with resigned eyes. Kazuki, I can't fight like this. Orihime needs my help. Help me take my mask off. The shopkeeper's blood started to chill at that sentence. Yoruichi, listen to me, you can't become an Arrancar. It's the only way. I'm useless to everyone now. She noted her severed limb and her bleeding leg. Orihime will die if we don't help her. Then let me go help her. You need to rest and. Kazuki, that's Tosen she's fighting. She needs us both. Still, Kazuki was hesitant. Yoruichi, we don't know fully what Xyolaporo did to you. If I turn you into an errand car, there might not be a way to fix you. Silently Yoruichi raised a claw and touched Kazuki's arm. Kazuki, listen to me. I'm your friend, no matter what I am. There's so things, even you can't fix. Maybe you can fix me, maybe you can't. We'll never know until we make it out of this alive. But I'll never forgive you if you don't help me save Orihime. Tears threatened to spill from Kazuki's eyes. He didn't want to admit it, but his best friend was right. But, I only vaguely know how the process works. In order to properly take your mask off, I'd need the. Kazuki was cut off when he noticed something in the distance that made his jaw drop. He saw Nell holding little Asahi in her arms, trying hard to keep the baby from eating the hogyoku she had in her hand. Never mind, I think I got this. Orihime gave a cry as she was knocked backwards, Tosen kicking her hard in the stomach. Oof! Landing on a pile of rubble, she saw Tosen bearing down at her with his sword aimed squarely at her heart. Putting her hands up, she decided to use her last gambit. Shinton Koshin. Her shield reformed again, but this time was a little different, something she'd worked together with Rukia to develop. Tosen scowled as he raised his sword to slash through the shield. Put up as many shields as you like, it will not stop me, girl. He brought the sword down, and was immediately blasted when his sword connected with the barrier. The explosion was powerful enough to send him flying, hitting the ground with a thud. Nursing her aching stomach, Orihime stood up on her shaky legs. To her dismay she saw Tosen start to get up, his right arm and shoulder badly burned by the explosion, but he was still very much alive. A clever trick. You kept using your normal shield to block my attacks, so I didn't notice the difference when you put up a new shield. Sadly for you, that won't happen again. Why are you doing this? Asked Orihime. Why is someone like you helping Aizen? Tosen looked at her, his head cocked while his expression remained unreadable. I doubt you'd ever understand. What could you possibly know about me? The Oranget shook her head. When I was training with Rukia, we met Captain Komamura during one of our sparring sessions. Tosen's expression flickered for just a second at the mention of his longtime friend. Sajin. Yes. The girls were both left panting for breath, the field covered in ice from Rukia's shikai. I think we should take a break, wheezed Orihime. I agree, I need a breather. Putting an arm around Orihime, Rukia walked her over to the edge of the field and they both sat down on the soft grass, letting the cool breeze wash over them. Heavy footsteps interrupted their break, however, and they turned to see a huge wolf man walking over to them. See Captain Komamura. Rukia immediately shot up and bowed. The huge captain held up a hand. It is all right, Rukia Kuchiki. I came here looking for your captain. I assumed when I felt your spirit energy that he was here with you. No, sir, it's just me and Orihime. We've been back here training for the past few weeks, she explained. Orihime also rose to her feet and bowed in greeting to the huge Soul Reaper. I see. May I join you too for a moment? My feet are quite tired from walking. He waited patiently for the girls to nod their heads before sitting down next to Rukia. Orihime looked at Komamura with intrigued eyes. The Soul Reaper was quite unlike anyone she'd ever met. He looked bestial, but something in those golden eyes spoke of a greater wisdom. She wanted to ask if the captains had any news on Ichigo or her friends, but she didn't want to rock the boat. Rukia, on the meantime, decided to speak her mind about something that had been bugging her since her execution. Captain Komamura, sir, if it's all right with you, may I ask a personal question? Komamura turned his head and nodded. Swallowing the lump in her throat, Rukia next asked, why do you think Captain Tosen joined Aizen? For a few moments there was nothing but an awkward silence. Just when Rukia was about to apologize for asking such a sensitive question though, Komamura finally spoke. Before I knew Konami, before he joined the 13 court guard squads, he had a friend. I do not know her name. Only that she joined the squads and was later murdered by her husband after he killed a comrade. Orihime gasped in horror. His friend was murdered. I do not know the specifics. Her husband had been a noble and it had been kept hush-hush. Rukia frowned. And her murderer. Komamura looked at the ground, lost in his own thoughts. He'd a long time to process what happened on that day on Sokyoku Hill, and even he was still trying to rack his head for answers. He was never charged by Central 46. Soon after, Konami joined the Soul Reapers. When I asked him why, he told me it was to preserve the justice she wanted. Looking at Komamura with sad eyes, Orihime started to see a clearer picture. Do you think he's doing this as revenge for his friend? I do not know. I considered Konami to be a true friend and comrade, but now, I do not believe I ever truly know him. Right now he is in darkness. We can only hope that we can open his eyes and bring him back to the light. He told us that you lost a friend to the Soul Reapers. And that the one who killed your friend got off the hook since he was a noble. Then what more is there to discuss? You have sight that I do not have. So you surely saw the wickedness of the Soul Society. That world needs to be purged to let a new world, a better world, take its place. But, what about all the people you intend to kill to make that world? Tosen's voice was as cold as the steel in his hand. A foundation must be built on what came before, even if that something is a mountain of bodies. Orihime could not believe that this man, Komamura's best friend, could be so cold-hearted. This isn't justice. Do you really think your friend would want you to do this in her name? If she were here, do you think she'd shine with pride? The calm mask Tosen wore cracked and he disappeared again with an angry burst of flash step. Orihime tried to bring her shield back up, but Tosen appeared behind her. Hya! Orihime screamed when she felt Tosen's sword slash her back. His kicked Orihime in the side with full force. The breath was knocked out of Orihime, enough to break several of her ribs. Landing in a heap of rubble, Orihime didn't even had time to recover before Tosen was on her again. How dare you! Roared the blind man as he grabbed Orihime's throat with both hands, strangling the poor girl. You're just a brat with delusions about good and evil. What do you know about justice? Gak! Orihime kicked and clawed at Tosen, but the man was too strong. She tried to summon her Tsubaki, but Tosen wisely grabbed her hairpins and chucked them away to leave her powerless. Rukia! Ichigo! Somebody, help me! Soon the world started to go dark and her face began to turn blue. GKKKKK. Just as the life began to leave Orihime, a huge bolt of lightning blasted Tosen from behind, breaking his grip on Orihime's throat. Tosen was forced to retreat before Kazuki's sword could take his head off, jumping away from him. Orihime, are you okay? Kazuki laid Orihime on the ground and quickly pulled out a tiny bottle of oxygen, slapping the mask over her mouth. After a moment Orihime's eyes flickered back to life and she sat up, coughing. Ow! Everything hurts, she wheezed, a hand going to her broken rib. Where'd you get the oxygen tank? I always come prepared for anything. Kazuki handed Orihime her hairpins. Here, fix yourself and go take cover. You've done enough. We'll take it from here. She turned her head to see who'd attacked Tosen before her eyes found her savior. Yoruichi. Standing on her 2 feet again, Yoruichi glared at the treacherous captain in her new form, transformed by the Hogyoku back in Kazuki's possession. She was now a mix between machine and Aaronkar. Dressed in a white version of her leotard, her mask fragment lay on her head in the form of a headband with cat ears. Her right mechanical eye blinked red and she retained a mechanized right arm still equipped with her fearsome claw. Her legs had recovered but both of her feet were still robotic. To Orihime's confusion she saw that she still retained the tail. You turned Yoruichi into an Aaronkar. Kazuki pushed his hat down so Orihime couldn't see his shamed eyes. I did what I had to. And what she wanted. Tosen rose to his feet, his whole body stinging with pain now. So I see that you've furthered your hollowification. I'm certain Xyolapora would be pleased if he weren't smashed underneath all this rubble somewhere. A shame. I really want to claw his eyes out for all the pain he put me through. Yoruichi grinned, happy to finally have that mask off. And now I'm going to pay you back for hurting Orihime. She held up her glowing claw. I've had 100 years to think about what I'd do to the 3 of you. So let's make up for lost time, shall we? Meanwhile, Rukia vs. Jin. Rukia parried Jin's blow, slashing hard at him to keep him at bay. Her eyes were ever wary of the tip of Jin's blade. If I try to keep a distance it'll let him take a shot at me. But if I try to close the gap, it'll make it harder to dodge. Frustrating, ain't it? Taunted the silver-haired foxy rogue. You've never really done much sword fighting, held back by your captain and your brother, have you? Shut up. Rukia sent a wave of snow and ice via Hakurin at Jin. You have no right to talk about my brother or my captain. Not after what you've put us all through, you monster. Ooh, you're so cold. And here I thought it was your Zanpakuto that was chilly. Rukia appeared in front of Jin and pressed her attack, but Jin easily fended off her strikes. Are you made because I stabbed your brother? I was aiming for you, you know. Gritting her teeth, Rukia tried to freeze him with Tsukishiro, but he jumped out of the way again. You put all our lives in jeopardy. And for what? She demanded. Why are you with Aizen? For what purpose could you justify all the hurtful things you've done to me and my friends? She pointed her white sword at Jin and glared at him with hate-filled eyes. You tried to have me killed and then you put Ichigo through all this misery. Why? Growing quiet, Jin quietly sheathed his short sword and leaned back on a piece of a collapsed wall. How to explain all of this? He tilted his head up and watched Baragon fight Harribel for a few seconds before turning back to Rukia. Nope, not telling. It's a secret. Rukia could practically feel her blood start to boil and steam from her rage. What? Even after all of this, you still won't talk? Tisk, tisk. Jin's eyes opened up and Rukia felt a chill run down her spine as those icy blue eyes stared her down. Pulling himself away from the wall, he redrew his sword from its sheath. Rukia, haven't you learned by now? Life doesn't give you easy answers. Even if I did explain why I'm rolling with Captain Aizen, do you think you'd really understand? His face twisted into a wicked grin. Did you think it'd help you forgive me? Forgive you? Sorry, but I know the path I'm on. So you can quit playing 20 questions. Let's end this, shall we? Tell me, did your big brother ever tell you about my captain's exam? Rukia froze at the implication Jin was laying out. I do, she said, keeping her eyes fixed on the tip of Jin's sword. During the captain's exam, when they were testing your combat skills, my brother was the one who tested you. Good, I'm glad that Byakuya's learned to open up to you. To be quite honest, one of the things I missed was our little small talks. Yes, your brother tested me. That was where I revealed the full capabilities of my Zanpakuto. That was where I first revealed my Bankai. Knowing what Jin was about to do, Rukia darted to the side, not wanting to give him a clear shot. Byakuya told her about the length of Jin's Shikai. But more importantly, he told her about the length of his Bankai. Run about all you want, but it'll do you no good. Jin took a stance. Bankai. Kamishini no Yari. Rukia never saw it coming. All she felt was a swoosh of wind and the sound of metal shattering. She looked down and saw that her Soda no Shirayuki had been shattered by the speed and force of Jin's blinding Bankai. How? You're good, Rukia, I'll give you that. You'd make lieutenant if your brother would ease up off of you. But you're not quite there yet. To further show the power gap between them, Jin's Bankai once again flashed forward. Rukia didn't even realize she'd been stabbed in the thigh until seconds later when the pain kicked in. Ah, smirking, Jin pointed his sword down and next aimed his finger at her. Hado number 1. Show. The spell knocked Rukia backwards. Rukia screamed in pain as she was impaled through the stomach on a piece of rebar. Ooh, that looks like it hurts. Nigh. RGHHH. Rukia tried to pull herself out but the pain was too much. You son of a. Language. Jin appeared right in front of her, his small sword, still in Bankai form, aimed right at her face. Your brother didn't teach you manners, did he? He leaned forward and Rukia couldn't hide her fear as she locked eyes with Jin's wicked blue orbs. Well, Rukia, would you like to know what happens when a snake corners his prey? Chapter 55. Hueco Mundo. Nigh. A huge slab of stone turned over to reveal the last remaining Espada, Stark and his other half, Lilinet. Panting, Stark wiped the side of his head and saw blood on his palm. Lilinet, you all right? His partner was mostly unscathed, thanks to Stark shielding her. Dusting herself off, she looked around and saw what a mess everything had become. What the heck happened, Stark? Observing the carnage, Stark saw the hellish red glow in the sky and was shocked to see Baragon, alive and changed. I believe that's what happened. His eyes scanned the sky and found no moon hanging above it, merely fragments. Lillinette's jaw hung low as she saw Berrigan, his power making her shiver from head to toe, as if her spine wanted to run away from terror alone. That's Berrigan. What the heck happened? Dunno. Stark saw Harribel challenging him and was equally shocked by her new appearance. It was clear to his surprisingly sharp mind that she'd evolved even beyond the Espada's new Majorata Resurrección. Looks like our number 3 just became too much for even us. Remembering Stark's words from before, the small child Arrancar looked down at the ground, wondering what was going to happen to them. Her eyes looked up and found that Harribel and Berrigan were not the only ones battling. Stark, look. Following Lillinette's finger, Stark witnessed the battle between Ichigo and Aizen, Jin and Rukia, and finally Tosen and Yoruichi. His eyes narrowed as he started to weigh his options. His small partner looked up and saw the expression on Stark's face. What should we do, Stark? For a long minute, the Primera was silent. Then he gave a reluctant sigh. The only thing we can do, Lillinette. Ichigo versus Aizen. Staggering backwards, Ichigo put a hand to his side, blood spilling onto the ruined ground beneath them. Fighting through the pain, he let his body regenerate and heal the wound. He was lucky that Aizen didn't hit anything vital. Flicking the blood from his sword, Aizen looked at Ichigo, almost disappointed. Sure, the boy had kept up with him so far, he'd certainly been more of a challenge than any of the captains or Espada, but Aizen would not fall so easily to such an opponent. You heal well, Ichigo. Good, I would not want you to die so quickly. Ichigo's glare intensified. The hybrid reminded himself that Aizen had only been helping him grow stronger for the intent of stealing his power. I am not your science project, he growled. No, you're nothing so complex, Aizen admitted. The two began to battle once more, their blades colliding with fierce fury. You're a means to an end. Nothing more. Seeing Ichigo's rage only amused him even more. Why do you hate me so much? If anything, you should be thanking me. Thanking you? Ichigo questioned, dodging a swing that could have taken his head off. After all you've done, I should be thanking you. Aizen shot another purple fireball only for Ichigo to swat it away. It was my experiment, White, that drew your father to the world of the living where he met your mother. Had I not sent Rukia Kuchiki your way, you would have never been given the power to protect that you so desperately craved. His eyes flickered over to the battling Harribel, still engaged in her fight with Berrigan. Were it not for me, you would never have known love or fatherhood. Ichigo gripped the white Tensa Zangetsu tighter. He didn't want to admit it, but Aizen did have a point. A lot of the good that happened in his life came from Aizen's interference. That doesn't justify what you've put me and everyone else through. And it doesn't justify what you're planning to do with me and Harribel. Dodging a Getsuga Tensho, Aizen disappeared and flanked Ichigo, only for the boy to read his movements and counterattack. Your friends made their choices. They chose to die with you here to certain death. If you wish to blame someone for their deaths, look in the mirror. Arg. Everything Aizen said only to serve to anger Ichigo further. Just when Ichigo's boiling point was reached, his mentor's teachings echoed into his mind to keep him from rushing in blindly again. Anger is pointless in battle. It provides a momentary flame of strength that burns you out when it fades away. Ichigo, I'm not one for words usually. But there are others who will seek to strike a nerve to rattle you. Anger is understandable in the heat of battle, but do not give in to it. Anger is a weakness made to exploit you. Always remember to try to keep calm when your enemy attempts to blind you with words. When Ichigo failed to rush him, Aizen gave him a knowing smile. So I see you're starting to control yourself rather than yell over and over again. I see Harribel's teaching finally sunk in. But tell me something, boy. Let's say you defeat me and mine. You save your precious daughter and go home triumphantly. What then? The instant head captain Yamamoto sees you and your friends return after defying their authority, he will without any doubt consider you threats to be eliminated. Especially after he sees you at your most powerful. Quote, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Shaking his head at Ichigo's response, Aizen continued, you only touched upon the worst that the captains had to offer with Byakuya and Kenpachi. Even you would not be able to face Yamamoto, Kyoraku, Soifan and Unohana and live to tell the tale. And even if you did, you would lose many of your friends in the crossfire. To someone like you, Any loss would be unbearable. How would it have been any better if I'd joined you? Ichigo demanded. You schemed to destroy my hometown and wanted me to help you. I was not without mercy, Ichigo. I gave my word when I said your infant would be safe. And I would have spared your friends and family the slaughter. All that would have been required was your personal sacrifice when all was said and done. Now, the darkness returns to the rogue's eyes. Nobody will be spared. Then the only thing left is for me to kill you, Ichigo told him with determination. Everything after that can sort itself out. So, a child to the very end. Aizen held up his hand to throw another spell but found Ichigo standing right in front of him, grabbing his wrist as if to mock him for his previous move. No, I'm a human. And not even you can take that away. Ichigo squeezed Aizen's wrist hard, hearing his bones crack. And what I'm about to do next is not because of all the pain and misery you've put my friends and family through. His eyes narrowed as he brought his sword up to the tip of his horn. It's because I want to shut your goddamn mouth. The energy buildup was instantaneous. A look of fear betrayed Aizen's face as a black and white crescent moon formed above Ichigo's head, mixing with his blood. Getsuga Gran Rei Sero, Aizen screamed as Ichigo's vengeance tore into his chest. Meanwhile, Jin vs. Rukia, Nai, Arg. Rukia had known pain, but being impaled through the stomach by a long piece of rebar was beyond agonizing. She tried to make a second attempt to pull herself out of the rod, but the pain was too much. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You've lost a lot of blood already from the stick in your gut and my little stab to your thigh, warned Jin as he loomed over her, his sword's tip pointed at her face. You wouldn't want to bleed out, would you? Not like you give a damn. Rukia spat back. She still had her broken soda no Shirayuki in her hand while she gripped the rebar. Aizen said that he never trusted anyone but you, from the start. Her eyes gleamed with hatred while she struggled to breathe. You were a traitor all along. You never cared about anyone. Not me, not your lieutenant, or Rangaku. Jin remained silent. Rukia couldn't tell if she hit a nerve since Jin's face didn't change expression, his face completely unreadable. You're quite chatty today, Rukia. I'm not sure I like it. The silver-haired rogue held up his Zanpakuto near Rukia's face, the edge threatening to skin her face off. You were more fun when you were so easily spooked. But I guess Ichigo and your girlfriend brought you out of your shell. How boring. In a vain attempt to stop him, Rukia swung her shattered sword at Jin's face. The traitor easily caught her wrist and pushed Rukia's chest with the hilt of his sword, making Rukia scream as she was pushed further down the rebar. Oh dear, you're in trouble again, Rukia. Jin's eyes opened up and the fear Rukia once held for the man returned to her as she stared into the cold blue depths. But this time, there's no Ichigo to come in at the 11th hour to save you. No big brother to take the hit for you. And if Konami hasn't finished with your little girlfriend, I'll be more than happy to have fun with her next. You, stay away from Orihime. Rukia spat, growing faint from the loss of so much blood. Deciding he was done playing with his victim, Jin pointed the tip of his bankai at Rukia's heart. Rukia was practically dead already, but he wanted to make sure he finished the job right this time. So, any last words you want me to tell your big brother? Jin leaned forward when he heard Rukia mutter something. Speak up, Rukia, I can't quite hear you. San no mai. Shirafune. Shunk. Grimacing in pain, Jin looked down to see a blade of ice stabbing him in the chest. Blood spilling from his lips, he looked up at the smirking Rukia. Something you have in common with Aizen. You both talk too much. Meanwhile, Orihime, Kazuki and Yoruichi vs. Tosen. A tense silence built as the three intruders stared down Tosen. Yoruichi kept herself between him and Orihime, not wanting to give the man another chance to strangle her. Composing himself after his outburst, Tosen stood up straight and gripped his sword tightly in his hands. So, I see you've furthered your holification, Yoruichi. But then, I'm not exactly sure what to call you. You're certainly more than what Zyalaporo told us you would be when he explained your modifications. Now with her full sanity restored, Yoruichi glared at Tosen with bloodlust, angry at everything that had befallen her. And since Zyalaporo was left brain-dead and presumed crushed under all the rubble, she'd gladly exact painful retribution on Tosen. I don't care what I am. What I am doesn't matter. I'm Yoruichi Shihoin, no matter what I am. And you will die with the rest, no matter what you are, Tosen simply said. In no mood to talk, Yoruichi disappeared with a burst of her new sonido. Her glowing claw flashed brightly as she slashed at Tosen's throat. However, as fast as she wasn't a normal Soul Reaper anymore and was still adjusting to her mechanical legs and wasn't used to using a new speed technique. The lag this caused was small, but it allowed Tosen to avoid having his throat cut by her reishi claws by a hair. A swing of Tosen's sword forced Yoruichi to jump back. So, you've gone from a captain beloved by his men to a monster who chokes young women to death. You've truly fallen, mocked Yoruichi. Says the abomination. Tosen pointed his sword at Yoruichi. Cry. Suzumushi. The sword vibrated as it released its ultrasonic attack. Grimacing, Yoruichi disappeared from view, appearing beside Tosen and knocking him away with her metal tail. Huh, still feels odd having a tail while I'm standing upright, she mused. She saw Tosen stand up, unfazed by the hit. Did you forget that I was called the Flash Goddess? I can move faster than your soundwave. So it would seem. Tosen took up a stance as he prepared his next move. Then perhaps we should end the warm-ups. Are you going to use Bankai? Asked a sneaky Kazuki, sneaking up behind the blind man. The shopkeeper stabbed at Tosen, hoping to end him once and for all, only to miss. We know all about your Enma Kurogi. Spinning around, Tosen dodged the fatal stab by a hair, only suffering a small graze to his left side. His sword flashed in the red light as it whirled towards Kazuki's head. Ducking, the shopkeeper swept Tosen's legs out from under him. Yoruichi lunged forward at the opportunity, but Tosen merely raised a hand, muttering a spell that made a bright flash of light appear in his palm. Orihime was blinded and covered her eyes. Hearing a metallic clang in front of her, she warily opened them. Through the spots circling her eyes, she saw Yoruichi directly in front of her, her claw blocking Tosen's sword. You're still trying to kill Orihime. That's low, spat Yoruichi. She is a bigger threat to Lord Aizen's plans than all of you, save for Ichigo and Harribel, Tosen replied before disappearing from sight when Kazuki tried to stab him from behind. The trio saw him stand atop a mound of rubble, looking down at them with a vengeful expression on his face. Lord Aizen theorized that the girl has the uncanny ability to reject phenomena, no matter what it is. Her power is too dangerous to be allowed to exist any longer now that we cannot have her join us. You're a lunatic. Yoruichi glared daggers at the man. Your men are dead or dying. Your fortress is rubble, and by the time Ichigo is done with Aizen, there won't be a body left to bury. And even if you did defeat us all, you still have the 13 court guard squads. Kazuki walked up beside Yoruichi, making sure to keep himself between Tosen and Orihime, lest he try another sneak attack. Yoruichi has the right of it. There's no outcome where you come out on top. Your vengeance is only going to end with your death. I know. An odd silence fell upon the group as everyone processed Tosen's words. Excuse me. This world is one that preys upon the weak. There is no justice in this world. My friend's murder showed me that this world drowns in the blood of the innocent. You all have seen the injustices the Soul Society perpetuates in the name of their precious balance. Any world that pays the price of blood for peace and balance is not a world worth living in. So I resolved to change it, to make it better. Orihime walked up behind Kazuki. She was finally starting to understand this man and why Komamura cared for him so deeply. But, what are you going to do if Aizen wins? Tosen's face was blank, as if carved from stone. Yet Orihime could still feel the sadness in his voice. Lord Aizen promised a new world with a new chance. I would be a relic of this world. Therefore I have no purpose in that new world, covered in blood. Everyone instantaneously understood Tosen's motives. The man wanted to make Aizen's goal real. But he had no intention of living to see that goal. Deciding that the time for talk is over, Tosen held up his sword. It looks like Lord Aizen is having more trouble with Ichigo than I feared. Which means I need to deal with the three of you now. He looked over at Kazuki. I see you're aware of my Bankai. But tell me, did you not think that I could command the Espada with just a simple Bankai? Kazuki gripped his cane tightly. He wasn't a fool and knew what the blind rogue was getting at. So I see you're another of Aizen's experiments. Do I look like one of the Espadas? Aizen practically gave them the keys to the kingdom and they still failed miserably. Yes, like your friend, Ichigo, I too am a wizard. I underwent hollowification. But, Tosen turned his sword downwards and his face turned grim. Can your Ichigo do this? Suzumushi Hayakushiki. Griller Grillo. Tosen's spiritual pressure flared, covering him in a black aura, changing him with his resurrection. Everyone was shocked and horrified as he emerged from his transformation, now a giant four-armed winged monster. The giant cricket head opened its eyes, letting Tosen see for the first time in his life. So, this is the world, Tosen muttered, taking in the sights before his awakened eyes. Seeing Orihime's frightened face, Tosen grinned with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. What a pretty girl, I can't wait to see how ugly I can make you. Meanwhile, Harribel vs. Baragon. For the last time Baragon and Harribel clashed, their weapons echoing across the empty desert. Harribel dodged another blast of Baragon's Respira, watching it hit some unfortunate hollows far off in the distance and turn them to dust. Holding out her sword, she poured her spirit energy into it. Sero. The blast was close enough that Baragon had to swing his axe and cut the beam of energy in half. An admirable effort. You've become powerful enough that my senescence can no longer affect you directly. But, Baragon pointed his axe at her. One blow from this and the deed is done. Then I'll just have to end you now. Impudent wench. Baragon's unstable energy flared like a star about to go supernova. You think yourself my equal. Even your best attempt to defeat me merely made me more powerful. You, Baragon's growl was laced with hatred. You, who claim to regain your humanity through your insipid pupil and spawn. That you would dare stand in my presence, me, the god of Hueco Mundo. I can think of no worse offense. You've always been nothing but bluster, mocked Harribel. And you won't harm Ichigo or Asahi. Or anyone ever again. Baragon's skeletal hand raised into the sky. Again and again you defy me. Enough. Had I blood, it'd be boiling by your mere presence. You may be a worthy opponent but I will broker no rival. His gaze caught Ichigo battling Aizen and noted his more hollowish appearance. What a mockery your pupil has become. You and Aizen has created an abhorrent aberration. No, throwing his head back, Baragon started to cackle. Your pupil would make an excellent pet for my new court. Oh yes, tormenting him with your corpse and forcing him to watch me guzzle wine with your child's skull would be most pleasing. His hand stretching out into the night sky, Baragon's spirit energy shot into the empty void above them to form a new artificial moon, one he planned to break again and use as a projectile like he did the last one to blast Harribel to Kingdom Come. No, Harribel held her sword to the side, plucking the Majorata cube she'd stashed in the hilt. You will never harm the people I love ever again. Baragon eyed the cube suspiciously. What do you plan to do? Will you try to grow even more powerful with that silly trinket of Aizen's? No, Harribel bluntly said. My power is my own. I swore long ago I would not use another to bolster my own strength. The power I wield now is more than sufficient. In order to attain this form I sacrificed everything within me. I am no longer just a hollow or an Arrancar. I cast aside all that I was for this power. Ichigo's spirit energy does not suit me as I am now. Her sword started to glow with brilliant yellow light. I am sacrifice. So then, sacrifice, Baragon taunted, raising his axe to begin his dangerous attack once more. What will you do now? Silently, Harribel transferred every ounce of power into her sword. The blade extended and turned into a massive whip. Baragon braced himself as Harribel hauled back and brought his axe up to block. But Harribel aimed not at Baragon but at the ground beneath him. Tremors shook the white sands throughout Hueco Mundo, drawing the attention of all those still fighting. Dientes de Tiburon. From the white desert beneath the Lich King of Hueco Mundo erupted massive geysers of high-pressured water. Baragon's dangerous attack fizzled out as he was engulfed by the blasts of water. His power of senescence could not rid himself of the water in time before he was blasted. Hollows down below in the desert were washed away, crushed by the immense pressure from Harribel's attack. In one stroke Harribel had practically created an ocean in the desert. When the geysers died down Baragon remained floating but heavily damaged. His axe had several chunks ripped out and his whole skeletal body was cracked, more energy slipping out of his body. Baragon flared red but Harribel disappeared from sight, reappearing a foot away from the king. Raising the cube, Harribel's eyes flashed with the determination she'd gained from Ichigo. This is for threatening my daughter. With a loud cry she plunged the cube into Barrigan's chest. All Barrigan could do was scream as power surged through him. The red light his body was given off intensified until he shined in the sky like a red dwarf. Eating the cleaner had made Barrigan's body and spirit energy highly unstable. Adding Ichigo's volatile energy to Barrigan's made him a powder keg about to blow. Stop, begged Barrigan. Harribel kept her hand where it was to keep Barrigan from removing the cube, even as it began to succumb to senescence, turning into bone. Her high-speed regeneration was taxed to its very limit to keep herself from dying in seconds. If you do this even you will die. Harribel glanced back at Ichigo, still fighting Aizen, and then looked at Asahi, crying in Nell's arms. I would sacrifice anything to save my family. Ichigo knows this more than anyone. She looked back at Barrigan and pushed the cube into him harder, concentrating her remaining power on her regeneration. And if I must sacrifice myself, so be it. As the light coming from Barrigan became too much, Harribel closed her eyes and smiled. An earth-shattering scream echoed across Hueco Mundo. His skull cracking, all Barrigan could do was scream as his body pushed past its limits. Curse you, Harribel LLLLLLL. The god of Hueco Mundo erupted with a fiery explosion of red and black energy, the blast lighting up the night sky like a nuclear blast. When the bright light died down and the smoke began to clear, a small baby called out for her mother. There was no answer. Chapter 56, Hueco Mundo. Jin vs. Rukia. Blood dripped down Jin's chest, mingling with the Rukia's blood as it pooled at their feet. Looking down at the blade of ice embedded in his chest, Jin coughed up more blood with a smile. Well, now I guess we're even, huh? He chuckled weakly. Taking deep breaths while struggling to keep herself from fainting, Rukia gripped her sword and twisted, earning a cry of pain from the rogue. That's for my brother, you treacherous snake. His eyes stared at Rukia. Whether it was anger or sadness, she couldn't tell. But she saw no fear in his eyes, even as his life bled out of him. Hey, this makes things easier. Huh. Before Jin could explain himself, two things interrupted the pair. The first was a large wave of water that threatened to crush them. Hurriedly, Rukia swung her sword to create a wall of ice to protect herself, and Jin unfortunately, from getting crushed. Just as the wave died down and water started to pool at their hips, the sky lit up with bright red light and a shockwave hit the two. The force was so strong that the rebar Rukia was impaled on snapped behind her, the girl tumbling to the ground. Her sword slipped out of Jin's chest, the rogue struggling to stay upright. What was that? Rukia mumbled. She looked back up at the sky and saw only darkness. Only a dim light from the fragmented pieces of the shattered moon replaced the red glow Barrigan was giving off. Wait, what happened to Harribel? Looking around the black sky there was no sign of Ichigo's mentor and lover. Sadly, Rukia found Jin standing over her, his sword still in hand. Rukia tensed. She'd spent what little energy she had protecting herself from the wave of water. Silently Jin stared down at her, his face still unreadable. Rukia tensed, bracing herself as he reached for her. She gave a cry of agony as he gripped the piece of rebar still embedded in Rukia's guts and pulled it out of her. She swung her arm to slash at him but her swing was weak and sluggish. Rukia was taken aback when she felt a pleasant tingling in her stomach and realized from Jin's glowing hand that he was healing her. What are you? Shush now, Jin said, his smile dropping from his face. He only healed Rukia for a few moments before he picked her up out of the water that surrounded them and carried her over to a large slab of stone. Laying her down, Jin sheathed his sword and leaned forward. Do me a favor, Rukia. Rukia froze when Jin leaned forward, thinking this was some sort of trick. She gripped her sword, ready to make one last desperate stab. Quote. The words shocked Rukia, who wasn't expecting them. Huh, what do you? She didn't get any further. Jin put his hand on Rukia's head and muttered a Keto spell to knock out Rukia. Once she was good and asleep, Jin looked around and looked to find Tosen in his resurrection. Sighing, Jin turned away and headed elsewhere. There was no point in trying to help Tosen. He knew better than anyone that Tosen was beyond help. Passing by Rukia, he gave her one last look and a sad smile stretched across his face. Sorry for all the trouble, Rukia. And with that, he turned away and was gone. Orihime, Yoruichi and Kazuki vs. Tosen. Orihime trembled as she stared at the thing Konami Tosen had become. She hid behind Kazuki and Yoruichi, wondering what in the world possessed the man to let Aizen turn him into this. Yoruichi was equally horrified by what Tosen had done to himself, but a flare of anger flashed in her eyes. She didn't ask to be made into the monstrosity she'd become, Kazuki notwithstanding. And Ichigo never asked to be given the powers of a hollow. But this, what Tosen had chosen to do of his own volition. You dare talk about justice when you do this to yourself? She spat. Grinning, his mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, Tosen leered down at him with his new eyesight. I made my choices. I never cared about the dogma of the Soul Society that says that all Soul Reapers are good and all Hollows are bad. Are we not in our current situation because we know that isn't to be true? Kazuki mirrored Yoruichi's glare. That doesn't excuse the fact that you let Aizen turn you into this monstrosity. Ah, Kazuki Urahara, I always wanted to put a face to that voice. You look rather plainer than I imagined. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment. Call me what you will. It matters little to me. I became a Soul Reaper to exact my revenge. Not once have I ever cared about the opinions, or even lives, of a single Soul Reaper. Wiping out Karakura town won't bring your friend back, shouted Orihime. Revenge isn't the answer, Tosen. The mutant bug Hollow's face flashed with anger. So what is justice, you stupid girl? Exclamation mark quote. He shrieked. You are a deluded child. You, who've seen the same injustices as I. And you dare question me. The black Hollow's hands squeezed into fists as his huge eyes glared at Orihime. Your words are nothing but lip service. Suffer the sins of the world like I have. Then we'll see how long until your pathetic morality turns to dust. His body tensing, Tosen opened his hands to reveal his sharp claws. More's the pity then that you will not live to see your childish morals die. Yoruichi acted swiftly. Jumping into the air, she intercepted Tosen before he could attack Orihime again. Her golden claw flashed brightly in the night and she slashed at Tosen. The huge hollow blocked the attack, losing one of his arms in the process, batting Yoruichi away with his tail. Landing on a pile of rubble, Yoruichi responded with her own mechanical tail. The tip opened up and several grenades launched from it, exploding on contact with Tosen. Huh, you know, where are those balls coming from? Kazuki pondered, wondering what was the extent of Xiolapuro's cybernetics implanted into Yoruichi's body and how much translated into her Arankar form. Through the smirk emerged Tosen, his severed arm and wounds quickly regenerating. Grinning, Tosen opened his eyes and a pair of Seros formed. Gasping, Kazuki grabbed Orihime and ran for cover while Yoruichi jumped into the air. The blast was wide enough that it almost hit Yoruichi, surprising her with his speed. But she was in for more of a shock when Tosen moved faster than she thought, his massive body moving far faster than it looked. Gah! She screamed as she was caught in the blast of another Sero. Yoruichi, Kazuki and Orihime shouted, watching as the woman landed in some rubble. Feeling Rukia's spiritual pressure start to dwindle, Kazuki gripped his shikai. Orihime, go help Rukia. I'll help Yoruichi. Are you sure? Orihime, she needs your help more. Kazuki insisted. Tosen watched Orihime start to run away. You think you're going to get away, little girl? He dive-bombed right at the Oranget. Bakudo number 81. Denku. A transparent wall appeared in front of Tosen. The bug hollow slashed at the barrier with his claws and destroyed it with one blow. But the move gave Kazuki enough time to jump over his head. Shibari. His red net covered Tosen's massive bug-like frame and pinned him to the ground. Kazuki wasted no time in stabbing one end of the net. Hayasobi, Benihime, Juzutsunagi. The net exploded in a ring of cascading explosions. Kazuki kept his guard up, knowing that wasn't good enough to keep him down. His assumption was soon found correct when Tosen's lumbering mass rose up from the flames, barely singed by the explosions. He was already a powerful captain before he added hollowification to his strength. And unlike the Majorata Resurrecciones the Espadas used, his body is completely stable. That's why Aizen sent the Espadas after us and not him. He wanted to keep his most reliant fighter off the field for as long as possible. Kazuki held out his sword. He didn't have a lot of strength left. Fighting the espadas one after the other and surviving that massive blast Baragon sent their way took its toll. But desperate times called for desperate measures and Tosen was playing for keeps. Tosen knew what Kazuki planned to do and grinned again. Bankai, I think it's a little late for that. If you could still use that, you would have. I know as much as you that Bankai requires an enormous amount of spirit energy to use. If you could use it repeatedly, why didn't you use it against Zamari? His brow furrowing, Urahara decided to hedge his bets. Tosen was right. Kanonbaraki Benihime Aratame was a massive drain on his spirit energy. Usually most Soul Reaper captains used their Bankai as a last resort because of the huge use of energy required. The rare exceptions were those gifted with large reserves of spirit energy they can draw upon for sustained use, such as Ichigo or Byakuya. And sadly, while Kazuki was a very capable individual in combat, he didn't have the endless stamina that his pupil had. Still, Kazuki knew that without his Zanpakuto's Bankai, fighting Tosen would be a very hard task. Thankfully, Kazuki didn't have to take that risk. A blinding flash of blue light flared behind Tosen and a flurry of arrows shot into his back. Tosen howled in pain and whirled around. There, standing on a platform of reishi, was Ryu. Like the others, he'd survived the explosion, but the burns that blackened his back and his right arm told everyone he was far from unharmed. Licked Regan. Ryu fired a massive volley. Tosen sneered at the Quincy. You should have aimed for the head. He fired his double Sero technique, destroying Yuryu's arrows and forcing the team to escape before he was blasted to pieces. Yoruichi, recovered from the blow she'd received, tried to take advantage of the distraction and lunged for Tosen, her claw glowing with more energy and her body beginning to crackling white lightning. Her glowing claw extended as she stretched out her arm and she took a chunk out of Tosen's side. Spinning in the air, Yoruichi kicked the giant bug in the side of his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pressing her attack, Yoruichi pounced onto him to tear his face off, only for Tosen to quickly regenerate his injuries and grab her by the waist with his massive hand. The large hand squeezed, making Yoruichi scream in pain as she was crushed. Tosen's glee didn't last long when her mechanical legs suddenly opened up, cables shooting out to latch onto Tosen's hand. Grinning, Yoruichi lit up with her shunko and let the electricity pass through her cables and directly into Tosen's body. Arg! Kazuki's blade severed Tosen's hand at the wrist, freeing Yoruichi. Ryu appeared directly in front of the hollow, his bow aimed right at the man's huge head. Even as injured as he was, however, Tosen was just as nimble as ever. He flew up into the air and beat his wings, forcing everyone to brace themselves before they were blown away. Just as he was about to charge up more Seros, however, he suddenly and unceremoniously crashed back to Earth. Went all three remaining fighters before they saw what made Tosen crash. Groaning in pain, Tosen bristled at the ice that covered his wings. I see that Baragon was so inept, that he failed to kill a single one of you, he spat. Hanging in the air was Toshiro Hitsugaya, still alive but bruised from surviving the blast. Tosen, Toshiro looked at what his old comrade had become. Unlike Aizen and Jin, whom he felt nothing but murderous loathing for, Tosen didn't elicit the same rage. To see such a proud man reduce himself to this monstrosity was almost tragic. Seeing the pitying look in Toshiro's eyes, Tosen bristled with anger. Don't you dare pity me, boy. I do. Toshiro floated down until he found firm footing. I was listening to you while I was digging myself and Ryu out of the rubble. I can understand why you're doing this, why you hate the 13 court guard squads. He gestured to the direction of Ichigo. I came here, defying a direct order from the head captain to help Ichigo, because I saw how flawed the squads and their methods are. Tosen seemed to relax for a moment, interested in hearing what the small child captain had to say. So why choose to fight me now? Is it simply revenge for what we did to your friend, Momo? I won't deny it. I despise Aizen for everything he put Momo through. He is a monster that needs to be stopped. But that's not it completely. You're right, Tosen. The Soul Society has done terrible things. And you deserve retribution for your friend for what happened. But this, what you, Aizen and Jin plan to do, no, I cannot condone this. Why not? Toshiro held up his sword, the tip pointing at Tosen's face. Just because the world is flawed doesn't mean it's worth wiping it away clean to start over. No matter how perfect Aizen's world is, it won't excuse the fact that it was born out of blood. Nothing can ever justify the amount of death and carnage you've wrought. Sighing, Tosun tensed again. I suppose we're at an impasse then. The only thing left, his claws extended and he bared his teeth, is to kill you all. While Kazuki may not have been able to, Toshiro still had plenty of energy for another round. Bankai. Daiguren Hirenmaru. The air around him exploded with an icy frenzy and he appeared in his ice draconic form. The two took to the air again and battled. As the icy dragon and black cricket clashed in the skies of Hawako Mundo, Kazuki looked over at Yoruichi. You holding up all right? His concern over the extent of what Xyolaporo had done to Yoruichi had not abated even after using the Hogyoku, now tucked away in his robes after he nabbed it from Asahi, to turn her into an Arrancar. Yoruichi shrugged. I still feel terrible. I'm glad to be standing on 2 feet again, but, she put her claw over her belly. I'm hungry, she said with a hint of shame. Kazuki understood. He had to remind himself that Yoruichi was a hollow now, not a soul reaper. Then he had another thought. Hey wait, what happened to your Zanpakuto? What about it? Uryu, standing nearby trying to get a clear shot at Tosun, knew what Kazuki was thinking. Don't all soul reapers and Arrancars have Zanpakutos? I don't keep my Zanpakuto handy. I'm more of a brawler. Or a scratcher now, I guess. She held up her glowing claw. I don't know what became of my Zanpakuto after that freak turned me into his lab rat. Kazuki's eyes narrowed as he stared at the claw. I think I do. Over the rubble of the burning fortress, Tosun destroyed a wave of ice with a wave of his arm. Toshiro, on the other hand, did his best to avoid Tosun's Seros and kept him at a distance. But Tosun's high-speed regeneration was highly advanced. He made sure that none of Toshiro's attacks hit anything vital and his wounds recovered almost instantly. Desperate to end this now, Toshiro held up his sword. Hayaten Hayakaso. From the heavens descended a flurry of ice flowers that surrounded Tosun's massive frame. As soon as they touched him, they began to freeze his body, leaving him trapped inside a pillar of ice. Then he heard a very loud ringing sound. The pillar of ice was destroyed with a burst of sound emanating from Tosun's cricket wings. That was very foolish, Captain Hitsugaya. Ice and snow are always vulnerable to sound waves. You picked the wrong opponent. Cursing, Toshiro moved to attack before he was almost blasted out of the air by a large shockwave, the sky lighting up with a bright flash of light and then darkness returning to the skies of Hawako Mundo. Turning to the smoke in the distance, he could not sense Harribel's spiritual pressure and realized what had become of her. Oh no. Let me tell you something. Spinning around, he saw Tosun beginning to weave green circles in the air in front of him, 9 of them. When your name was put forth for captaincy, I was among the few who objected. You were too emotional and let yourself be easily distracted. I can see now I was right. Tosun's toothy mouth grinned with sadistic glee. Los nueve aspectos. 9 massive sound waves reverberated out of the circles all at once, hitting Tosun with massive force. The ice bankai surrounding Toshiro shattered and he screamed in pain, feeling like his every atom was being ripped apart by the sound. He fell to the ground with a heavy thud, barely clinging to life. Uryu, not wanting Toshiro to be killed, jumped forward and shot a massive volley at Tosun. The creature disappeared from sight and hovered over Uryu, who looked up in horror to see the monster's grinning face. Die, Quincy. Tosun's claws swiped at Uryu, aiming to tear his head off. However, once again a bolt of lightning hit the hollow Tosun in the side to stop him from killing. Howling with rage, Tosun looked past Uryu to find Yoruichi. His bug eyes grew wide, however, when he found that again, the flash goddess had undergone her own transformation. Yoruichi's features were very jaguarish. The ground sizzled beneath Yoruichi's feet, her mechanical legs now returning to their more bestial shape. White and yellow armor covered up most of her naked body, lightning surging through the tips of her massive claws. Yoruichi's face was covered with black marks. Her once purple hair was now electric white, flowing all the way down her back. Her mask fragment was gone, cat ears of lightning replacing them. Behind her thrashed her tail, now split back into 2. Tosun balked at the realization for Yoruichi's transformation. You used Resurrection. Not bad, Yoruichi grinned, her mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Kazuki realized that Zyolapporo incorporated my Zanpakuto into that big-ass claw. Wasn't hard to release it once it was there. I just needed to say the name in the Espada's language. Grr, bristling, Tosen stood upright while his wounds healed. You call me a monster, yet you use the same powers as me. Don't you dare condemn me, you hypocrite. Wrong. Yoruichi held up one of her massive paws and pointed a claw at Tosen. There's no comparing the two of us. I furthered my holification to help those I care about. You did it because you wanted to watch the world burn. Deciding he was done talking, Tosen charged again, ready to rip Yoruichi in two. Sadly, for all of Tosen's increased speed, Yoruichi's had gone through the roof. She disappeared with a bolt of lightning, appearing above Tosen's head. Her claws lit up with power and electricity. Truino. Yoruichi clapped her paws together, creating a large boom of thunder that hit Tosen hard. Tosen's words were cut off when Yoruichi appeared in front of him again and took one of his arms off with her claws. Gra, he screamed as the flash goddess tore into his chest. Blood spilling down his front, Tosen charged up two Seros in front of his eyes. They merged together before blasting forth in one massive shot. Grinning from ear to ear, Yoruichi got on all fours and focused her energy through her holofeed bionic body. Her two tails arced overhead and opened up, creating two electric Seros of their own. Opening her mouth wide, Yoruichi created a third Sero. Lightning arced between the three until it created one massive Sero. Dios del Truino Sero. The two blasts met, canceling each other out and resulting in a massive explosion. Had Barragan not already destroyed Las Noches, that would have been more than enough to level the place. Tosen braced himself from the shockwave and decided to use his ultimate move again to finish her off like he did to Shiro. Then a Sero blasted him from behind. What the? Whirling his head around, Tosen was stunned to see who attacked him. Stark. The Espada, in his Resurrection form, held his smoking gun at Tosen. He hadn't bothered using the cube Aizen had given him. There was no point at this rate. Sorry, Tosen, he said quietly. When Tosen raised a hand, Stark shot it off. You, traitor. Stark's face was sad. He knew what he was doing but made his choice. I joined Lord Aizen because he promised me strong comrades. His eye narrowed at the memory of that fateful meeting. I guess he lied. And it wasn't like Aizen needed us after he got his claws on Ichigo and Harribel. Shouted another voice that came from Stark's pistol, Lilinet. Cursing at Stark's treason, Tosen regrew his hand and moved to hit him with his sound waves, before a giant icicle stabbed him from behind. Toshiro. Tosen choked through a mouthful of blood. Standing a distance away was Toshiro, his body covered with stitches after his injuries were mended by Kazuki's Bankai, the giant Benihime looming over the ice captain. You really have fallen, the small captain sadly said. The old you would have heard us a mile away. No. Tosen choked before he saw a bright light. And it wasn't heaven. Channeling the full force of her Resurrection, Yoruichi created several orbs of lightning. Her robotic eye gleamed wickedly as the orbs, as well as the lightning crackling around her beautiful body, turned black. This is for all the people you've hurt in the name of your sick vengeance. Her entire body glowed with black energy and her right paw became a giant claw made of black lightning. Gara de Truino. Unable to move, all Tosen could do was use his new eyesight to see his death come straight at him. He screamed as the black lightning claws tore into him, cutting him in half. And no, his top half hit the ground with a loud thud, blood pooling around him. Yoruichi, Toshiro, Stark and Kazuki all stood around him, watching as his body began to disintegrate. His head looked up at the empty black sky. I can't see, he whimpered while his body turned to dust. I can't see, at all. The four watched Tosen die silently until he finally faded away. He hated being a soul reaper so much that he was willing to die like a hollow, lamented Toshiro. I don't we ever got to see the real Tosen until now. Yoruichi clicked her tongue and stamped a puddle of blood. He wanted us all to suffer for the sins of others. He deserved what he got. Kazuki and Toshiro would have commented how dark and out of character Yoruichi was being, but they knew she'd been through a lot of trauma and wouldn't deny her this. Scratching the back of his head, Stark sighed. Well, guess I threw in my lot with you guys now. I suppose there's only one thing left. I suppose so. Kazuki turned around and saw Orihime healing Rukia. In an instant, the alarm bells in his head started ringing. Wait, where's Jin? Ichigo versus Aizen. Blood spilled down the front of Aizen's chest while he staggered backwards. Ichigo stayed where he was, satisfied with the mortal blow delivered. Had enough? Hardly. Regaining his composure, Aizen stood up straight and gripped his Zanpakuto tightly. I must admit, I don't think I've ever been pressed this far before. He raised a hand and shot a purple fireball at Ichigo, who merely swatted it away. Ichigo gripped his white blade with both hands and readied to take Aizen's head off before a wave of water threatened to wash him away. What the? He jumped up onto a pile of debris, realizing this was Harribel's doing. Then the sky lit up with a massive flare and Harribel's spiritual pressure disappeared. Staring up at the empty sky to see nothing come out of the cloud of dust, Ichigo's eyes widened with shock. No sooner did the shock hit him did the realization of what must have happened. Harribel, no, he said, his voice a barely audible whisper. Tears started to run down the side of his face when he heard Asahi crying in the far distance, as if she too knew of her mother's fate. How tragic. Aizen shook his head. What a waste. All that time and effort and she committed suicide. His back to Aizen, Ichigo started to shake with a burning rage. Shut your mouth. Whirling around, Ichigo raised his sword, tears running down his face. Aizen brought his sword up to defend. Didn't your mentor teach you not to give in to anger? He taunted. Shut up. Ichigo hauled back and readied another massive Getsuga Tensho. Seeing Ichigo's vulnerability, Aizen decided to use his Shikai to put Ichigo under his spell. He raised a hand but Ichigo reappeared right in front of him once more and grabbed his sword with his bare hand, squeezing it hard. Die! Ichigo screamed as he brought Zangetsu down and shunk. Both fighters stopped dead in their tracks. Ichigo froze as he and Aizen looked down to see a sword sticking out of the rogue's chest. Aizen's head turned to see who attacked him. You. The man's eyes narrowed when he saw who had attacked him. So sorry, Ichigo, Jin smirked, his bankai still impaling Aizen from behind. But I called dibs first. Jin. Ichigo looked confused. He took a step back, letting go of Aizen's sword while Jin retracted his blade. What do you think you're doing? I thought you were on his side. His side. Jin staggered forward, a hand going to the wound Rukia inflicted. Oh, Ichigo. That's where you're wrong. I was never on his side. Jin. Aizen started before Jin cut him off with a dismissive hand wave. Shush now, Captain Aizen. You had your story time. Now it's my turn. Jin looked over at Ichigo and gave a sad smile. You see, Ichigo, once upon a time there lived two little children in the Rukan district. A boy, and a girl. The two children lived in a rough part of the Rukan district but they had each other. And that was enough, until one night. While the boy was out trying to scrounge for food, he discovered something. He found a group of soul reapers attacking the girl, using her for a diabolical experiment. Unable to help, all the boy could do was cower in the bushes while he watched in horror as the men gave the fruits of their sick experiment to their leader. Jin's blue eyes opened up and all of his hatred became directed at one man. Wanna guess who their leader is? Wait. The girl, was that Rangaku? Jin ignored the question and walked closer to Aizen. On that night, when I saw that man, I made a vow. I will kill this man. No matter what I had to do, no matter how many horrific acts I would have to perform, no matter how many bodies I had to crawl over, I would kill this man. So I gained his trust, joined his cause, and waited to find the right moment to strike. I always knew you wanted to kill me, Aizen said, trying to heal his wounded chest. I merely waited to see when you had the stomach to do it. Oh, cut the bravado, Captain Aizen. You've lost. All your pieces have been swept off the board. The Espadas are dead, Konami's dead, even your own home got wrecked to pieces. Ichigo got the better of you. You created him too well. Oh, that reminds me, Jin held up his small sword. You don't know this, Ichigo, but I often told everyone that my bankai was the fastest in all the Soul Society, as well as one of the longest. However, Jin's smirk widened and he became his most sinister. Aizen isn't the only one who can fool others. Aizen's eyes narrowed as he was confused by Jin's words. Then he noticed a particular detail about Jin's Zanpakuto. There was a sliver missing in the middle. You see, my Zanpakuto turns to dust in instant it expands or contracts. That dust is a lethal poison that dissolves and breaks down cells. And I left a sliver of my blade, a sliver of that poison, in Aizen's chest. Reaching Aizen, Jin reached out to touch his chest. Aizen swung his sword to take his treacherous lieutenant's head, but Jin's Bankai was faster. All Ichigo saw was a blur and Aizen's hand was severed at the wrist, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground. If you have any last words, I'd say them now. Jin's hand pressed into Aizen's bloody chest. On second thought, never mind. Ichigo can agree with me when I say, Jin's eyes opened up once again to show the malice he held for this monster in human flesh. You've talked enough. Kill, Kamishini no Yari. In an instant, a massive hole opened up in Aizen's chest, his body dissolved by the treacherous Jin's poison. Aizen's eyes widened as he fell backwards, his hand reaching uselessly for Ichigo before he hit the ground, the life already gone from him. Ichigo stood where he was in stunned silence, barely believing that just happened. Is he dead? A tense moment passed as Jin waited, watching Aizen's body carefully. He didn't know if Aizen still had any tricks left up his sleeve. But after a minute ticked away, Jin looked up and smiled. Sorry for stealing your kill, Ichigo. But I called dibs long before you were even born, he chuckled. A wave of anger suddenly swept over Ichigo. After all he'd been through, all he'd suffered at Aizen's hands, to have his revenge robbed from him was a hard pill to swallow. But as much as he wanted to ram his sword down Jin's gullet, his anger faded away when he saw the man stumble and fall. Realizing that his wound had been fatal, Ichigo rushed over to him. Jin, hang on, I'll get Orihime. As much as he hated Jin for everything he helped Aizen do, he was too kind-hearted to just let the man bleed to death after everything he said. Jin's hand grasped Ichigo's arm, stopping him from getting help. Don't. It's better this way. His lips formed a sad smile. After all I put you and poor Rukia through, this is the least I deserve. But, haha, it's all right. Even if you saved me now, what life would I have? His eyes glanced over at Aizen's corpse. Even if you forgive me, the 13 court guard squads never will. Even if it was for revenge, I did terrible things. Jin's face turned somber, repentant at last. Unspeakable things. Killing Aizen doesn't make up for any of it. His hand slipped to the ground while he panted for breath, blood pooling around him. And a life roaming the wastelands of Hueco Mundo is no life at all. I never found much camaraderie with Konami except, neither of us planned to live past our goals. Ichigo stared down at Jin with sad eyes, now knowing that Jin never planned on living past killing Aizen. Are you sure? What about Rangaku? Closing his eyes, Jin sighed. I am sorry I didn't get to tell her goodbye in person. Could you do me a favor? Yeah, tell your dad to look after Rangaku for me. She's gonna need somebody after this. Jin opened his eyes and looked at Ichigo, at all the boy had become. You're a good kid, Ichigo. Also, I'm truly sorry for bringing your baby into this. The light left Jin's eyes. Bowing his head, Ichigo closed Jin's eyes and laid him down on the ground. When he heard footsteps, he whirled around, Tensei-Zangetsu in hand, but was relieved when he saw everyone running towards him. You guys are okay. Orihime ran up and hugged him. We're okay. We've been through a lot but we're alive. Rukia stood over Jin's body, her mind heavy from Jin's last words to her. She glanced over at Aizen's dead body. Is it finally over? Yeah, nodded the horned Ichigo. It's over. Everyone ran up and hugged Ichigo, even Uryu. After they parted, Ichigo noticed first Yoruichi. Yoruichi, what did they do to you? The werecat Arankar shrugged. I've had a very long weekend, she merely said. When she saw the look in Ichigo's eyes, she scowled. Don't blame yourself, Ichigo. Like I told Kazuki, nobody is to blame for what happened except for myself for getting captured. Don't worry. Kazuki held up the Hogyoku in his palm. Now that the Hogyoku is back in my possession, I should be able to undo her holification in. No, you're not. It was then that Ichigo finally noticed Toshiro. Toshiro, what are you doing here? He looked around in alarm. Are the other captains here? No, I came here by myself. I was ashamed of myself after what happened back in Karakura town. And when Yamamoto wanted to pin the blame of your actions onto your whole family, I couldn't stand around and hide behind my duty. I went to your father and warned him to hide and came straight here. But more importantly, Toshiro drew his Zanpakuto and pointed it at Kazuki's face. Hand it over. Excuse me, don't give me that. The Hogyoku is too dangerous to be allowed to exist. In your hands, it would be as equally destructive just like in Aizen's hands. You're cut from the same cloth as him and Kuretsuchi. You decided to bend the laws of nature to your will and you created that. All of this is as much your fault as it is Aizen's. He gave Yoruichi a sad look. And there's no telling how worse you can make Yoruichi, especially with all that's been done to her. No, Toshiro pointed his sword at the Hogyoku in Kazuki's hands. You're far too proud to destroy something as valuable as this. Hand it over and I'll do what you should have done 100 years ago. Ichigo would have pointed out that Aizen confessed to making the Hogyoku first, but Kazuki waved him silent. As you wish. Walking over to a large slab of stone, Kazuki set the Hogyoku down on the rock. Go ahead. Destroy it. Toshiro was taken aback. He expected the man to protest or at worst, draw his sword. Still, the small captain could not back down after what he just said. Hirinmaru in hand, Toshiro stormed past Kazuki and swung his sword down onto the small glowing marble as hard as he could. A bright flash emanated from the Hogyoku as the blade connected and Toshiro was sent flying, his Zanpakuto shattering to pieces. Shaking his head, Kazuki tilted his hat back. You're lucky. When I tried to destroy it, the blast cost me an arm and several organs. Glad I was able to stitch myself back together at the time. Rukia helped Toshiro up. Sheathing what's left of his broken sword, Toshiro scratched his head. Okay, maybe you were telling the truth. I do that a lot actually. Yet everyone is always so surprised. Out of nowhere a baby's cry interrupted the group. Nell and her fractions rushed over to Ichigo, little Asahi wailing in Nell's arms. Ichigo, thank goodness you're okay. Nell breathed a sigh of relief. She held out Asahi. Here, I couldn't get her to stop crying. As soon as Ichigo laid eyes on his daughter his heart began to break. He took the little girl into his arms. But when Asahi looked up and saw the young man holding her, she didn't recognize his face thanks to his hollowification and cried harder. Tears ran down Ichigo's face while he gently tried to rock his daughter. Harribel, clutching her tightly, Ichigo sobbed as he realized that his mentor, his lover, the woman who taught him to be a man and stole his heart, was gone. She's dead. Orihime, Rukia, Yoruichi and Nell all hugged Ichigo, nobody knowing what to say that could possibly ease his pain. For a few minutes, only Asahi's wailing could be heard, a mournful cry for her mother that was long gone. Oryu stared out at the desert, wondering if Harribel was well and truly gone. If there was a body left, even a small part of her, we could have Orihime revive her. But, he shook his head. No, that blast would have destroyed her completely. We can't sense her spirit energy at all. Which means she's dead or was blown really far away. It was at that moment when Oryu noticed something. Kazuki, look, he pointed at the Hogyoku. His careful eyes watched the small orb as it pulsed in time with Asahi's crying. Curious, Kazuki reached down and picked up the object. Looking back at the crying Asahi, a wide smile stretched across his face. I have an idea. Meanwhile, darkness. Harribel drifted in a sea of darkness. She could not hear or see. She recalled the last moments of her battle with Baragon. The cube, the explosion, and then darkness. Floating in the dark emptiness of the void, Harribel felt her mind start to fade away, resigned to oblivion. Ichigo. Sadness washed over Harribel at the thought of her student, her friend, her lover. They'd swore to return home alive with Asahi, but she'd broken her promise. Ichigo would have to carry on alone. I'm sorry, I did what I had to do, Ichigo. I had to sacrifice the future we would have had, so that you and Asahi would have a future at all. The thought didn't bring her any comfort. Harribel knew that Ichigo would take her passing hard. He loved her too much. And her daughter, poor little Asahi, would have to grow up without a mother. Harribel's heart throbbed with anguish. She would not see her daughter grow up to become a woman. Would she be kind and gentle? Or would Asahi be stubborn like her mother? Even more concerning, what did the future hold for her safety? She was a human child born from a soul reaper and an Arankar. Whatever challenges her birthright would bring, she would have to face them without her mother to guide her. No, Harribel thought, the weight of her sacrifice too much to bear. I can't, I don't want them to go on alone. I gladly gave my life to save theirs, but their happiness is something I don't want to sacrifice. Harribel's mind was almost gone when she heard something that stirred the void, stopping her journey into the darkness. Who was that? Bell. The voice startled her. That voice, was it really him? Harribel. Hearing Ichigo's voice pierce the void, Harribel opened her eyes. Nghhh. The Espada could see nothing but a bright light. At first she thought she had been blinded, but as her sight came back to her, Harribel realized she was within Orihime's healing barrier. Where am I? Stay still, you were badly hurt by the blast. Turning her head, Harribel's eyes widened to see Ichigo sitting next to her, their baby in his arms. You're all okay, she breathed when she saw everyone surrounding her. Had a few scrapes and bruises, but we pulled through, Kazuki said with a smile. Aizen, Baragan, kneeling down, Yoruichi smiled. Dead, stabbed in the back by Jin. And Baragan is gone, thanks to you. It's over. How did you find me? Harribel noticed that they were far away from the ruins of Las Noches. Seeing a faint glow in Asahi's hands, Harribel realized she was holding the Hogyoku. Why does Asahi have that? Not sure why, but the Hogyoku kept glowing in time with Asahi's crying. When we gave it to her, we found it glowed in a particular direction. So we rode on Bawabawa and used the Hogyoku like a compass to find you. There, all done, chirped Orihime, finishing Harribel's healing. She lifted the barrier and watched with a happy smile as Ichigo handed Asahi over to her. Thankfully Asahi still recognized her mother and calmed down, burying her head in her mother's bosom. Patting her child's head, Harribel sat up and looked at Ichigo, giving her lover a happy smile. Let's go home. Chapter 57. Sometime later. Karakura town. On the grassy hill where Ichigo originally left to go rescue his child, a garganta opened up and the group stepped out, with a few new friends they'd picked up along the way. Everyone was weary and exhausted, especially Ichigo and Harribel, their transformations spent and were now back to normal. Asahi asleep in her arms, Harribel turned to the last remaining Espada, Stark. He'd been the one who'd offered to open the garganta for them and escort them back to the world of the living. What will you do now, Stark? Are you going to rebuild Las Noches? Scratching the back of his head, Stark sighed and looked up at the sky. Honestly, I've no clue. I only joined Lord Aizen because he offered me strong companions. But once again I'm the last man standing. He turned back to Harribel. You sure you won't stay in Hueco Mundo? You did kill Baragan. By rights, that makes you queen of Hueco Mundo. Looking down at her precious bundle of joy, Harribel shook her head. No, my place is here, with my family. Besides, Hueco Mundo is no place to raise a child. Looking back up, she gave her comrade a small smile. I guess I'm going to have to abdicate the throne. That means you're the king now. Everyone giggled when Stark groaned. You, me, king. Stark slumped forward. I think I'll just pass it off to Lilinet then Yao. The tiny Arankar next to him stomped his foot. Don't think you can pass the buck onto me. You're going to have to suck it up and actually put in some legwork, you lazy king. While everyone laughed, Lilinet gave Harribel a wide smile. Don't worry, Harribel, I'll keep him in line. Before you know it, we'll have Las Noches up and rebuilt in no time. Besides, the girl gestured over to Nell, Pesci and Dondochaka. We aren't going at this alone. Nodding, Harribel handed Asahi over to Ichigo and walked over to Nell, throwing her arms around her and drawing her into a big hug. Nelliel, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Ichigo and I owe you a debt we can never repay. If you need us for anything, you need only ask. Giggling, Nell hugged Harribel back. What are friends for? Mind if we drop by to see you and Ichigo? Pulling back, Harribel nodded, giving her friend a warm smile. We'd be honored to have you over. Just, she glanced over at Pesci and Dondochaka. Make sure those two behave themselves. Nell grinned before going over to the others one at a time and giving them all a bone-breaking hug, save for Ichigo since he was holding the little girl. See you later, Ichigo. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before joining the other Arrancars. Everyone waved goodbye and watched as the Garganta closed behind Nell and the others. Sighing, Ryu looked around, half expecting more Soul Reapers to show up. So what now? Clothes, Orihime said bluntly, her outfit little more than rags covering up her naughty bits. I really need clothes. Rukia looked over at Toshiro, who gave a somber nod. Captain Hitsugaya and we should return to the Soul Society and report back what happened. Orihime took hold of Rukia's hand in protest. Rukia, no, if you go back there. Toshiro walked over and put a hand on Rukia's shoulder. She's right, Orihime. We defied orders. Even if we both considered it morally right, we have to face the consequences for our actions. I don't like it as much as you do, but we chose this when we both made the decision to help Ichigo and Harribel. Harribel frowned. What do you think your head captain will do? Silently Toshiro hung his head low. I don't know, I've no doubt I'll be stripped of my captaincy. I'll probably be arrested and charged with insubordination and treason for going against Yamamoto's orders. Byakuya will probably do what he can to keep Rukia safe, but he and Rukia both looked at each other. Both of them knew that the consequences for helping Ichigo and Harribel rescue their daughter would be severe. You don't have to go back. Ichigo understood the dilemma both Soul Reapers were in and didn't want either of them to return to the Soul Society if it meant certain death awaited them. He couldn't live with himself if they died for the crime of helping him, especially Rukia again. Harribel took back Asahi and gestured in the direction of Ichigo's house. Might I suggest we return home and rest? We can decide on what to do next after we've all had some time to recover, and after I change Asahi. She glanced over at Yoruichi. We'll need to figure out what to do about you as well. Yeah, gotta admit, this is going to take some getting used to. She poked the cat ear headband on her head that served as her mask fragment. Especially since I need to figure out what all Xyolaporo did to me. Don't worry, now that I have the Hogyoku, I'm sure I can figure something out, promised Kazuki. But we should probably go and check on Isshin and the twins to make sure they're okay. Nodding, the group flash-stepped and sonitoed away, with Rukia bringing Orihime along for the ride. Reaching the Kurosaki house, Ichigo reached for the door and found it unlocked. Cautiously he opened it and walked into his home. Dad, Yuzu, Karen, he called out. Silence was his answer. Anxiety started to fill Ichigo. After what Toshiro had told him regarding the 13 court guard squad's decision about his family, he feared for what might have happened to them. Dad, he called out once again, heading into his living room before stopping dead in his tracks. There, sitting on his couch waiting for him, was head captain Yamamoto. So, Ichigo Kurosaki, you've returned. The group filed into the room, all shocked that the man who led the Soul Society was here in Ichigo's house. Toshiro and Rukia bristled as the ancient Soul Reaper's eyes fell upon them, both of them suddenly gripped with terror. Anger swelled up inside Ichigo. Balling his fists, he glared at the old man. Get off of my couch, he growled. Yamamoto ignored the demand, instead asking, I take it that if you are here with your child that Sosuke Aizen is dead. Still holding Asahi, Harribel nodded. He is dead, as are Konami Tosen and Jin Ichimaru. Aside from myself and one other, all of the Espadas are dead as well. It is over, old man. Is it? I think not, Yamamoto bluntly said, keeping a tight grip on his cane. Where is my father? Where are Yuzu and Karen? Ichigo stepped further. If you've hurt then I swear all. Calm yourself, Ichigo Kurosaki. Your home was empty by the time I dispatched the punishment force to arrest your family. Isshin fled with your sisters well before we arrived. No doubt he was warned of our coming. His scathing gaze turned to Toshiro, who glared back. I hope you are prepared to face the consequences of your actions, Captain Hitsugaya. Staring back at his commanding officer, Toshiro scowled. I will accept the consequences of what I've done, head captain. But I do not regret anything. I traveled to Hueco Mundo to help rescue the human, Asahi Kurosaki, as well as to help put down Aizen and those who threatened the security of the Soul Society. My actions are in line with my duty, unlike you, who chose to betray and punish the innocent. Everyone looked at Toshiro incredulously. Rukia especially didn't think Toshiro had the gall to insult the head captain openly to his face. Yamamoto glared daggers at Toshiro but stayed his tongue in his hand, not moving from where he sat. His eyes scanned the room until they found Yoruichi, or at least what had become of Yoruichi. I am sorry to see the state you are in, Yoruichi Shihoin. What on earth has the enemy done to you? Things which I can never say out loud, especially with children present in the room, admitted Yoruichi, glancing over at Ichigo, Oryu and Orihime. Kazuki retrieved the Hogyoku from Aizen. We're going to try to use it to undo my hollowification. Or at least try to remove some metal bits from me. She gestured to her glowing red eye. I think I'm more machine than hollow actually. You are aware of the laws of the Soul Society regarding those who undergo hollowification, threatened Yamamoto. Brushing her hair back with her claw, Yoruichi shrugged. I'm a fugitive anyway, remember. Why should I care about your laws? Impudent as always. Harribel, who'd briefly went upstairs to change Asahi, came down with her daughter and promptly sat down in a chair opposite of the head captain. In case you haven't noticed, we've had a very long day. So if you're here to pick a fight, do it sometime later. Nobody here is in the mood to deal with you, old man. Yamamoto glared at Harribel, not sure of what to make of the Arrancar or the child in her arms. So, you are the hollow that has caused all of this. The hollow has a name. Cheer Harribel, she curtly replied. Are you here to fight us? Because that's not going to go the way you expect. Especially if you didn't bring your peanut gallery with you. The group watched as Yamamoto remained where he was, unsure of what the man was here for if he didn't come to fight them. Sitting down next to Harribel, Ichigo decided for once to try to talk his way out of a fight. He didn't want Yamamoto to go for his Hellfire Zanpakuto with Asahi still in the house. Old man, we have no intention of picking a fight with you. All I want is to protect my friends and family. That's all I've ever wanted. His expression hardened. I fought Aizen, and I won. Considering none of you could scratch him, how do you think a fight with me is going to go? Especially after all you've put me through. Sitting back on the couch, Yamamoto weighed his options. On the one hand, Ichigo was exhausted and weary from his constant battling. He would not be able to bring the same force he brought down on Aizen's head. However, Yamamoto was vastly outnumbered, and with Kazuki and Yoruichi on Ichigo's side, it would not be an easy fight even if he did call for the other captains from the Soul Society. Further, a fight would no doubt level what was left of Karakura town. And as much as he debated the issue with Toshiro, he had no intention of causing any more collateral damage. He knew his duty too. I came alone, because I was curious to know your intentions, confessed Yamamoto. He pointed a finger at the combat pass dangling from Ichigo's sash. That pass Yukataki gave you. It also doubles as a monitoring device. We're aware of most of what happened in Hueco Mundo. What? You were spying on me? Have you forgotten the 13 court guard squads as a military organization? You are by definition a military asset. And an unstable one at that. Of course we'd need to keep an eye on you. For slaying Sosuke Aizen I am willing to give you and Harribel, he begrudgingly acknowledged, the benefit of the doubt. You are a force to be reckoned with. So I am willing to offer a truce. A truce, Orihime repeated. Both Toshiro and Rukia were shocked. Yamamoto was rarely that charitable. The Soul Society will take no action against you, your family or those who allied with you. In return you will keep your activities strictly in the world of the living and you will stay out of the Soul Society. What about my dad? HMPH. He may stay here, for now, but one day he will be held accountable for abandoning his post. That I promise you. The offer was tempting, but both Ichigo and Harribel had their reservations. What about Toshiro and Rukia? Are they going to be in trouble for helping us? Ichigo asked, knowing the question was killing his two friends. Yamamoto's head turned to his defiant subordinates, who both gulped in fright. They will be punished. Disobedience is not something I can look the other way for. One cannot defy their superiors without consequence. But, his expression softened, their actions did help in the defeat of Sosuke Aizen. They will be reprimanded for their recklessness, but you have my word, no harm will come to either of them. Ichigo sighed, grateful that Yamamoto was finally seeing reason. He looked over at Harribel. The Arrancar stared at Yamamoto dubiously. While Ichigo was grateful that Yamamoto wasn't looking to pick a fight, Harribel had her doubts. You say you don't wish a war between you and Ichigo. How do we know that you will not use the punishment force to try to murder us in our sleep? Central 46 will be outraged I'm making this offer, but we are not in the Soul Society. And even if I did order Captain Soy Fan to deploy the punishment force, all of you would be more than a match for an assassin. I am the head captain of the 13 court guard squads. They will have no choice but to honor our agreement. However, everyone felt the air shift in the room when Yamamoto's eyes stared down at the baby in Harribel's arms. I have but one stipulation. I must confirm with my own eyes that Asahi Kurosaki is a human. Captain Hitsugaya, you are still in possession of a soul-removing glove. Ichigo tensed, his hand itching to grab Zangetsu. And what will you do if she's anything but human? When Yamamoto looked up and stared at Ichigo, a dark fire burned in his eyes. I will do my duty as a soul reaper. And you will do your duty as her mother and father. Everyone braced themselves, realizing that the old man wasn't going to back down from this ultimatum. To everyone's surprise, Harribel stood up and gestured for Toshiro to come forward with the glove. Be gentle, she told the boy. Are you sure? We both know the answer. But he won't be satisfied until he sees it for himself. Toshiro hesitantly put on the glove. He remembered Isshin telling him that Asahi's soul was that of a normal human's. But Soy Fan's words reminded him that there was a chance Isshin could have been lying. And if he had, all hell was going to break loose. Ichigo, Orihime, Oryu and Rukia all held their breaths while Toshiro's hand slowly touched the baby, gently pushing her soul out of her and taking hold of it while Harribel held her body. Everyone stared at the little baby soul wriggling in Toshiro's grasp, her face devoid of any hollow mask and a chain of fate connecting Asahi to her human body. Toshiro quickly put Asahi back into her body. There, satisfied? Asked Harribel, clutching Asahi close. Indeed, I have seen Asahi Kurosaki and she is human. We have a deal. Yamamoto finally stood up. I will take my leave. Standing up, Ichigo tossed him the combat pass. Here, take this. I don't want you guys spying on me. As you wish. Yamamoto pocketed the pass and walked away. Captain Hitsugaya, Rukia Kuchiki. You will return with me. Rukia solemnly nodded. She quickly hugged Orihime and gave her a quick kiss. I'll try to contact you soon, she whispered. Be safe, Rukia. Orihime hugged her back, wishing she didn't have to go. Toshiro passed by Ichigo and gave the young man a smile. Ichigo, when you see your father again, tell him that I'm sorry. For everything. My dad wouldn't blame you for anything. And neither do I. Nodding, Toshiro followed Yamamoto and Rukia out the door. The head captain opened a senkaimon and the trio entered, leaving the Karakura town. I hope they'll be okay, murmured Orihime. Yoruichi put an arm around her shoulders. Don't worry, I'm sure she'll be alright. I should get home. Can I borrow a change of clothes, Harribel? Of course, I could hardly let you walk down the street looking like that. Harribel went upstairs with Orihime and Asahi, leaving Ichigo with Oryu, Kazuki and Yoruichi. Sighing, Oryu pushed his glasses up. I'm going to head home too. We all need a break after what happened. Okay, thanks for helping Oryu. Oryu frowned. Are you sure the head captain was telling the truth? Do you really think this truce can last? Dunno. Ichigo shrugged. But if they ever want to start a fight, we'll make them regret it. He looked around, the emptiness of his home haunting to the boy. I need to figure out where my dad went so I can let him know there's no danger. No sooner did he say that, however, the door opened up and Isshin walked through the door. Upon seeing his son, Isshin pushed Kazuki and Oryu aside to hug Ichigo, holding his son so tightly Ichigo thought he could hear his bones pop. Thank goodness, I was worried. Dad, Ichigo choked, trying to wiggle out of his father's embrace. What happened? Where's Yuzu and Karen? Setting his son down, Isshin walked over and sat down on the couch. Relax, Ichigo. Yuzu and Karen are fine. I got them away from here as soon as Toshiro came knocking on my door. Chad and Harribel's girls are watching over them. When I felt you guys return I decided to come back in case the old man wanted to pick a fight. Where are they now? We put them to sleep and we all hid in Kazuki's underground basement. That's not exactly hiding, Dad, Ichigo pointed out. Isshin shrugged. Not the one you're thinking of. Kazuki had some old friends willing to help us out. I'm sure he'll tell you about it all one day. He turned to Kazuki and Yoruichi, and like everyone else he was shocked at what had become of the Flash Goddess. Yoruichi. I know, Isshin. Soy Fawn is gonna have a field day when Yamamoto tells her. Kazuki smiled. You should go and get Yuzu and Karen. Ichigo and Harribel were able to broker a truce with the head captain. It's over. Sighing in relief, Isshin smiled. That's good to hear. I'll be back in a bit. I'm sure Chad and the Trace Bestia are chomping at the bit to see you and Harribel. He gave his son another big hug and was out the door to go get his daughters. Yoruichi turned and was the next to hug Ichigo, being careful not to jab him with her glowing claw. Go and rest, Ichigo. You've earned it. Okay, what about you guys? Are you going to undo her holification, Kazuki? The scientist pulled the Hogyoku out of his pocket and nodded. Now that I have this back, I'm going to give it a shot. But, he looked over at Yoruichi and his smile faded. It's not going to be easy. Especially with all the spare parts sticking out of her. I was able to grab a few blueprints from Xiolapuro's lab that weren't shredded, so hopefully it'll give me a base to work from. If nothing else, I'll try to create a Gigai to contain her so she doesn't have to eat souls to survive. As long as you don't make my condition worse. Remember, I've a new toy to claw your eyes out. I'll keep that in mind. Be seeing you, Ichigo. We need to check to make sure Tessai and the kids are alright too. The Flash Goddess and shopkeeper promptly left, followed by Ryu. Alone in the living room, Ichigo shambled up the stairs. Every step seemed to sap his strength, the weight of his journey heavy on his shoulders. He heard the shower going off, figuring that Orihime was washing off the grime and dirt on her body. Oh right, need to get my human body back from Tatsuki, he mumbled as he reached his room. Opening the door, he walked inside, and the joy what he saw almost brought him to tears. Harribel sat on the bed, feeding Asahi with a bottle. She looked up at Ichigo with tired eyes, smiling behind her mask. Ichigo sat down next to his mentor and put his head on her shoulder. Wow, I can't believe we made it through all that. Was there any doubt? Harribel teased. We sure have come a long way since that first night. You mean where you knocked my sword out of my hands with just a few swings? Chuckling, Harribel finishing feeding Asahi and set the bottle down, watching the baby in her arms fall asleep. I think you've improved a little bit since that night. You might actually make a half-decent challenge now. Oh really? Ichigo smirked, raising an eyebrow. How about tomorrow we go back to the training grounds and have another spar? I'd like that. What does the winner get? Ichigo tilted his head up, lost in thought for a moment before he turned his head back to Harribel and smiled. How about this? If I win, I'll ask you to marry me. Shocked by the declaration, Harribel's cheeks blushed. So much had happened between the two that she'd never even thought of actually tying the knot with her student, even after she got knocked up. Smiling behind her mask, Harribel nodded. I accept. And if I win, her emerald eyes flashed with seduction. I'll ask for you to make me more children. Are you sure you can handle more? I have had a lot of time to think about what I am. I am a hollow that does not devour other hollows or souls. I'm an Arrancar that trained a soul reaper. I have a hole in my womb and yet I can bear children. I am ruled by sacrifice, yet in my final hour I realized there are some things I could never give up. I am a contradiction, so I think I'll contradict my own nature. She looked down at her beautiful baby girl and a tear ran down her cheek. I am the aspect of life, birth. Looking at his lover and secret trainer with loving eyes, Ichigo unzipped her jacket and kissed her mask. Deal. Looking back down at Asahi, he had a thought. I wonder what Asahi's heart's desire was when Aizen dropped the Hogyoku into her lap. Harribel thought about it and knew the answer. I think it was for the most childish desire of all. What? Ichigo asked before Asahi woke up and started reaching for her father. Harribel handed his baby over to him. And as the parents fawned over their precious daughter, Harribel whispered the answer into his ear. She wished for a happy ending. To be concluded. Epilogue. 5 years later, Karakura Town, Kurosaki House. A woman hummed while cooking breakfast in the kitchen, busily flipping pancakes and making omelets for her new family. Guys, breakfast is ready. The woman's lover came in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Smells good. It still feels strange to see someone that's not Yuzu cooking. Giving the man a raised eyebrow, the woman took a wooden spoon and lightly whacked him on the hand with it. Maybe you should have learned not to let a little girl do all the housework, lazy bones. Isshin Kurosaki yelped and nursed his hand. Youch, I think I prefer the sandal. He looked back up and frowned. You know, you calling other people lazy is the pot calling the kettle black. Rangaku Matsumoto huffed for a moment before smiling. Yes, but now that I've been helping Yuzu around the house, don't think I'm going to let you slink off to go take a nap. She leaned forward and kissed her boyfriend on the lips. You can only take one with me when I'm finished. The bearded Kurosaki grinned. I'll hold you to that. Isshin picked up the plates and set the table in the dining room. Hearing footsteps behind him, Isshin turned and watched as 3 teenagers sat down at the table. Yuzu eagerly ate her meal, glancing at the clock. Hey, you guys want to go see Ichigo and Harribel? Karen chuckled. You're always eager to go see Asahi, Nagisa and the twins, aren't you? I can't help it. Yuzu beamed. My little niece and those 3 toddlers are so cute. Maybe we'll join you later. We've got a movie to go see. Karen turned her head to the table's other occupant. Right, Toshiro. Sitting at the table wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, the white-haired boy looked up from his pancakes and nodded, helping himself to seconds. Rangaku and Isshin sat down at the table and the family started to enjoy a hearty breakfast. For the Kurosaki family, a lot of change happened all at once after Ichigo and Harribel returned with Asahi. Not long after the couple got engaged, a couple of friendly faces showed up, asking if they could stay with them. Toshiro had been reprimanded for going to Hawako Mundo alone, but before Yamamoto or Central 46 could strip him of his captaincy, the young Soul Reaper announced he was stepping down. Furthermore, both he and Rangaku declared they were going to take an extended leave of absence from the 13 court guard squads. Both of them were disgusted by the squads' actions towards Ichigo and Isshin and felt they could no longer serve after all that had been done to the Kurosaki family. This shocked all of the other captains, who begged them to reconsider. Since the 13 court guard squads didn't allow resignations, an extended leave of absence was basically hidden code for I quit. But Toshiro and Rangaku, the latter in particular, had made up their minds. Toshiro knew that Momo took his resignation hard, but when he last talked to her, she said she could understand. Isshin and Ichigo had opened their home to them with open arms. Kazuki provided them with gigais so they could live in the world of the living. Rangaku, heartbroken after Toshiro informed her about the death of Jin, took comfort in the arms of Isshin and the two rekindled their relationship. It was a little hard for Toshiro to get used to normal human life at first after spending years being a captain, but with the help of his new friends Yuzu and Karen found that he much preferred a more carefree life without the pressures of being a Soul Reaper. With the house becoming a little crowded, especially after Harribel announced that she was expecting again, she and Ichigo decided to get a place of their own, letting Toshiro have Ichigo's old room while Rangaku shared Isshin's bed. Once breakfast was finished, the trio of teenagers all headed out to enjoy their weekend off. No sooner did the door close behind Yuzu did the 2 adults stand up. Well, the kids are all gone. Whatever shall we do? Rangaku coyly asked. Oh, I don't know. Isshin walked around the table and placed his hand on Rangaku's ass. I was thinking of being lazy today. I'd like that. Rangaku wrapped her arms around Isshin's neck and pressed her forehead against his. Maybe we can continue discussing what we were talking about last night. About maybe giving Ichigo and the twins a brother or sister. I'd like to continue that discussion very much. Grasping Rangaku's ass, Isshin lifted the woman up and carried her to the bedroom, his lips at constant war with his girlfriend's. As soon as they reached the bedroom, Isshin kicked the door shut behind him. A lazy day indeed. Meanwhile, Orihime's apartment. The sunlight poked through the curtains, brushing on the soft bodies cuddling together on the large bed. On one side a young woman with raven black hair sighed while her head rested on her lover's shoulder. And on the other an oranguette softly slept, her arms wrapped tightly around the woman warming her bed. Both of them opened their eyes but said nothing, not wanting to leave each other's embrace. Finally the 2 quiet ladies decided that they needed to get up. Morning, Rukia mumbled as she sat up, the sheets falling aside to reveal their slender nude bodies. Last night had been quite sensual. You want breakfast? Orihime asked as she stood up, having grown up to become a mature, voluptuous woman. Sure, I'll need to get going in a bit, but Rukia kissed Orihime's cheek as they put their clothes on. I'm famished. Always happy to cook for her girlfriend, Orihime headed into the kitchen while Rukia slid on her lieutenant's badge. Orihime's cooking was a bit of an acquired taste, but she'd come to enjoy her girlfriend's concoctions. While Toshiro and Rangaku had outright left the squads, Rukia instead chose to stay. She'd been reprimanded by both her captain and her brother for her recklessness, but that was all she got for a punishment, which was barely a slap on the wrist. However, Rukia had announced to her captain and her brother that she was in love with Orihime and would be continuing their relationship, consequences be damned. To her utter shock, Byakuya approved of the relationship, stating that he could respect Rukia's choice and that he was glad that Rukia was becoming more open and self-confident, promising that when Orihime's life came to an end in the world of the living, she'd be more than welcome to the Soul Society. Yukitake, impressed by how Rukia survived both Araniero and Jin, promoted her to lieutenant and regularly gave her leave to go be with Orihime. Walking into the kitchen, Rukia hugged Orihime from behind. Her love for Orihime had grown since they made their relationship official. Renji had been a little disappointed, but couldn't begrudge Orihime for it. So are you going over to Ichigo and Harribel's today? Yep, I wanted to see how the little ones were doing. Asahi looks so much like her mother that it's so adorable. Smiled a happy Orihime, remembering their last Halloween party, and Asahi came dressed in a shark onesie. Alright, give Ichigo and Harribel my regards. Anyway, Rukia whispered into Orihime's ear. Are you ready to tell my brother you popped the question? Orihime's cheeks turned pink, looking down at the engagement ring on Rukia's hand she'd given her. I don't know, she confessed. Are you sure he'll give us his blessing? I know your family doesn't really approve of us already. We'll make it work. We've been making it work for 5 years. I'll go tell my brother you have something you want to say to him and we'll tell him together. Okay. Turning around, she pulled Rukia into a deep, loving kiss. Pulling back, Orihime chuckled. Well, if Ichigo can fight your brother to the death, so can I. Pulling away, she held out Rukia's breakfast on a plate. But we can't fight for our love on an empty stomach, can we? Rukia did her best to feign a smile. As mentioned before, Orihime's cooking was an acquired taste. One that Rukia had yet to acquire. If she does come live with the Kuchiki clan, we cannot let her near the kitchens or Byakuya would put the axe to our engagement immediately. Meanwhile, Urahara shop, living room. Sipping tea, Kazuki looked over at the person sitting opposite him. How's the new hand? It's fine. I'm still adjusting to it. It's weird. I was getting used to the claw after all this time. And you're certain you won't reconsider my offer? Sitting across from him, Yoruichi frowned. No, I can live with this, Kazuki. It's been 5 years, Kazuki. You've made it easier for me to live like this. As long as I still have my beating heart and brain, I'm still Yoruichi. Gripping the teacup with a hand covered in synthetic flesh, Yoruichi brought it to her lips and drank it. The taste was good to the woman. She sat on the cushion cross-legged, wearing a tank top and a booty shorts. At first glance, one would not think anything peculiar of her besides her natural exotic beauty. However, make no mistake, Yoruichi was still very much a changed woman. Once they'd returned to Karakura town, Kazuki made it his mission to undo all the horrible things done to his best friend now that he had the Hogyoku in his possession. Ichigo had told him Aizen's story about the object once things had calmed down. Kazuki was a little shocked when told about the Hogyoku's true goal, but once he understood it, he was finally able to use the object to reverse Yoruichi's hollowification. Unfortunately, there was still the problem with Yoruichi's mechanical implants. And those couldn't be so easily fixed, even with the Hogyoku. Even with the prized object and Xiolaporo's notes, Kazuki found it next to impossible to reverse the cybernetic implantations made to the woman. For starters, the blueprints had only been for Yoruichi's base hollow form. Once she'd been transformed into an Arrancar, her mechanical parts evolved to match her growing state, so they were practically useless. And Yoruichi's physiology had been so altered that trying to replace her bionic parts was next to impossible without harming what was left of Yoruichi's organic matter. He'd replaced her red mechanical eye to a one that matched her natural gold and reconfigured her claw to transform into a hand, covering her robotic hand and legs with synthetic skin. It had been hard for Yoruichi to get used to her changes. It took a while for Kazuki to undo her holification, forcing her to stay in a special gigai to prevent the need to devour soul for sustenance. Plus, she had nightmares about the terrible things Xiolaporo did to her while she was captive. But she never blamed Kazuki for her predicament. The only one she blamed was herself for getting captured in the first place. Still, Yoruichi was grateful to no longer be holofied. She might still be a cyborg, but at least she was a smoking hot cyborg. Kazuki did propose several possible solutions to try to fix her mechanical body, but she declined. Yoruichi was far too traumatized to ever allow herself to go under a scalpel again, even if she did trust Kazuki. She could live with what she'd become. The only person who blamed Kazuki for what happened to Yoruichi was Soifan. After Yamamoto informed the other captains of what had become of the Flash Goddess, Soifan showed up ready to murder Kazuki for allowing her to fall into the hands of the enemy. Before she could, however, Yoruichi shoved some humble pie down her throat by reminding Soifan that she chose not to get involved when Baragan and Xiolaporo attacked Karakura town. Realizing that Yoruichi was right, Soifan became ashamed of herself and apologized, promising to leave Kazuki alone from now on. Putting the cup down, Yoruichi looked up at the clock. "I'm going to go see Ichigo and Harribel today. Have they had any incidents with Asahi?" asked a curious Kazuki. "Nothing so far. She's just a happy, normal 5-year-old. Same with the rest of their merry bundles of joy." Kazuki sat back and whistled. "Man, those two breed like rabbits. Well, they're happy and that's all that matters." Yoruichi stood up and headed for the door. "I'll tell them you said hi." Kazuki was quiet while he watched Yoruichi leave. He wished Yoruichi would let him work on fixing her more, but he had to abide by her wishes. Still, at least she was still a sexy cyborg babe, especially in those shorts. Meanwhile, on the far side of the mountain overlooking Karakura town was a lake. A large house had been constructed on the lakeside, perfect for the new and growing Kurosaki family. Running through a field of flowers planted by Orihime, a small girl with a head of messy blonde hair giggled and laughed while playing with her younger sisters. Little Kayano and Neliel ran with their big sister. Though twins, Neliel shared her father's hair while Kayano retained Harribel's blonde locks. "Kids, don't run too fast, you'll tire yourselves out," shouted a woman standing a little bit away, pushing a carrier that held a sleeping baby boy. Asahi grinned and waved back to their babysitter godmother. "Auntie Nell, come play with us." Laughing, Nell pushed the carrier with their baby brother over to them and knelt down. The woman was in a gigai provided by Kazuki, dressed in a white sundress. She laid down a blanket for the children to sit down on before she heard a cry from the carrier. "Oh, looks like little Jin's hungry." Nell picked up baby Jin, named after the man Ichigo had come to respect, and fed him with a bottle. With Ichigo's other children sat down and enjoyed the spring breeze. Seeing figures coming towards them, Nell waved them over. "Hi, guys, how are you?" The children all squealed when they saw Orihime and ran up to her, almost tackling her off her feet. Yoruichi was the next to be barraged by tiny hugs. Behind them walked Chad and Mila Rose, holding hands. Behind them walked Apache, Sung-sun and Aryu. The group walked over to Nell and they all sat down on the blanket. All eyes turned to Mila Rose and Chad, everyone noting the engagement rings on their fingers. "So Mila Rose, have all the preparations been made?" Nell happily asked. "Yep, even had Aryu make me a dress. We're going to wait a bit before we make it official, however." Mila Rose patted the massive bump in her belly. "Don't want to have the little one pop out as we're about to say, I do, now would we?" "Do you know when?" Orihime asked. "Any day now." The Arrancar, like her comrades, was in a gigai. Kazuki had altered both her and Harribel's gigais so that they can carry their children for a full 9 months without having the same complications Harribel had when carrying Asahi. The children all gathered around Mila Rose, wanting to feel the baby inside. Mila Rose looked over at Sung-sun and Apache. And if you two are going to lounge around the house, you'd better help out. Hey, I ain't changing no diapers, growled Apache. Considering I do everyone's laundry, I'm surprised you can even change your own underwear. Shut up, Sung-sun. Orihime turned to Ryu. So Ryu, I'm hearing a lot of people are coming by your business. Yeah, I never thought I'd be making a lot of money making bridal gowns. Beats being a doctor like my father, that's for sure. A harsh voice came from the lakeshore. Hey, could you keep it to a dull roar? Some of us are trying to relax here. Chilling by the lakeshore were Stark and Lillinette. Both lay on beach chairs while lounging in swimsuits, soaking up the sun. Yoruichi's sweat dropped seeing the king of Hueco Mundo chilling by the lake. The hell are they doing here? Shouldn't they be, ruling? Nell waved away the question. Oh, they stop by from time to ask Harribel for advice. Right now they're on vacation. Arankars can go on vacation. Sipping a drink, Stark merely sighed as he stretched out on the chair. It ain't easy being king. Mila Rose chuckled. So what's that make Lillinette, the court jester? I heard that, shouted the angry child, earning a laugh from everyone. Ryu pushed his glasses up. Speaking of which, where's Ichigo and Harribel? Oh, they're on the mountain at their usual spot training. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow. I take it training is code for working on baby number 5. Nell grinned while she finished feeding baby Jin. Precisely. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Harribel's training ground. 2 swords stood stabbed into the ground. One was a white Tensei-Zangetsu, the other a golden energy blade. Their wielders, however, were having a more intimate form of close-quarters combat. Mr. and Mrs. Kurosaki were both in their most powerful forms, Ichigo in his hybrid form and Harribel in her Resurrección Segunda Etapa. Both had shed their clothes, although Harribel was practically naked anyway. Ichigo Kurosaki, you could populate a planet, she chuckled. Well, I think I'll just settle with you. Ichigo gave his wife a sweet kiss. Not long after they returned, Ichigo announced he was marrying Harribel. While the news didn't surprise any of his more spiritual-oriented friends, most of his classmates were utterly baffled that he was engaged and had become a father. After Harribel announced later that she was pregnant again, Isshin put his foot down and asked them not to make any more kids until after Ichigo had graduated high school. But as soon as Ichigo did graduate, they picked up right where they left off. The couple had not heard a peep from the head captain or any of the captains. Rukia had told him that Central 46 was fuming over the deal Yamamoto made with them. However, Yamamoto was true to his word and informed all that nobody was to harm Ichigo, Harribel or their children so long as they didn't enter the Soul Society. Plus, as Captain Kiraku put it, who wants to be the one to try to kill the man who defeated Aizen? Rukia had said at the time. Left alone with his family, Ichigo happily enjoyed his life with friends and family and wouldn't trade it for the world. Once the pair had cooled off, Harribel trailed a hand up her husband's stomach. So, wanna keep sparring? Grinning, Ichigo stood up and reached for his Tensei-Zangetsu. Fine, but if I win, I get to be on top. Laughing, Harribel got up and drew her own weapon. Please, the student will surpass the master. And so Ichigo chopped forward, his blade met by Harribel's. Their journey ended the same way that it began, with a training spar. The end. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.